Holy shit. Um, hold on, let me share my screen now. BO2 DLC 5. Oh my word, what is happening? What is
Wait,
we
what?
wanted this. We wanted these. Wait, hold on. Alright. Let me put it in full in a second. Hold on. Northern. I don't care about pre-alpha origins. Does not matter.
Yeah,
This
I didn't give a fuck
origins
about
with
that.
traps.
Wait, what the hell?
Oh, you used to have traps. Strange.
That's
Oh,
actually kind of
moon.
cool.
So Jug ain't active at the beginning. Do you notice that? Maybe because the way the game is built, the power has to be on. Like it goes
Wait,
away
what
because
did
the
you mean?
power isn't on.
What did you mean?
The power isn't on, and so Jug is not active. You know how you
Oh.
need to have like a turbine next to Jug to have it
Yeah, yeah,
active? Yeah, I think because
yeah.
those mechanics are carrying over. That's so interesting. That's so different. This doesn't even look that bad. I mean, BO1's lighting is definitely better than this. Man, that holy the hands,
It looks
man.
way better than BO3.
Oh,
I
100,
hate
yeah,
BO3.
100%. Yeah,
I would
BO3
have
is
liked to seen this
disgusting.
for sure.
We got the worst. Man, we almost had the worst time. If we didn't get this, we'd been living in the worst time. A BO3 got all of this, not BO2. That's madness. That shouldn't even be a possibility. Oh yeah, they have the maps fully built. They have the maps fully. They work. They work. And it's just no. And we just don't have this. The fact that Jug isn't on is so sick to me though.
I want to see the Easter egg on this. Like blowing up the
What?
Earth. I want to see what that looks like.
And we don't need to see any of that. We don't, that's not canon as far as I'm concerned. Easter eggs. What's an Easter egg? I don't know.
Well, it actually flows better in BO2 because
But do you think the spawns
it leads
work?
to
Because you
transit.
think about the strats. Do you think like
Yeah,
the despawn, does it work the same way? And if so,
I don't know.
and also the spawns, how do the spawns work? Because
Yeah,
the spawn mechanics are a little bit different. So in BO1, when you damage the zombies, any zombies that have damage don't despawn, but
right. I'm like Call the Dead and up. I don't know how that
right.
works in this game.
I don't know if it works like that on Ascension. Yeah, see, look, you got Jug back.
It doesn't. It's only Call the Dead, Shang and Moon.
Okay. I know it's like that, definitely on Shang and Call of the Dead. 750? Are all the doors 750? Or is that just meant to be 750 and I just don't play this?
I think it's 1,000
It
to be
was like
honest.
1.2k or something.
I don't remember that door, but
This one's a K apparently. These should be 1.2k then.
yeah.
Got the MP5k on the wall. Oh, it's just 1k? Okay, that's a bit different. Yeah, the gas just works. The lack of oxygen and everything. This all works. This all functions properly.
Oh man,
BO2
the
weapons.
fucking weapons.
Boom. This map would be way faster on BO2 because there's none of that spawn delay. Oh, so these
Oh my
exist.
god.
Take them. What? So the. Oh wait, no, that should be like that. But that should not have that much ammo.
What the hell? He had started out without ammo too. He had to reload.
Man, you have 130 in the back.
Whoa, what the
That's not
fuck?
how it's not meant to like
That
that.
was kind of cool. Did you
So
see
that
that
is
animation?
which one? Like the reload?
When it like hit the eyes.
Oh, I've seen that. That's definitely not textured properly. So this needs to be fixed. If this ever becomes a thing. The fact that we never got this. Where the round's gone. Gosh,
Yeah,
I
these
like the pictures. But gosh,
the zombies just like fall down when you come with the wave guns. So weird. Yeah, they'd have to fix that.
oh nice. Custom map. Can you jump into it? No, that's different. How did we never get this? How? Why is he not on a round?
it's a, it's a good
Still an
question.
Easter egg? That means I don't give a fuck anymore.
No, this part's cool.
Yeah, Sally says.
You gotta do it for high
Red.
rounds.
Red. Red blue. Okay, I don't see what it is. Easter egg attempt. So how does it end?
Probably the ball step. Just trying to shoot the ball or whatever.
Don't even know the Easter egg.
Yeah, this.
Huh. Proof that BR1 is just a better game. Let's see how the hacking works.
Oh, doesn't this glitch out the Astra in BO1 when you do this?
I don't know.
Yeah, if you're in like a high round game and you hack that, it makes the Astra when you throw a Gersh, she like backs up and shit, and, like glitches out for the whole game. I don't know if you've seen that, but I think doing this is what causes that.
Right, okay. Moon playing. So the round just doesn't exist on Moon.
The thing is, for like the BO1 maps, on BO2, I feel like the ray gun is worse on BO2. I don't know if that's just like a feeling thing, but
I
why
don't
are
know, I
there
don't play the
Gershes? Do you see
Reagan.
that?
Yeah, the icon. Oh, that's unfortunate. You just missed your ray gun. The casuals would be for you. No, it didn't.
But yeah, like when I'm using the ray gun in the 60s in BO1, it still feels like it kills the zombies. I don't know if it feels like that in BO2, but I've never really played BO2 like that, so.
5, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5. 2, second map, okay.
This one was whack.
Berlin, Germany. Foul temp. Oh,
What the hell?
600. And you got the ballista. Nice.
Yeah, that was on Darius too.
Oh, nice pink flag. I just don't like swastikas on this. Man, I can't wait for Kino. No T-gun fails. Nah, I just gonna go with that. No T-gun fails. That sounds
What
mad.
do you think the best map would be?
Oh, frags. Oh, let's see. I think the most Shang could be very interesting. For sure. Because of the way the zombies called up. They hauled up tighter in BO2 and Shang is a tighter map for trading.
I'm not sure if Call of the Dead would have been included in this, because it wasn't in normal Zombies Chronicles.
Darius, I'm pretty sure it's easier to make points in BO2 than it is in BO1. I think 5 would be interesting bowlers. Yeah, so in BO1 you can only shoot a total of 3 zombies with 1 bullet. But on BO2 I'm pretty sure it's not like that. I think you can shoot for more.
I see it like
Whoa,
the max
this room's fucked.
1,000,000 points. Which wouldn't, I mean, that's a lot of points anyway, so. I think the round cap would suck, though. That would hold this back a lot.
If you could get that far.
You would be able to, 100%.
You think so? No errors?
On Moon.
Oh, on Moon? Yeah, actually,
I'm not
most
thinking about
definitely.
errors. Maybe even on Darius.
Moon actually be faster.
Oh, wait, there's no instas either.
Oh, yeah, that's
fuck.
true,
Never
yeah.
mind. Maybe not. Yeah, this would be whack, actually. If they had insta rounds, it'd be sick, though.
I mean, it's BO2, so it's just an inferior game. But, ah, man, we missed this! We missed this! What the fuck? This is basically a complete map that exists. Mule munchies too.
For the most part, because
Tommy
the only
gun.
things I've noticed is like the FA on the spawn room is like weird, and like the power room is kind of weird.
Yeah, and the
It's
swastikas are
like
not
easy as
there.
fuck to fix. Yeah, that.
Yeah, no, you know, I mean the jet gun's broken on, well not jet gun, I mean the wave gun is what broken. It's wrong ammo values. This would have been sick. HS-10? Shoot it, my brother. Shoot it.
Oh, what the hell? Wait, how did he get that
Just-
gun?
Probably from the bugs.
Well, they had the BO.
How would this map work? This map would be very different how it's played now. Would you still do a trap strike? Because I feel like traps would still be faster. But how would the jet gun
Yeah.
work? Does it break or is it just infinite? If it's infinite, that's...
I don't know how this map
What
would work.
the-
This map would be weird. What the?
What the So this is just not working properly.
Yeah, this would be weird as hell, dude.
So
I mean,
this
you
just
could
doesn't
probably
break.
camp to like. No, you know what you'd do? Oh, I don't know. You
This
could
just
get your
doesn't break.
drops from the jet gun every round, so you'd do that at the start,
Right.
and you'd probably start down here to throw out like insta kills.
But also you can monkey trade in this because you got AMPs. So this is
True.
broken. So this map is broken. Jet gun is just broken. It doesn't work. And it's unlimited. So this is just...
Yeah.
This shouldn't be it. This is dumb. Can you kill the... What else is
Jet
in the
gun.
box?
They just love adding the shitty wonder weapons on Baruch.
Oh! It actually has the correct name. How does it work? Come on. Doesn't make it... Oh, so it works the same. Interesting. I wonder if DT affects it. Probably not.
Oh yeah, it would actually. Right?
No, it wouldn't.
It's
Because it's only
two-shotting
for
around
bullet.
12 and 13.
Yeah, maybe it's working.
It works on the ray gun though, doesn't it?
No. It only speeds
Oh.
up the fire rate. It doesn't actually make it shoot 2 bullets. So this map... So the first 2 maps we've seen, Moon and Varrock, just do not work properly. Okay, Sheena. Oh, I
Sheena.
finally learned what this... So she's like death, obviously.
Yeah, yeah.
But Numa, I learned this word a few days ago. It's like swamp,
Oh, I know
marshlands,
that one.
quagmire.
Is Numa's a Kaiji OST name, and I looked it up a while ago.
Alright.
I thought it just meant swamp.
Yeah, it pretty much means that. Swamp, quagmire. It's like a little bit more general. Like basically muddy terrains. Dump. Hold on. Ah, this map would be sick. Oh, wait, this looks way better. They actually improved it.
I agree, yeah.
This looks way better.
I
What
love
the
the,
fuck? McCain don't
Like
work.
the green...
Oh, wait,
I
it does.
forgot to say it,
Peter McCain. Is that Peter McCain?
but- Yeah. Wonder if you can knock him down.
No. Wow, this looks actually kind of a little bit more like the M14. Oh yeah. What's the other gun? Arisaka.
Ballista, probably.
Yeah. Nah.
They've been having that on every
Olympia.
map. Is it?
I bet it's the Olympia because they didn't have the M4. They had like the FAL or something. That's okay. How do you think the spawn
didn't even
zones
show
would
us the
work?
other
Right, hold on,
gun.
hold on. Think about how the spawn zones would work, because on BO1 and World at War, that they're not the same spawn zones. This might be this map might be the best. Actually, if I can play this, I want to try my strat out on this map. Zip dip,
It'd be crazy with the walkers.
even though you don't dip. If there is walkers, it might be based on origins. There's a HK. These are BO1. These are BO1s. That's a madness. The reflection on Takio's hands just do not look correct. Org. Wow, that is a lot of ammo.
Oh my god.
And that scope is horrendous. That knife is pretty far. Maybe the org just shouldn't be scoped. I don't know, man. I wish it was be. So on this map, it seems like it's way more incomplete because they have a lot of BL1 guns, and it seems like their philosophy was what they did with the World War maps in BL1, where they add their own wonder weapons, right? Oh, sorry, wonder weapons. They add their own weapons into the game.
Yeah.
This guy's opening all the wrong doors. Oh, it's QR. He knows it's QR. That's good. Wait, so you can hear it? Could you do that in BL1?
Hear quick revive?
Yeah, you could hear it. You didn't need to shoot
Yeah.
or anything. Could
Yeah,
you? Could...
I think so. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure you can though.
No, okay. Well, it's not even a consistent thing you can do. I don't think. Okay, this is the correct place. Doctor's quarters. Yes. What?
So
Oh, the spawns are a little bit broken.
a little bit.
A little bit. So this map don't work correctly. That sucks, man. There's too many. There's too broken. 3 out of 3 are broken. Too broken to play anyway.
But this one's not too broken to play.
Right.
It's not as bad as the other
I
two.
mean, you
so
could
far.
just open the door, I guess.
Yeah. We'll have it open anyway.
Oh, and a zip works. Does it kill the zombies? Probably does. This looks like an oh. Oh, okay. You just don't get to. I mean, dog's already in BL2, but it's not like they're gonna be that different.
The round skipped?
No, you skipped it. Cut the dog round.
Oh.
This way is the slower way, I think. Speed? That B2 3R? Oh, it's Jug. Now look at me knowing it. Oh, I love the sound in here. Wow, that sounds really nice. What the fuck?
It's like closer, I guess.
Yeah, this is the fastest way. How fast that was. An MP5 on the wall, so... Kaboom. Wow.
And this
Back
guy keeps
there.
getting the waff.
Yeah.
Oh wait, you're gonna see it, I think. The BO2 waff, the best version of the waff.
G11. What does the G11 look like with the low powered scope? Oh, it looks good.
Yeah, it's normal.
No,
No,
you're using the
she's
wrong
the
gun.
waff.
Oh,
Well,
this
yeah.
really is World of War. Yeah. Room. Green light. What are you trying to get, my brother? What's on the wall here? I want to see what the instants look like, actually. Oh, AK? What? I guess that is in BO2, actually.
Yeah. The 74U, was that what it was?
Yeah, AK-74U.
That'd be pretty cool.
Oh, AK-74U instas? No, I don't take the ray gun. What? What? Just shoots an RPG shot?
Yeah.
What? want to see what the wolf looks like on the high round, but that's just the bow.
Oh, what the hell? Yeah.
It's got a camo and everything. That's a campaign camo. Yeah, carbon fiber. That's probably a multiplayer as well, but I know. Fondo.
Credit the WAF.
Yeah, no. What?
That's pretty much the fucking
Oh.
WAF.
What is going on?
Rando looks pretty normal. I don't know.
Oh, this is a flogger work. Works. Works well. But does the trap thing work in this game? Oh, wow. Didn't think about that, did you?
What the? What?
He tried to. Yeah, well, it's like the BO3 flogger.
Yeah, that's whack as hell.
Can you crawl under it?
Yeah, you can.
Well, in this game.
I'm assuming so.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, shooting the crossbow is gonna work, my brother. Factory. Oh, wow. So this is what it was gonna look like. Factory blur. No, there was a placeholder.
Actually, they just added lava at every map, and it was like Doris after the Earth got bombed or whatever.
Yeah, we don't need to game that out.
It'd be different. It'd be an excuse to bring them back.
Funny is that the color palette is definitely the World at War version, the BO1 version, which is disappointing for sure. It's a kind of a mix between the two, but it has the darker elements of that World at War game. Fuck off. How much do the weapons cost off the wall? Wait, what's on the wall? Oh no, the ballista.
Oh, it's gonna be the fucking Tommy gun, not the Thompson.
That's interesting.
Wait, he didn't even show it.
Don't care about that. Kuno doesn't care. The black box texture looked like I was right on that. Jalil.
So how come the what's it called map had the VO2 weapons? Noon.
M27, huh? That's a Nuketown exclusive.
I wonder if it's just BO1 and BO2 weapons in the box. That would suck.
Interesting.
Too many weapons.
Yeah, that's true. You get worse trades. But it looks like they removed some. I haven't seen the China Lake yet. Nice. Tab 25. Okay, I like that. This has a lot of BO2 weapons. Oh my. Lovely. I'd actually play this. I'd try it out. See how it works.
Worked.
Yeah, that's true. That WAF doesn't work. That's so lame. I mean, someone could come fix it. Losing.
Yo, look at the WAF in BO2.
I can't believe fucking this got leaked. Oh my god.
Was this like a recent thing that happened?
Yeah, this is 18 hours ago.
Yeah.
So.
Oh,
Yeah. I knew this existed, but I didn't think it would get leaked. The only thing I saw was the overhead view of Doris on BO2.
I could actually make a video out of this, to be honest. Then, it'd be kind of cool.
3K, that's pricey. Oh.
Is Meal Kick
Could
on
have done the strafe.
these maps?
Mule
Yeah.
Kick exists in Varrock, so I'm guessing it goes on this.
I'm about to see, I think. I know he's going the other way.
MP5 instead of the FG.
Wait, we can see down. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, man.
This guy's just not giving us the mule kick view.
That's a BO on pack. Even the teleport kills. Oh, Pap Camel.
He should have papped the WAF.
Yeah, he totally should have, but this guy's a dumb fuck.
He's like, what's it called? You gotta save his ammo.
Oh,
He's
the
trying to,
Lamentation doesn't
like,
have
WAF.
its scope. That's strange.
Oh, that's
Oh,
why
he
he's
wanted to
doing it.
do the Easter egg.
He just got a monkey fell.
No, he didn't.
Oh, wait, what? I thought he got a monkey fell. I was about to say, didn't they know what
That
happened in
doesn't
this
happen in this game.
If the pap WAF works, like, that'd be crazy. But there's just no way it does, because it's the same as, like, the base WAF.
Doesn't work.
Just want to see him pap the WAF. No way, what is he doing with his points?
The monkeys are invisible.
He's trying to kill himself with the WAF, what the fuck?
Huh.
Damn, I just want to see him
Hands up.
papped.
No, so this definitely has the jet gun.
Oh god.
Wow, this is so blurry. Edit some SMR? What? Yeah. Probably the closest thing to M1 Carbine. I was wondering why that barreled him. What? Dude, there's no explosion. I love the circuitry. Is he gonna buy the SMR?
Wait, I wasn't even looking for mule kick.
Yeah, it's no, he likes the ballista instead. Alright, sniper. Help toolbox. T-gun. So this is actually a this might be the get it, man. No, glowy things. Well, it works. What's your break on around 160 or something?
Probably would.
Tommy gun. Yeah, this would be the map to actually do the this might be the only working map.
Yeah.
You could play this. What's in the DSR? The scoped car was way better. A DSR that doesn't even, that is so silenced. It doesn't even make a noise.
Bro.
This map is actually the map I would be most interesting if this map came out at the same time, because people would definitely play this map over BO1 version because of the frame
Yeah, we were
lag.
talking about the Zombie Live stuff too.
I wonder if
The
everything
T-gun
works.
works, so
Yeah, but the how about all the lunar landers? Can you even open pap? The lighting is so it's on both. Oh,
400.
Death Machine. Interesting. Does it run out? Or does it just give you a death machine with 400 ammo? No? No,
What
that's not.
the fuck?
I
What
guess it
happened? Did
disappears.
he? Oh damn. He went this way.
That's the wrong way.
Unless you're doing like 30
PDW.
SR.
I love the sound too. Oh, that was already color.
I didn't even realize that. Yeah.
I was thinking, oh yeah, the map looks normal enough. Only an Ascension player would get it. It's so bright though, no. What? This guy has setup luck.
Yeah.
Oh my. And he doesn't even use the setups properly. I like how he waits at the door. Yeah, let me just wait a little bit. I wonder if the spawn zones are correct.
Inactive. Oh.
Oh. Oh.
What is it? Well, obviously there's gonna be PhD, right? Because it's in Origins,
Yeah, same on
park
mob.
machines, and the other maps. Well, it's not like in mob. Like it's in mob. The park machine's there, but
You
like
can buy
the
it.
park isn't. Really? Oh, you mean
Yeah,
like an out of the map thing?
grief.
Oh, you're right. I forgot about grief.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
your PC crashed or something.
don't like the no sound.
Nah, I got disconnected.
Uh,
Texture glitches, so that would make Ascension players happy. They have some stimulus. Okay, it's in the same spot. I like how bright everything is. Oh wait, hold on. The prompt is correct here. Interesting. So this works. Don't fall out.
do you remember the old glitch? I don't know if you played back then, but on Ascension you could get on the side of the lander whenever it was riding, and you could like jump out of the map.
You still
I
can.
remember I used to do that. Really? I thought they patched
No,
that.
no, no, I don't know about it. I didn't play the
Yeah, no, they,
DLCs.
they patched it a long time ago. It was like the first few weeks of the map being out. I remember doing it and getting on top of like one of these buildings.
Alright, 2 hit. The BO1. What? You trying to do the Oh, it's probably he probably stepped back into the zone or something. I don't know how it works. This guy's not properly exploring the maps. This is what I'm excited for. Yeah.
Damn, that sucks. We didn't get to see Ascension like that.
No swastikas. Keno trade strat. Oh, do you think the golems are here? Okay,
The
man.
golems?
Yeah.
Like the crawlers?
You got a DM. Yeah, golems.
Never heard him called that, but probably.
How did he
We'll
get
have to
it?
see when power comes on.
How did he get the death machine? Oh, he knifed into it.
Is it just in the box? Oh, no, just said it. guess they are. The spawn broke.
Oh, I don't see any.
It
Mystifier.
is the bonfire cell.
Huh?
You see the bonfire cell at the bottom?
Yeah.
The fuck?
Might be just a fuck up.
How did it get that, actually? I'm curious.
Yeah, I'm curious too.
He's had it for a long time. He's had it for multiple rounds. Where'd you get that from, my boy?
What? Buying jug?
What?
Buying
That's
jug?
Jug. Jug is bonfire cell.
I was actually gonna point that out. It's like I thought he bought jug. Where did it go? But I assumed he just downed or something.
Hmm.
Be a 1 MP40? Bro, they
Yeah,
should have been
that's...
in the game.
Interesting. The BO2 MP40 is similar enough. Already. I wonder why they kept the Tommy gun and not like
Maybe
the Thompson.
these
That's like
were
way different.
made before, or it was not properly changed on the wall, maybe? I don't know. Yeah, that's really strange. Because they put the Tommy on the wall. So maybe this was made before Origins. This should have been on BO2 instead of on BO3.
Origins wasn't finished
100%.
in this.
Yeah, we were looking at that with like the traps.
Yeah.
But we
I
skipped
don't
past
care
that
about
shit.
Origins, my brother. The wall texture is different. Or at least lit different.
Wonder if you can do the glitch.
Oh yeah, that's true. Let's see if Figsu's gonna be happy about this.
I don't think this guy's gonna try
Yeah, 'cause this guy's an idiot.
it.
Never seen more of an idiot testing a map. Yeah, I've got the Wolf. I'm gonna actually pap the Galil instead. Oh, okay, to do the Easter egg. So, okay, you get the money back again. Oh, you can pap. Oh, you're not gonna pap it? I want to see what the pap camels look like and everything. It's a joke we didn't get this. Actually, kind of most interested in this, to be honest. The windows don't really break properly.
He's trying to do that glitch.
Yeah, I need some milk.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's so shit that's
Instead of
there.
MPL. That's kind
Yeah.
of sick. I wonder if you can get the bonus then.
How would you make points? You have to
Due
make it
to
with
free
that.
Yeah. You need to go attack mode on the bugs. I want to see if the bug exists.
Attack mode.
5/7s, dual wield. These are rape training ones on B. M27, they love this gun. You should buy jugs. Buy some jugs.
On fire sale.
They do get this gun in like
Yeah,
every
sorry,
map. I wonder
bonfire
why.
cell. Oh, never mind.
Bros.
DEFCON 2. This has to be the worst way to pap in any map. Activating all the DEFCONs.
Really? You think so?
Yeah, it's just all in one room. You just hold a zombie and then just spend 3 sec. Hold on. Guy might have
Yeah,
an
it's
invisible jug.
crazy. That would be really confusing having bonfire cell as jug on this map.
Yeah, they made it invisible instead. This is fucking pathetic. Can you hit the box? There's a ballistic knife in the box. That's like BO2, hammer. This feels most like BO2. This might be the most complete map, mathematically.
Besides knocked.
Ha! Even more complete than Nogged.
Invisible key.
Well, Jug's not invisible on knocked.
Hmm.
At
I don't
least
even
is
know
that-
if this is. I don't even know if it. I just assumed it was invisible. He's got hit twice.
Well,
Maybe
he
they just
downed-
made it.
I think he downed. I got hit 5 times now.
I wasn't even paying attention
Keep
to be honest.
going,
Wait, Jug's on knock? Jug is
bro.
killed himself? What the
So
fuck?
that's it. That's all we get. Hey, I haven't uploaded in a long time. The reason is I only upload on special occasions like this, special videos never seen. If I were to be active again, the videos would be boring. So yeah, it was always strange for the BO2 menu to have so few maps, and it makes perfect sense they plan to include all the older maps too, filling out the globe a lot more. This is insane. I thought the BO2 version of Zombies Chronicles was lost media, and people called me crazy because even crazy, but even mentioning it existed. I know I said because even meant. You know what? Maybe I shouldn't insult people in the comment sections of the Zombies video because I'm just saying Zombies players are probably bottom feeders because Call of Duty players are bottom feeders. Probably a correlation there. The Iron Sight Ballista makes total sense now. Hold on. It's the BO2 Varrocked version of the Kar 98K. They just left it in the game after testing. What do you think about this theory? This fan theory? Does this make any sense?
I don't even know. Like, what are you trying to say, really? Like,
He's saying, well, the BO2 has the Kar 98K, which is an unscoped rifle.
yeah.
Sniper rifle. So he's saying they left the ballista in the game. Like put it in that bullshit map of Origins because yeah, I don't know. The theory it doesn't make any fucking sense.
To replace it, this is what he's saying. I mean, it's kind of obvious.
This video showcases an early build of BO2, which indicates an early version of Origins as well as the cancelled DLC 5. I can't share links or tutorial how to play this. I could get in trouble, so someone's gonna leak it one of these days. No audio, by the way. Nice. We already got tank route B before bus route B. Well, the church area in Origins is way bigger and like a village. Hold on. Okay, now we need to see this. Now it might be interesting. What the fuck? Man, this looks like phone version. There's barely any assets here. What the fuck is this? A house? An actual fucking house?
This is just Gen 6.
I thought this was Gen 5.
Or
Yeah.
5? Is it 5? I thought it was 6.
I thought Gen 6 was the church.
Oh, I thought there was 8 gens for some reason. Yeah, no, this is Gen 5.
Yeah. The flamethrower is nowhere near as intimidating. You know how the flamethrower just happens to just reach you from 10 billion, million, zillion miles away? And the Mob of the Dead
Yeah.
zombies, what is these? Man, this guy said it was a whole village. It's not a whole village. This is nonsense. It's like out of the map of Varrocked. Power switch? Nah, this is not serious. What is happening? Where are we?
You hear the sound, the fucking No Man's Land sound?
Man, this is a different type of No Man's Land, that's for sure. Oh, there we go. Someone picked up their phone, fucking hell. Man, alarm going off during a test? What are you doing?
Imagine having that as your like phone alarm or something.
Where are we?
So
Holy we could have had a town, though. This guy said village. This doesn't look like a village to me. This looks like a town.
Yeah.
Man, who is shooting these? Whoa. Zombies are just getting
This is kinda pretty
decapitated.
sick.
Man, they should have put a town in and made it feel like World War II. So whoever we got was nonsense.
Yeah, this would have been way sicker.
And actually, I'm pretty sure this is World War One, but you know, this card has never been based in World War One, as far as I know.
It looks like they shrunk the map.
Think so? Damn.
Yeah,
It's
like
the
that
same size.
area doesn't look the same size to me. It
What the fuck?
looks weird.
Just capsized in the mud. Wow, that's historically accurate. Have to get a JCB to dig it out. Why does this look so pristine? This looks terrible. Why am I watching this? Imagine if there were slightly newer versions of the BL1 World at War maps. Wait, why was this never released? And can we petition them to just release it?
It was probably like an Activision thing.
What does that mean?
Like they didn't want to take sales away from Ghosts or some shit.
But didn't they
No,
do the
that's
same
just
thing with
specific.
Chronicles?
I guess they just didn't give a fuck at that point.
But why would they give a fuck at this point? What changed? Also, what I don't understand is why didn't they release these maps? Seem like they were already in the works with Origins, so why didn't they release it to coincide with Origins? Make it an Ultimate Omega
Yeah,
Deluxe pack. As a kid, I was so disappointed with this DLC Origins. I was thinking, wait, why are there new multiplayer maps? I don't like multiplayer, and they shouldn't be getting maps. We had a deal here. I was paying you under the table. I was lobbying you guys to fix this game by adding the true maps, because you just added shit maps to this game. I wanted to see how BL2 engine would really stack up on a good map. Imagine. And Shino Numa. I think Shino Numa had potential, honestly. And it still kind of does, because it's not a map that you use a Wonder Weapon on, so I don't care about the Wolf not working. Or at least working differently, or how the fuck it works, I have no idea.
I think it's the best.
Oh, so wait, what was this? Fast stuff? What is happening, man? Man, this looks like a sex toy. What is this, man? Got like the gems and everything? Man. What is happening? I can just grip this. Mauser.
Did he just down himself?
I don't care. Origins traps. I got a blue version
Whoa,
too,
it's
guys.
So
The
sick.
water
actually.
stuff.
They should have had more shit like that in Origins.
Alright, Origins is fine.
I think it's so cool.
What
like
the fuck?
The flamethrower trap.
Yeah, it's fine, my brother.
Or the flogger.
What the fuck?
What the?
What is happening? Hold on, I'm gonna go and take a piss. I'll leave it playing though. Put in full screen for you boys.
The flogger. It's like Revelations.
Does that have the flogger?
Yeah.
Oh, really? That's probably why then, because I had it in this. Oh, is this this is like the upgrade on the staff?
What? Ooh, crazy place going hard.
It looks like what's it called? It looks like a DS game, area.
Wonder what build this is. Is this a 2012 build?
I don't know.
I'm guessing it is. Oh, well, I just remember the Reese overhead view was a 2011 one.
For this?
No. It was like the screenshot that got leaked like a while ago. Someone was flying overhead in Derice, and it said 2011, like December. But wonder if think I have it downloaded.
You already saw this one. Did you see it?
I haven't seen it.
They're like way together.
Weezy back. I can't believe we missed out on Black Ops 2 No Man's Land. I cannot believe it. I mean, that's. Wait, why does BO2 No Man's Land entice you? I'm actually curious.
Me?
No, Naraj in my chat right now. More than BO3? No, I'm not talking about BO3, I'm talking about BO1. Because this game is mechanically similar to BO1, so I'm saying, what is the point of BO2 No Man's Land? You want double the records or something? You guys want 2 world records? You guys are scuffed, man. I can't trust No Man's Land players trying to get double the records like that. Naughty boys. This timeline would have been so interesting, though. The fact that, because this game doesn't have frame lag, you would have no frame lag. Playing Ascension, maybe people are trading out earlier, and maybe the game doesn't go into this trap interregnum that happens where it went from trade to traps to trading again. That is so...
Man, I
Also,
wish
no
they
insta,
had-
no
I wish
insta
they
round.
had- Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I wish we had
Yeah.
Call the Dead though. That would be
Hold
the best
on.
one. To
Hold
play,
on.
the best port.
Maybe there is.
think-
Maybe there is a Call of the Dead. Then look at this guy.
They were planning on Call of the Dead.
Really, that would have
Yeah.
been the best one
Wait,
because
though.
that map needed changes.
Think about this. Yeah, the Call of the Dead would have been crazy. Mark II ray gun.
Yeah.
Mark II ray gun.
Probably have
Plus
traps. and
box
stuff.
Crazy.
plus
Crazier
no
town.
box lag. No, not traps.
no
what the
box
fuck-
lags.
Fucking
Well, you have like the
traps.
flinger that might have worked in this game. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, it could have. I don't trust you. The thing is, you proposed that, and you know what? You might be right because I know Treyarch is really really stupid. They don't know how the things work in their own games, so they're probably porting it over. I'm thinking, it's probably gonna work the same because it seems like it's very faithfully ported. Now, if these maps actually came out, they could have been tampered with, where they look through it and go, okay, it's gonna be different, but.
That's true.
One thing we need, so there's 2 things. So the relocate is in BO1 Doris, where what would you call it? Depending on how you build the windows, they relocate depending on what spawn zone you're in.
Yep.
Those might be different because that's a BO1 mechanic. That's not a mode of war. That's why they path to spawn a mode of war. And so BO1 Doris might look quite different. But I'm actually very interested in Shino Numa because if you don't know, they're quite different between the 2 games, World at War and BO1 spawn zones for Shino Numa. But now it seems like they based the spawn zones off of BO1, right? But they still could have changed it. As in the spawn zones in this game might work differently, and it seems like they were. It seems like they were bugging out because they were spawning behind the doors.
Yeah.
So Shino Numa might be one of the most interesting maps, and plus Flogger might not work the same. That could have been an interesting map for sure.
All of these first rooms would have been so interesting, like Jugside with walkers, like all this crazy shit would have been.
Are there
insane.
walkers,
like,
though?
The nades being way crazier too.
Wait, are the nades
BO2.
better on BO2?
Yeah.
Really?
Like
You don't
slightly.
like-
I know that.
Slightly? I
Like,
thought
like I know for a
sticks were
fact that if
better.
you do like it's 4 nades on 10 versus 2 nades on 10.
What the fuck? Oh, they're way better.
Yeah.
For me, I always like the stick grenades that stay in place. I thought the stick grenades was sick. But
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't-
another thing. They'd be rolling, so you have to time it different. Like there's a
Yeah,
lot of things that
no,
would be
that'd
different
be
for sure. And
way
then like
different.
walker speed like changes with the like
are
interaction.
they going to be
like,
walkers though? I didn't see any walkers. Am I blind?
I'd assume on BO2 there'd be walkers. I mean, they're really in the walkers like for every map. Yeah, it's
They-
2 nades on 17
What?
in BO2 exactly. Look at that.
That's
huge.
madness.
That's crazy, dude. You're camping so much different. You're camping
that'd be-
different.
Wait.
Wait,
What is it?
how would that change it though? Wait, would you say?
I mean,
Would you say
Like you-
Trickies?
Oh, I was asking what he was saying about like, why would the camping be different?
because the nades are more
said-
powerful. So you can like, I mean,
Are you talking
can't
about for
follow.
high round camping or like?
for
rooms?
solo, for
No,
first rooms,
no,
for
fast rooms.
Yeah,
For
thought you were
solo.
Yeah, for solo, it'd be crazy, dude. Straight up, you could be cooking nades and like fucking blowing up zombies in windows, like that's the thing people don't think about for this. Like, there's so much creativity that instantly takes place. Like, also, if you remember how on BO2 at the beginning, the Sallies had 100 shots in them, like at the very, very beginning before the first patch. Like,
I didn't
imagine No
notice.
Man's Land with like double the shots on BO2. Like, that would be just, there's so many different timelines that all of a sudden opened up in my mind, you know?
Wait, so this is interesting. It actually super depends on when these maps were made. Probably
Yeah.
because on BO1, the maps came on release. These were all release maps on BO1 had the most maps. Oh, and there's a fake narrative after the spell. There's this fake narrative. Do you remember when I was watching that video and this guy was saying, oh, they don't want to put a lot of maps on release day because they don't want to spread their resources.
Oh,
They're doing that sort of numbers
Oh,
thing.
it's so
But
stupid.
BO1 is, and the maps are quite different mechanically. They're obviously different. The lighting is obviously different. They've quite drastically changed the maps, even though they're using the World at War maps as a base. And to a layman, it might look quite similar. The mechanics in Spawn are different. They're quite different. And so that was just a fake narrative, first off. But if these maps, I don't think so, just because the Tommy gun sort of dispels this to begin with, that these maps were made during the or that they could have released alongside BO2. I think this would have coincided with Origins. That's what it seems like to me, because if they've got
It would've for
Alpha
sure.
Origins, it seems like these look more complete than Origins looks now. And they don't have the
Yeah.
MP40 on the map.
Yeah.
On Kino they have the BL1 MP40. They never replaced it with the Origins MP40. So it looks like these maps were going to coincide with Origins, or maybe even a little bit before. Wow, that's interesting. And the fact that these never got, what do you think happened? How do you have these maps so complete and then they just never, they blew balls the fuck out?
I have no idea.
This existed. The timeline would have been so different though. I'm specifically talking about you're talking about. Oh, there you go.
No, I was gonna say, like, just think about like how they did Kino on World at War, right? They're like, hey, we have these Kino assets. Let's save them for the next game. Let's load up, like, the way that Treyarch thinks is they're always thinking, let's load up the next game so people buy that. And so that might have been it in terms of why these didn't show up in BO2 and came in BO3. You
But
know,
BO3
like,
is so
just straight
different.
up, they're like,
It is.
but no, they
yeah,
might
that's
have
what
looked
I
at the
was gonna say.
creative, like where they were in BO3, and they're like, well, maybe we should let's hold back on these to guarantee we have this to make that game more successful. You know, I mean, who knows? Like, straight up, we have no idea.
That narrative don't make sense to me.
Well, I mean, we have no idea why they chose not to release it.
Right.
And they chose not to release Kino to make the next game have more zombies.
Right. But the thing is, BO3 was in a later. The cycle changed because Sledgehammer Games was coming in, so they already had more time to make maps. Plus, the map when they released the maps, it seems like they released very different versions of the maps than we got here. Like, these are, what we got in BO1, true to the essence of the map. Versus the nonsense in BO3 where they're putting wafts on everything, wafts on Varrogged, the movement mechanics, it's BO3, fuck BO3. Sorry if I know that was like saying the N word, but fuck BO3. Let me get that straight. Because the maps are so different, and because they came so late in the cycle of BO3, it doesn't make sense that they were considering that for BO3. They had more time, and they released the maps way later in the BO3 cycle. It feels like...
So they decided to make no money on content they've already created for no reason?
Yeah, that seems crazy. Yeah,
right?
because
they
never used this.
Yeah, this was wasted development. This was wasted, like, this they had to pay people to make this. This didn't just happen. Right? So they wasted that. They wasted any potential. And they were leaking. I saw comments about this, like how they were talking about this as a potential, mega DLC in BO2. I remember that too.
God.
And so this was being leaked to like the gamer YouTuber people as like, this might be coming. This could be coming, and they decided to throw it in the bin. Why?
Yeah, I have to know. I don't know.
I don't know why. Yeah.
It's so This is so unfortunate. I'm
I
just
know
thinking,
this is like the lost future. This was it.
yeah.
This was so much better.
I don't know if it's better. I can't say it's better for sure.
BO3?
Oh no, I'm not talking about BL3. I'm not considering BL3. I'm thinking about how do BL1 high rounds look like with a
Aw.
double set of maps. You
Aw.
have Origin because you know Origins on BO2 is going to be more developed than Origins. What the fuck, Ascension? Ascension BO1 is going to be more. BO2 is going to be more developed because there's no frame lag, and already when this map came out. Like when this would have come out, this would have coincided with the fast trade era that happened, not during the interregnum of traps.
Yeah.
And so that means you probably would have never, it could have never gone to a trap meta, but also people would have been playing it because in their mind they would go, okay, well, why would we play the BL1 version? Because that's frame lags, that's inferior. So you would just have BL2 Ascension. But then
right, so there'd be less development on like Nuker and stuff might not be playing.
This is what me and Flo were talking about a while ago. Like we were like theorizing about it, like an alternate reality. We're talking about like
Right.
Zombie Live and stuff. I don't remember when that was, but I think it was like earlier this year, maybe.
yeah.
This is so
Or maybe
sad.
back in July.
It is. I still think it's sad because I would have loved to have both of the maps and see, man. And think about how would people view instas. Think about that too, right? Because you remember how like the BO2 high round players were, you know, unintended. You know, you shouldn't be doing it. You know, maybe they're like, oh, you know, you should be playing the BO2 versions. Also, I like how he stands so far back. The meal kid turns upside down. Icon turns upside down.
You're very unstable. This game, the
I'm pretty
gameplay
sure
we
that
see
happens
looks
on BL1. That might happen on BL1.
Wait, with Meal Kick?
The meal kick icon turns upside down the actual bug machine. What I'm thinking is shit. In terms of the development of the game, not like the devs developing the game, the actual players developing the game, the real developers as I like to see it. Because these guys don't know what the fuck they're doing as far as I'm concerned. The players, yeah, we could have really different views on the game because also it would be more console dominated too. Yeah. Because there's more of a reason to just stick with console and not go on PC. Now, I think PC would eventually come into it just because that's how the industry trends are going in. Is that more people, I say industry, but just the player trends in general on all platforms, all games that all go into PC anyway. So I think that transfer was inevitable, but it might have been slower. It might have changed the way people view FOV and everything like that too. Because remember, FOV is native on this, but also PC players would be fucked. This would be a timeline where PC players would be fucked. Because think about how BO2 works on PC. It doesn't work correctly. We don't know if the traps are going to work as intended. It might just break on 159. So imagine console players are actually, instead of, you know, being the tyrants as we are seen on BO1, right? We're actually, you know, the persecuted. We're getting persecuted. You know, it's like, please let us, you know, have this, you know, patch, and then you have like fucking Fixu. But instead of like Fixu being like the sole tyrant, fuck Fixu so far. Fixu's stocks would be so fucking high because he would have like, maybe he would have like a BO2 Phoenix. Maybe Phoenix went to BO2 instead, and he never moved off of console. He sticked on, you know, a shitty PS3 and was playing, and he became the tyrant of BL2. Or we could just see like other tyrants. We could have like a Denisk that's good on Ascension or something, and we have an actual world war. We have even sides. There would be even sides. It would be a bunch of BL1 PC players versus the BL2, and you know the BL2 would just be more popular too. You know,
way more popular, yeah.
Exactly.
I do think BO1 would have the staying power in the end, though. Like, I think at the end of the day, everyone would stick with BO1 whenever.
I'm not sure about that anymore.
I'm not sure about that.
Like,
yeah.
if we're at this point now, like, I do think BO1 would.
No. Where we are is not inevitable, and history changes radically with small differences. Like it's like
100%.
that's, and this is major. And like I'm watching. Dude. I would give up the PC dominance for this era of first rooms. Like. The difference for first room players in having these maps on BO2, it cannot be understated. Like this is a completely different, more competitive, more interesting timeline in so many ways. Like I'm
Is it more
I'm so
interesting?
stunned right
Really?
now. I
You think
can't
it's more
believe that
interesting?
this.
I mean, it sucks
Everything
now
is
that
more
it comes out now because I guess you could play it now because the fast rooms would just work.
Oh,
So you could play now and get
oh,
records now.
oh.
Funnily enough, but I know what you mean. Like back when the game was actually
Oh,
relevant,
when it was
and
popular, dude. I'm thinking about all these players that are gone, like Rasta and fucking. Oh my god, just all these players that
ass
we had.
weeks.
Oh my god, dude, the best
Oh,
fucking
is it
games.
one
The
time?
lost history is like, oh my god, the escapes, just
Wait, so
everything would have been so fucking sick.
why do you think that era would have been better? Because it's just the same maps with a very similar. Do you prefer the BO2 engine? Like, what is specifically about having double the maps that are the same?
Because like the differences would emerge, there'd be like beefs between the communities, like there'd be all this shit talking, like there's different strategies, different requirements, like the nading strat on like if you just look at how depot nades work, the nading strat on Jug solo is so different than that on BO1. Like it's completely different. It involves pre-nading them to get them damaged, but like it's so much more, it would be so much more chaotic on BO2. So much more chaotic.
Is it because the rolling of the nades? Also, does the bleed out, do the bleed outs work the same too?
I don't know, and I don't even know if bleed outs would be a consideration on BO2. Like,
is it because the nades do more damage or something?
Yeah, you might be able to just get like through that faster. I mean, co-op would be crazier. Like everything would be crazier. And yeah, as Martin's saying, like there's just more content, and so there's more drama to unfold. Like all the things that make zombies good, right, would be like on steroids for the first room community. Like this would be like. Yeah, and
so this is positive for you. Wait, so how about?
Oh, this is negative because we lost this. This is like we're never getting that fucking 5-6 year period back. Like this is lost potential. This is an L. This is the biggest L.
This is a massive L. I'm just thinking
my family was murdered by a disease, and I'm digging up the cure. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like this is what I'm seeing. I'm like, wow.
So BO1 might have been a bum game. We might have been cropses too. Yeah, we might have been cropses because think about it, because you'd have, because the way I view it, right, is that there's a lot of really good games, you know. Think about, let's say, there's probably like so many different lost board games, and it just happens that, you know, like let's say in the West, you know, chess got popular, but there could have been so many other very, you know, mechanically demanding games that just never stood the test of time, you know, like some guy, you know, like some guys just got like raided and raped by Mongolian tribesmen, and now we don't have this board game that could have been even, you know, even deeper than the games that we have now, right? And it could be the case that because the way history sort of buried BL2 with nonsense maps, because I'm sorry, BL2 maps are utter nonsense.
Oh god, buried. We got buried instead. We got buried first.
That's tragic. The BL1 might have been bummed because all the infrastructure that's developed in terms of, and I say infrastructure, I mean like legacy, because legacy is a big thing, because when there's no, that's why how come no one plays like a custom map that could, you know, theoretically be like a top 5 map? How come nobody plays that? Because there's no legacy. Because once you have a legacy, a long-lasting legacy of a bunch of names that have been competing against each other, okay, that's cool. And the thing is, with BO1, a lot of these, because it's a console game, everyone's just going to move to BO2 and play the same maps but on BO2 for higher rounds. And now BO1 is just not being developed, and then people don't see the point, especially in the console days, to play BO1. And then once the sort of PC, you know, PCification happens, maybe 2 years later or something, I don't know, that was just a random number that I thought of, right? The PCification of the game, right? I wonder what happens at that point. Do people go, maybe there's a switch to BL1 because people are thinking, see, I don't know what would happen, right? Because this is the biggest question mark in the timeline, right? Because now there's a bunch of, the legacy is being switched to BL2. BL2 has all the legacy where BL1 is sort of considered like this slightly inferior version just because it was on console. And then when people start using PC, let's just say the traps don't work properly, right? And the T-gun don't work, you know, 159, everything just breaks, right? What happens then? Do people just go back to, on PC, they just start playing BL1 instead because it's better and it's sort of like a kind of considered a bomb? Or do people start, maybe we're getting in the emulator era? Or maybe we're, people are just like, oh no, you should just be playing on console on this. You know how like speedrunner games work where it's, you have to play on console if you want to play this. Like, you know, tough luck, can't play on PC.
The legacy still would exist for BO1 because again, like, it's gonna be all the PC players. It's gonna be all those guys. So
Yeah, so no one.
Yeah, a lot of the best PC players just were console players that migrated over. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, Slayer, right? He's fucking like he's a
Yeah,
he-
console
Xbox
player, yeah.
He would have stayed on fucking console for sure. Like,
Yeah,
like
all these
this
man.
changes
I don't know.
everything. Like,
Would you
this
really
changes
though? Like,
everything.
100%. 100%.
100%. Did you like
is the only
And
reason
you
you
know-
got a PC to play BO1? Is that the only reason? Like, I don't know if I'd buy that.
Oh,
No,
100% buy that. The
one on Xbox, so he would have just stayed. is what I'm
the
saying.
especially the conservatism that would develop after a long legacy is that, and you see this this just plays out in every single this actually in Mario 64 emulator is allowed, but everyone switches to N64. That's where the legacy is. Everyone gets the record on N64. You play on N64. That's just this is simple. It happens on every single game where console had that legacy. Even if emulators like slowly start being put in, if the
It's
legacy
an
is
homage
big
to
enough.
the founders.
Yeah, it's also like you're playing on like the same thing, and the conservatism, you know, it's strong.
And like
You
the people
can't
who
get
had the
rid of
record
that.
before, they give you
Mhm.
legitimacy by respecting that you did on equal machinery what they did.
Right,
Like, the fact
exactly.
that you surpassed them, they give you legitimacy, and they're the gatekeepers of who gets to be legitimate. But
Right,
like,
exactly.
dude, the first room community is so. I mean, there's so many people I'm gonna send this to because they're gonna instantly see how much lost history. Like, this is devastating. This is devastating. That this was. Oh. And you keep saying legacy, and that reminds me of this guy, Limitless Legacy. And you would have had a great time.
Legacy.
Like, there's so many people. Oh my god.
There are so many people. Come on now.
So many people who have been killed by this, just murdered by the choice not to release this.
This is nonsense. Yeah, I wonder if there are even more updated versions of this, because where did this leak come from? And
Yeah, I have no idea. Yeah, actually, I don't know.
That's a
where
good
this came
point,
from.
actually. Didn't think
Yeah.
about that.
would they ever? Nah, this is just wishful thinking. But would they ever go? All right, you know, we'll hook you up, guys. You know, like
No,
give you
no
the
way.
give you the maps. Yeah, I don't see
We
why
gotta start
not.
looking at the LinkedIn. We gotta start looking at people's LinkedIn and getting the death threats going because this is
Jesus
devastating.
Christ.
No,
Nah.
I'm actually so pissed now. I'm actually so angry. Oh my god.
I'm kind of happy. I'm not a first room player. I'm kind of happy that PC dominance. We're in the era of PC dominance. I think PC Master Race. I'm glad.
Martuccino would have been so sick. Though.
I'm
Like,
with
you're
Flair.
so right.
I think it's good that there wasn't a split community. I
Martuccino
think it would have been worse
so good.
overall for high
Yeah, because everyone's unified now. Yeah, with the PC hegemony, we're like the fucking Roman Empire versus Carthage. We've just put you all in our empire now.
This guy says he
And BO1's just so much better. Like,
Right, what's the fun saying?
more enjoyable.
This guy said he found these builds from an Activision kit he had.
So
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder if there's more updated versions. Yeah, I need to.
This
I need to
is-
start
so
instigating.
There's a June one and there's an August one that he has.
Has he checked it
Is this
out?
the August one?
I'm not actually
I
sure,
think the
but
date's back from, like,
this
the year.
guy apparently.
And this would have. I don't know if you guys remember like this content drought before BO3 came out. There's like a year where like, there was just nothing to do. Doing like all these rainbow perk challenges and stuff. This would've
Origins
nullified that.
dominance too.
It-
No
Yeah,
Origins
yeah.
dominance.
Guy's playing the August one. In this
Okay.
video.
August 2012.
So
or 20,
August 2013. August 2013 is when Origins came out.
Yeah.
Like
Wow,
26th or
They had
something.
it all ready for it to go.
Yeah. This is so. This is so.
Oh,
That's
someone needs
insane.
to pay. So, listen, I sat in Skype calls with people playing fucking Depot First Room for years. Okay, the level of psychological damage is it's not. They can't live along of a life to recover from that. Like,
Wait, so what's wrong with
Why don't we
Depot? I
get
don't know.
Galactic in-
There's some like
it's
insight.
so brutal,
don't-
dude. Like, it's
Why don't you get
in terms
Galactic
of,
in here?
like, yeah, like there's like 4 main first rooms. There's like
I know,
Varux,
I know.
and then there's right, and then, okay, so once you finish the Varux in terms of what you want from it, or
There you
the
go,
record,
Mob
you gotta
Depot.
play the other ones, and Mob is basically
Depots.
the only good one. Like Depot it has none of it. It doesn't really have similarities to the other ones in terms of
Mhm.
spawns, in terms of like what you have to do for horde ups, for killing strats. Like, it's just its own thing,
Mhm.
and you could have delayed that playing that so much by having far more interesting first rooms on all these other like BO2 maps. Like, this would have been so much more content. I could have delayed playing
Yeah,
Depot.
I think the early years definitely would have been better. I don't think anyone
So
can
much
dispute
better.
that. But the years now, I think BO1 is just the game. BO1 is the movement is better.
Yeah. I agree.
The movement is
Instas,
so
no round cap. Like
yeah,
it's-
no round cap, instas.
Do it on most maps, but yeah, and I do think.
I don't
Wait,
think
what'd you
hit it on
say?
any
Wait,
map,
what'd you
'cause
say?
Me and Flo were talking
Wait,
about
what'd
this
you say?
earlier.
Not that we're close to it on most maps on BO1.
Right. Yeah, I know, but the thing is, is the reset going to be the same?
The reset would be higher for sure, but you don't have insta rounds.
But why do you
so
think it would be
probably wouldn't
higher?
hit it on any
How does
map.
it even work on BO2?
Well, I don't really have anything to back it up, but every game does seem to have like a high reset time on all the maps.
Yeah, but why would it be
so-
higher? Aside from that, it doesn't convince me
We have
at
no,
all.
we have no basis.
Yeah, though. I was
don't know.
thinking it could be higher just because Transit is such a complicated map, and how come that map has such an insane reset? That's what I don't understand. So it could be, but also prone to errors because BL2 just is more unstable. But the thing is, because it's such a faithful port of BL1, makes me think maybe not.
Another thing that I just realized, like, we're kind of assuming that BO2 would just be unstable as a whole on PC, like even on the other maps. But I don't know, maybe, like, what if they did just work?
Well, yeah, because think about you can't play offline.
Wait,
you
can't
would-
go on. You
I
can't
don't
go on
think
Steam offline mode.
I don't think so. Can you? Can you play
No.
offline games?
I-
I don't
You
think
can
you
do it
can
on
play
BO3.
offline games. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
BO3
BL2.
is an offline mode.
You can play LAN on BO2, right? So
I
I don't.
On
I don't know if you can. Yeah, I don't think you can play BL2
Oh.
offline because that was such a big thing.
Nightly is a thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know about that. I know you can on BO3, so
Yeah, so and BO2. Think about this too. BO2 was truncated on PC. It just never had as many options on release. Dude, they just never gave a shit about this. So yeah, I can assume PC players would just be annihilated. Like the whole PC community would actually just be annihilated, and everyone would actually be. It would be way more like it would be actually migrations to console rather than the other way around, where people would be keeping their Xbox for longer just so they can play BL2 high rounds, and BL1 high rounds would just be bum because there's
it
just
would
no
be
one.
really more inaccessible. We'd have less people streaming the game because not everyone has like capture cards and stuff, right? I don't know if that's true or
No,
not,
the
but-
Galil is scuffed because he papped it and there's no sight on it, but the game is treating it as if it has sight so that ADS is
Yeah.
angled wrong. That's why.
Huh. I'm not as concerned about this, I guess, on a personal, selfish level, because I went over to PC when like everyone in the first community was still on like console, because I just thought it looked better, had better FPS, like the gameplay looked smoother. When the DOA like back speed thing came into play, I was like, oh, this is awesome. So I'm not so
Oh,
concerned
the
because
back
I know I would have.
speed! There's no
but-
back speed on this too.
Yeah,
Oh,
that would have been
yeah.
a whole other dynamic, which would have been so interesting.
That's another thing too. Yeah, because point hoarding would be way hard. Like think about how you do on Darius, where you like walk back really fast, where you shooting the zombies while also you get the board window at the back if that's open. Oh no, that wouldn't be. Oh no!
But I know I would have gone to PC still for at least BO1. So I'm not so concerned for myself. But
But
I
do you
see what you're
think
saying for the
BL1
larger
with
community.
this still being a thing?
Yeah.
That is-
Like the BO, like on Jug side, like there
Oh,
would be
first rooms.
serious difference, because I'm talking about myself for first rooms, like major differences on that first room. So they would basically be two different maps functionally, given how different every strategy would be different. Like BO1 Jug side would be seen as like the harder, lower round, more challenging. Like the nades are worse. Like you're like you're dealing with completely different zombie movement and mechanics. Like there's
the
so it would be seen as-
zombie
So why
mechanic.
would it be different for high rounds?
I don't know that it would. I'm just thinking about my own development for these
Yeah,
periods,
some of-
like, in the communities,
some of
because I
course,
wasn't involved in the high rank community in these periods, so I have no idea about how they would have developed or not. But in first rooms, it would have been so different.
I don't. Are there walkers? Can this guy actually show zombie
1 second, I'm
interaction?
gonna go outside.
I don't know if
Yeah.
there are walkers. I think they're all just sprinters.
They would have added walkers for sure. That's like 100%.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, I
I
wouldn't
think
say
no, I don't think so at all. 100%. Actually,
Yeah.
I'm almost on my view is because did they ever add walkers? So on Origins doesn't have any walkers, and this was coinciding with the release of Origins. And
Okay,
plus,
I
these
see
are
what you're saying.
ports of the previous maps, and they didn't do that. They didn't port any previous maps over to thingy. The main like before we found out about this, we didn't see any ports, so we actually have no idea how they would treat older maps. Would they keep the mechanics? It seems like they had it's not a universal mechanic.
In BO2, yeah.
Yeah, because of Origins. Origins breaks that. So I don't think there's any walkers.
I'd be interested to know. Yeah.
Yeah, this is just all sprinters. Yeah, no walkers.
You know what I just realized? I don't
Obviously,
think
this is unfinished.
Shang yet, right?
Yeah, we're not seeing Shang. No, Shang will Call of the Dead. I don't think Shang would be that. Shang would be a look. Because the horde is more compact, you'd be able to trade a lot tighter and not have zombies just explode on
Apparently,
you.
I was reading more into it. Apparently, Call of Dead got cut really early.
Oh, good. I mean,
Shit.
bad. That would have been one of the most interesting maps for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it would fit for this game anyway. Survival map.
Yeah. This is bum. I like how this has the camel from this crossbow. Yeah. So it seems like a lot of the maps are in different levels of completion. I don't.
Yeah.
And what makes me think that is because the weapons in the box, like this is just a BL1 box, but if you saw Moon and all that, there were majority BL2 guns, if not all BL2 guns, which makes me think there is something different going on. Yeah, there's definitely something. There's either I don't know why would they would have BL1 guns. It seems like their whole philosophy was to add the box from the game that it's in, because they did that with BL3 as well. So it feels like those maps are a little bit more unfinished. This map is almost complete apart from the Zap gun. Oh, and the Easter egg non-mod, but that doesn't matter. That actually that might be even correct.
Yeah,
actually might be canon.
Here. Fuck the Easter eggs, dude.
Nah, no, fuck them.
So cool.
But yeah, these don't work. I mean, they do, but they just have too much ammo in. There's a 130. Okay, it's a little bit. It's a little bit
very
much.
not developed. Yeah.
Animations are a little bit. Yeah.
Junky.
We lost this. Good. Oh, it sucks for you, but good for me.
Shang would have been huge for first rooms because inside the first room community, there's a separate Shang first room community. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true. Very different. Very different players. Very separate players.
Huh.
Yeah. Wow. Just all these people getting fucked by the no fort. Dude.
Oh my word. They have no idea how they just changed the trajectory of this community.
Everyone, dude.
Yeah. You pull first room players and us lucky PC players. We just got so.
Oh, the timeline is so gifted. Dude, the worst timeline.
Best timeline ever.
Dude, see, I thought that the like Mayan calendar stuff was bullshit and like pseudoscience, but maybe that was the end of the world. Maybe the 2012 Mayan calendar was, and I didn't realize how the world was ending. But yeah.
Yeah, you didn't. Yeah, you just get this taken away. That makes me think of how many different things I've just missed out on that without knowing in video games that I really like.
Yeah, so many things. And this was like secret, really. I mean, I didn't even know this was a thing. Rumored to be a thing. So this is very sad.
Yeah, this does
Stupid
actually.
Fucking Mayans, bro. They should have had a couple more years on that calendar. Would have saved the community.
Yeah, I'm really upset. Treyarch actually doesn't need to answer for this because this is a good apology would just be restoring these maps, but it wouldn't be the same because the community isn't in the same place as it was back then, for sure.
Monstrous.
Yeah, it just sucks.
How possible is it for somebody to take these files and
people are working
very
on it.
possible. Very possible.
People are working on it.
Look at that icon. Holy
That'd be
shit.
amazing to see.
Oh yeah,
Like,
for
it's so,
sure.
like-
It would be very easy for someone like Jaybird to just touch up the maps and make them correct. I mean, I don't know if I would trust him on a philosophical way, but in terms of technical ability, absolutely, this guy would easily be able to final
Jesus
snap this
lizard.
map. Oh my word,
It looks like
man.
the only one that's finished is Knocked, which is pretty obvious.
No,
It's
yeah.
not even fully finished.
Had to do a
It
lot of
has
work on that.
DSR. Oh yeah, the DSR
Which-
from the cabinet doesn't make any sound.
I
I
mean,
don't
they
like
might have done that anyway.
don't like how they got rid of the swastikas. Really
I
strange.
know, bro. That's fucked up, dude. That's like history and shit.
Yeah, take another puff of that blunt, dude.
Bruh, that's like fucking history and shit, bro.
Bruh, yeah, no history and that was like Nazis and shit back in
Dude, the
1940.
bad guys back then, bro. The bad guys from zombies, dude. Yeah, we gotta keep them in there. That's
Yeah,
canon.
no,
That's canon
yeah,
in the
that's
game.
canon. That's really funny that they don't have swastikas. I wonder,
It is.
did they do the same? I think they may have done that in BL3. I think in BL3
Yeah.
they
It's like all eagles and stuff.
yeah, I don't know that. They should have just stayed with swastikas. That's really. I wonder why they did that. What was it just like
That's
state of
Germany's bad,
controversy?
probably. Yeah, I think in the German version they did take out a lot of that stuff.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, same with Japanese.
That's so funny.
It makes sense. I know Germans are a little bit more Nazi with their
Yeah,
for
they're
lack of a
so
better term.
Nazi with how they
Yeah, how they moderate their
very
video
Nazi.
games. Yeah.
Big time. Yeah.
Well, dogs. I mean, imagine if they never added the dogs. This would actually be the first time we see dogs in BL2. Also, the wallpaper looks different here. Same in the MPL room. I don't know if that's
They
just
added dogs as like a mode you can customize in the custom games.
yeah. The light don't work.
Yeah, BO2 uncircumcised is like a completely different timeline.
I
We got
know. Yeah, I
circumcised
can't
BO2.
believe that.
I can't believe they circumcised.
Fucking
BO2.
Americans.
So shit.
RPD. Yeah, they love the M27. No matter what, even if it's a BO1 thingy.
Oh yeah, because that's only in Nuketown, right?
Yeah, that's only a Newtown weapon. I love that.
What's up with these knives, these insta knives that he's got going
Yeah,
on?
don't know what's happening with him. Fire cell, that's disappointing. That turns into a death machine. Interesting.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of weird stuff going on.
Yeah, this map's definitely not finished. But at least they fixed the bugs.
Yeah, all the no power games, like all these different, like if there's death machines in this, like no power is so different. Like
Mm,
it's just all these different things. Like
mm.
the high rounds is so different.
So many childhoods just ended here.
Oh my god, yeah.
Yeah. And PC players just almost avoided
stop playing.
hegemony because of a bad port. Think about that. That's the only reason why. Because BL2
Yeah.
was a bad port. So a truncated BL2, a circumcised BL2 is
Yeah.
actually better for BL1 PC players.
Ultimately,
Imagine
yeah.
BL1 isn't revered as it is today. You know, imagine if we have a hypothetical time machine where we can go into the other universe that this got released in, and you see, completely different versions of you where, you're not that veteran high round player.
Yeah.
You're just, you're more, maybe you
First
quit.
rooms
You're first rooms only. You just found, first rooms were enough to satisfy you.
Yeah.
And then everyone that is still stuck on BO2, like the FOV isn't a thing.
Oh god.
Because everyone's playing on console, so because there's no console FOV. And then the big, like, Figsu is a big shot still. He's, still in the game.
Oh, he's
Yeah,
huge,
yeah, wow.
Definitely some
Madness.
L's in that timeline, but I'm taking
Big
it every
L's,
day.
yeah.
I'm taking it
Mm.
every day
Yeah.
for my selfish reasons, like every day.
Yeah,
This is some-
definitely. I'm definitely taking L's in that timeline. Probably never even would have been a zombie player because I specifically like BO1.
But like,
Uh,
wouldn't BO like two Doris be so interesting? Like the economy is way harder to deal with because you can't, right? Like there's like you can't use instas to.
So yeah, eventually you'd run out. But I was thinking, so on BO1 the way it works is that you can shoot 3 zombies with 1 bullet.
Right.
But I think on BO2 it might be more,
Oh,
which
really?
would drastically change.
That's huge.
Yeah, I know. So that
Be
could be a
interesting
thing.
what guns and
And also, you
honestly
have a
probably
Tommy gun,
yeah.
which
If it has
means
the
you,
barrel, that would be insane. The fucking drum,
yeah, drum, yeah, you're
that would be insane.
making way more points.
Yeah, that might be ridiculous. But the
than
fact
the-
that there's no instance mean it's trades throughout the whole game,
Yeah,
and that would be really interesting. I mean,
yeah, no box arrow, assumedly.
oh,
Yeah, that would be really sick, honestly.
it's so cool.
Yeah, but I wouldn't be a BO2 player just because, what you call it? I stopped playing zombies and I went to PC. And so, with there being no, that, there wouldn't be any, like, Spirit would be on BO2 to Reese, right? And I'd be watching him
Yeah.
playing BO2 to Reese. And then, I remember watching Spirit, or I should say her, Spirit, who else? Luda. Like, Luda probably wouldn't even exist. Crumpets was a controller player, so he definitely would be on BL2 Darius.
Mhm.
But I'll be watching him play and then think about this, right? It's just that I'm probably not gonna be playing the game because BL2 is this like bullshit version on PC. And then probably console conservatism that still existed, right? There was an island of BO2 conservatism. Sorry, not PC conservatism, BO2 conservatism, right? That would be way more widespread because it wouldn't just be, outliers.
No.
It would be
Radicals,
the
yeah.
majority. It would be the majority decision of the community. And
I kinda
so,
hate that. Yeah.
yeah, so yeah, just wouldn't. I would have never existed in that timeline. I would never become a zombie player. Could be a bad timeline.
Yeah, a lot of changes in that timeline for sure.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, in some way, you got to trust some level of resilience. I mean, it's tough to say, you know?
I definitely would have never played 100%.
Yeah.
Maybe other players, like maybe Luda would have somehow played on console, like on a free. He would be on a 360 or an Xbox One playing BO2. Hard to believe, but yeah, maybe Luda would have existed. Probably not. Also because I like the camos too. I think the camos entice me too. I remember seeing Gashback for the first time, and I just ended
Yeah,
up.
true. Oh, that was crazy. The gash pack was crazy.
Yeah, no, yeah, I remember just putting all the camos in my game, and then I wanted to remove it the next day because it looked so disgusting.
So
No,
disgusting. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was when you got to be selective with the gash pack. But...
Yeah, and then I only just,
Oh, man.
added a few things. But yeah, the timeline would have been way more conservative. Maybe for the better, because I don't think, I don't necessarily disagree with the game just being 65 FOV, hardcore. Maybe it would have been too much for me, just because I do like custom camos, but 65 FOV only, yeah, that's good. I like 65 FOV. I don't like the fact that there was, because there's no standard rule set, so people just play with whatever they want, and whoever sort of gets the most viewers, or gets the world record, or can get enough world records, can kind of can kind of change mold the community in the way that they want it to be molded in. It's sort of what happened with OU. So there would be no FOV. FOV players would be slammed because there'd just be too many console conservatives. And possibly for the better. And just what else about high rounds would change? In terms of like community wise. I don't know if PC would ever be adopted. Ever. I don't know if it ever would. I wouldn't. There would probably be a subset of community members that eventually sort of, but they might be quite fringe. It's like, oh, you're modding the game,
I think
and
the ones that were on the PC were often like fringe but respected. Like I'm thinking about like 5 and 5 and Stret and like a lot of players that like.
But do you see how they held them back? 5 and 5, 5 and 5. You remember that Ascension game where they thought BO1 reset didn't exist, so he actually he snuffed his world record chance because of a misunderstanding of reset. That is really unfortunate.
Players who want to like get into the game in a way that's like console doesn't allow, and like customize it and mod it and like there's still
Mhm.
a World at War PC modding scene in this timeline. Like that's a big driver of why people have a PC is so they can play the World at War custom
Yeah, yeah,
maps.
for
Like,
sure. Yeah, that's
you know, so
true.
like I'm just saying, there's a lot of incentives that would have brought people to PC
Oh,
beyond
for
just
sure.
yeah. So and then if you
The
have that,
general trends too. We're just
yeah,
leaning
the
to
general
PC.
trends I think just
Yeah.
go to PC, and so
Hmm.
I think that there's a lot of similarities in where we end up, but I think that the
There
period
is.
of time there's less like, you know, as Drickus was saying, like Greg FPS style Rainbow Perk Challenge stuff. Like there's less like, yeah, playing Painful Depot, fucking, you know, Die Rise first room stuff. Like it's just there's so many better things for at least on
For
the
sure.
areas
Yeah,
I
the
care about.
content would
Yeah,
be a
the
lot
content is so
richer.
much better. There's a
Grief could
deeper
also be
community
interesting
base,
too.
like a much deeper community base, and like again, like the idea of you being able to be like, okay, you know, I'm kind of struggling on this map, I'm gonna like go to this other map. That's so huge for
Hmm.
keeping zombies alive. Like have it, but it's just the fact that there's so few maps, and so when you get frustrated and struggle on one map, you basically have to take a break from the whole game rather than going to a different map, and so it slows down player skill progression, it slows down kind of total game knowledge. I think having
I
a
think
lot
game
more
knowledge would have
diversity.
been worse in the alternate timeline. I think this timeline actually has better knowledge just because
I mean for player
the
skill, like not for like the full game knowledge. I mean, but like for like playing the map effectively. Like people, you
I
gain a lot from
disagree
playing other maps, not so much like
for
you
sure,
know like
but I
you'll like
disagree.
come back at the same map with like new eyes, and so. But you're right in
Hmm.
terms of the like in-depth game knowledge, like the technical aspects, definitely be limited for sure by the consistency.
Not only technical, I just think in general. I think I saw that I predicted this. I said when BO2 gets a strat tester, the strats are going to be so different because it's being held back by the fact that you just can't test these really ridiculous strategies and refine a game plan. So I said that, and exactly what happened. OnlyFans just comes out, and it's just so much. It is a
Yeah, the
ridiculous
origins
version.
tank strat, like all that stuff.
Yeah, exactly right. The strat development just increased exponentially. So I definitely think the actual game skill. I think for the early years, a little bit that probably a little bit better, but definitely worse. Maybe like middle of the road in that timeline where the PC what do you call it? The PC switch happens earlier just because there's more incentive to, and then the what do you call it? You have people playing Strat Tester and just getting better at that. But also another interesting thing too, right, is um so we're leaning more to just BL2, BL1 maps just being more popular, and the World of War maps, of course, being more popular. It's funny because I consider the World of War maps also BL1 maps because
Yeah.
they're actually quite different on BL1, and they exist. Their identity is BL1. Their World of War identity, as far as maybe Shino Numa has what do you
Yeah, it
call
has
it?
the most independent identity for sure.
Because of the 7,200 rounds, the 24 zombies around. But as far as I'm concerned, yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. But for world records, right? In terms of the people that are playing, do you think in terms of so you have a PC community, right? And then there could be people that mod the game for PC to be able to compete with BL1. Sorry, with BL2. Like, oh, I'm, modded the game, and that would be quite controversial for sure. But I definitely think that would definitely at least exist,
Yeah.
100%. Just because in our timeline, Nightly 2014 existed,
Exactly.
so it is obviously gonna exist. The thing is, it will probably be just because BL2 conservatism would push it down, so people are not really playing on it and fully exploring it. Because it seems like the most competitive players are also looking for some sort of purpose in terms of you're going for the most competitive maps.
Yeah.
And so when your competition is sort of being stifled by we don't consider this real, you're gonna actuate yourself to the actual way, to the actual standard. So I think that BL2 Nightly comes around a little later for sure, when the let's say 2 years delayed of people moving to PC. But with BL1, right? But because that delay happens, right? Do you think PC players, instead of trying their hand at trying to play nightly. And I think it'll be worse players left over, so people don't really, play nightly to the full extent that it could be played at. So no one actually manages to challenge a world record, because I think the competitive players would just move to console. Do you think BO1 starts to get developed by these players, and they start to sort of build out the legacy that was left on BO1? Because there would still be a legacy on BO1 that exists, and it might be sparse in terms of challenging world records, but they would still be there, and that means it wouldn't super be considered bum. And think about that, right? So now you have a PC takeover of the world records that would happen, and maybe it happens slower because there's going to be fewer players that are playing. But on top of that, they're probably going to be worse players because BO2 console is going to be more competitive. But I think at some point these records are going to be taken, at least some of them. The drama that creates in terms of someone's the BO1 world record holder, but they took it on a less competitive game, sort of like how we look at World at War players. But the thing is, we can't look at the World at War players are sort of, they're a different species to us. It's like, oh, you're playing the bum game, but it's not, we can't say like, oh, come on, BO1, because the skills are quite different, right? It's like you're talking about playing Minecraft and I'm talking about playing Roblox. There's two different games with, different skill sets and everything. But the thing is, with BO1 and BO2, them being so similar, that creates crazy narratives. And I'm talking about if you follow, specific sports where there's different circuits between the different continents, those two, like, players from one continent going to the other circuit, that's considered big, and that would be the same thing where you're playing the same, like a very similar game to us, high rounds wise, very similar game where a lot of the skill comes over, and someone comes to BO1 PC, someone is like, oh, these, and BO1 players would be, just to imagine it, I'm just gonna say, like, in quotes, World at War players, right? Because we BO1 players will be the World at War players, and that's how BO1 is seen as. And so people are going to sort of go on a conquest because it's so similar. There's actually an incentive to do that, and plus, with people probably having PCs, to play World at War custom maps, there'll be an invasion of BO2 console players over, because they'll be probably the more competitive guys, right? And because just the general trend of PC moving over to BO1, PC, people moving over to PC just in general, right? You're gonna have a whole invasion of BO1, but it's gonna be considered. We're gonna be colonized. I say we as in like we're not gonna be the same people, but we would be. I would be colonized. Right. These BO2 players, like, we are the best. Oh, BO2 king, and the identity, because you know how BO1 gangsters exist, right? It would be the other way around. It's like we're the BO2 players running this shit. We're the BO2 players, and
which I think just makes more sense, because it's like that. Like, a lot of people who are BO2 players are just BO1 players that kept playing, and then people that just started playing at BO2 would have an interest in going back to BO1 because it's so similar. I think so. I think the same thing would play out in that, like, BO1 and BO2 player bases are kind of considered like the OG zombie player base. I don't think there's much of a difference between those, and I think it would kind of play out the same way, but just more of an emphasis on BO2 for sure.
Yeah, and
I completely
more of I'd say I sort of like a migrant identity. You know how, like, people go to their family roots, right? I see Americans do this. Even when they're so far attached from the countries they come from, they go like, oh yeah, I'm Greek, I'm Italian. Yeah, what the fuck are you talking about? Italian? You can't.
No, we're
speak
different because we care about our families and our heritage. It's like, oh yeah, that's what makes you different.
Right. So the identity, there's going to be identitarianism with the whole oh yeah, I'm a BO2 gangster, I'm colonized. It's going to be seen as occupied territory rather than BO1 players just playing their own game, sort of we're the kings of our own land. It's going to be some like foreign kings, and they're going to see themselves as foreign kings, like, yeah, we took over this shit. This is like the fake game. I didn't even need to try to on this game with the BO2 gangsters. And I wonder what the storylines would look like. Would there be sort of, would the BO1 players ever, the ones that sort of never went onto the BO2 console days, would they ever emancipate themselves, or would it be sort of like the children of the colonizers, the people that sort of grew up from watching these colonizers play, the BO2 colonizers play BO1, would they sort of be the ones that ultimately overthrow and take over the world records, or would it actually be the BL1 players, the natives? Would they ever emancipate themselves? I wonder how that would go.
I wonder too. Yeah.
That timeline would have been so that would have been a
Well, and like, I think
go
the
on.
question of the composition of these groups is different because, like, well, why are certain groups gravitating towards BO1 versus BO2 versus going on to BO3 versus going back to World at War, right? And
Mm-hmm.
I think part of it is the gameplay mechanics of it, the like
Mm-hmm.
movement, the kind of strategy. And I think in this timeline, you could just make a case that BO2 is just a more complete package. And I think that you're imagining these kind of tribes as two static of entities, whereas really it's the composition of the players that makes the tribe. And I think there would be a bigger, more competitive group of people that might better regulate who gets counted as a good player on BO2. Like I think most players that were good and skillful would be attracted to BO2 as a package. And then you'd have these high round, slow, players that like frenzy kind of people just going really methodically about the game. And I think people would get tired of that anyways. I don't think that would stay around as the dominant form of play,
Oh,
especially when you
100%,
have a
yeah.
lot of competitive players. So I think that like there might even be a speed. You could make an argument that there's a speed up in the rejection of these slow, boring strategies. Like even when you had Figsu, you had people like TZT Economy that were being like, let's fucking use all the weapons we can to do as much damage as we can on survival maps. Like it wasn't like it's like, so I think that the like who's attracted to these games and the type of player they are. Yeah, like I think the good players would be on BO2. I think the
100%, yeah. And
mechanically
they're gonna be the
gifted and
BL2 gangsters.
yeah, but like that's I think would be I think that those same people are still gonna look back at BO1 to the like with the same kind of mindset of let's optimize this, let's get this going. I think trade strat still develops. I think maybe we're looking at in different moments and different
Or
times,
trade
but
shot
like
would look different because of the way the spawns work too. Oh, that would
yeah,
be
but trade strat
maybe
on
BO.
BO2 would be like, oh well, that's and then people might discover it on BO1. Like, oh, but this is
Oh
different.
yeah,
This is better.
that
It
yo
might be a
this
reverse
yeah
way.
yeah
Yeah,
it might be,
so
yeah.
yeah, so like I think, but I think it's because of the type of players that are attracted to these games that makes the tribe what we see them today. And then I think, yeah, like it would just be that process, but like for more concentrated on BO2. I think Grief would be more popular too. Also, I'll say that. I think Grief, because of the type of players there, and that being a game mode that's there, I think people would be more
Oh
interested
yeah,
in it.
that's
Like
true, yeah.
a lot of the BO and that was great. Like there was a migration where a lot of first room players from BO1 came over, Toker, Ramsey, fucking 5 and 5, all these people,
Very
and
even
started
played.
getting into first rooms. QP Derek, first room player, Grief player got into first rooms. Like there's kind of a back and forth migration. So I think that stuff happens too. There's like I think when one group comes over, they almost are act as ambassadors, and you're like, oh, this guy's fucking sick. He's doing well
Mm,
at my game. Let's see what his game is. You know what I mean? Like that's kind of how I
mm-hmm.
approached it. I was like, oh, this actually looks sick. Like this looks similar to what I like about my game. I'll start doing it there. Like that's
Right.
so I think that stuff still happens. I don't think that goes away.
Oh yeah, I mean it even happened in our timeline with how
Yeah,
different BO3 and BO1 was, but there was definitely an identity where it's yeah, that's a BO3 player and he came from
right.
BO3 and people see it,
But
like
even that, like Martin, like first room wise, like he fucking did so good in BO3 first rooms. Like he was one of the
mhm.
dominant entities. But then yeah, you got people like Dopio or something who's like a BO3, BO4 kind of guy, right? Very different.
Mhm.
So
Yeah, I think that would be strong identities, not just because of the
definitely.
games, but just the console. I think the console actually makes the identities stay strong, between the two games, and I think it would be seen as yeah, we're BO2 gangsters, just how we see World at War. We
Yeah.
you'd be seen as sort of like a bum, sort of not in the same way, but I think the timeline would be better because World at War just showed it like who the fuck cares about World at War, nonsense
We
game.
don't care about World at War, yeah.
Yeah, the mechanics so cleanly move over to BL1 that there would be this, people are going to be playing BL1, but the thing is, because the legacy is still on BL2, I think there's still going to be a attachment to BL2 because a lot of these players, because I think these, in terms of when people got into the speedrunner mindset, I think would have been when BL2 is still the dominant game.
Definitely.
And and therefore it sort of sticks as the dominant game because it has all this legacy, and you're thinking about like the world record that last got set, and so BO1 is sort of like it stays the side adventure for a long time, if even just permanently stays as the sort of like backwater, not as much of a backwater as World at War, less competitive. Trade strat may emerge way later and still be seen as this nonsense strat that potentially exists, because I don't know on BO2 with how the spawns work in that game that we're gonna see a trade strat. Maybe not.
I know for a fact instas would be used as a reason to say that BO1 is a less interesting game. Like literally fucking one every other round is like round one. Like that would be a totally dominant like retard narrative for sure. 100%.
100%.
Like you're
yeah.
100%, dude. Like just knowing the kind of people in this game, like I've said this before, dude. Some of the stupidest people you'll ever meet are zombie players. Like it's some of the smartest, but also some of the dumbest people. Like and they're it's not always
most of the time it's usually the dumbest, just because it's a Call of Duty game, and that casts a wide net over the population. Usually the just saying, if you play Call of Duty, you're probably stupid.
Or just like a normal person, like just
normal, which
and that's stupid. A range of people that's not very helpful for
stupid.
Stupid or just like a kind of normal person.
I think zombies does we get fewer dumber people just because it
weeds it a little bit. It's more specialized.
It's definitely more of a specialized game mode, and I think the ignorant multiplayer players are like, you kill AI, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life, so it kind of weeds out, but you still get a lot of those cons coming in from Call of Duty, so that's sad. And those narratives absolutely existed in our timeline, but the thing is that it wouldn't be, and those are the top BO2 players saying that, and so you would actually have the top BO2 players outnumbering the poor BL1 players, and that would just be the prevailing narrative. Like, why would I even want to get past 162? Because now I'm playing a Mickey Mouse and throwing nades and everything.
It's like a fucking fraud game. Exactly.
Yeah,
that I think that would be an annoying thing, because instas are such a cool dynamic, and like they're so dynamic in how it changes what like the strategy is, the points, like it makes certain rounds way more possible. Like it's such a dub overall. There's so much innovation in that space, but it would not be viewed positively at all, for sure. It'd be viewed kind of like gobble guns. But I think that's another thing is like, think about how much more like power there would be to like reject the shittiness of BO3 if you had this depth of content on BO2.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like I think there would be such a stronger, oh my god, it's so mediocre, and there's be such a strong base at which you could say, well, fuck this, like I'm not getting anything that I want from these maps, like I'll just go back to the like still very superior game, and that would be awesome. That would be so fucking powerful to have that. And like for I think there's a friendship element here of like think about the co-ops too. Like there's so many more co-ops available. BO2 is a way better game for co-ops because of the fucking like the time, the reset time is like way more reasonable for an actual co-op game, and you can actually leave and like have these like you can pause and custom games. And so co-op becomes like a possible fucking thing where you're not like killing yourself, like Killer Swan and Afterburn or whatever. Like you're actually able to play
I wish I still had that
co-op on these maps. Like that's huge. And for friend groups and all this stuff, like that's like this is the TeamSpeak Skype era, at least for me. But still like this is huge, I think.
Co-ops actually might take off in comparison to how they are now, which is seen as only
psychotic.
The extreme psychotic players that are willing to
the Eggmans,
go to hospital,
the real Mavericks,
or like the branded. I mean, I just think in general, I think co-ops are just nonsense. I've always seen them as nonsense.
But there's so many cool strats for co-op. Like whenever Crafted Sam would come at a call, I'd always be like, okay, co-ops are actually sick, because he'd be coming up with all these crazy strategies, and I'm like, okay, this is cool.
Was there 5v5 a co-op strat guy too?
Yeah, he was. Like that shit's fucking crazy. Like him and Bishazor coming up with that strat, like that's fucking sick. Like
co-op is definitely cool in terms of the social element. I just think I just think I'll never get into co-op. So I think co-op's a bomb. Apart from until I saw trade strat co-op, I think after Sam, I played a game with him, just like, oh yeah, we can do that. But it's trade strat BO2.
I know, but
co-op.
I'm saying like also you don't have the same requirements of like actually going into psychosis.
I know,
all of a sudden things are, and I like people.
Think about this, right? trade strat would have maybe it would have even emerged earlier in a more co-op dominated because obviously you
True.
can take so many. Wow. And because it would be way more possible because yeah, the spawns are faster, but you can put the boards on the window because you have the blue player doing that or whoever the fuck holds the WAF. I don't actually know what holds the WAF on co-op. What's more
It's like a
optimal?
point thing. It's like a point thing, but and that's another thing. If like, well, one person leaves, like all of a sudden half your points are gone. You know, for the co-op, like it. So economy matters hugely in co-op.
Wait, is that
trade
what
strat
happens
because,
if one
yeah,
person leaves?
it goes to zero. It goes to zero. Yeah.
Oh, the economy, yeah, that's crazy.
Wait, I gotta let my dog out 1 second. My dog's barking. She's gonna. Pee.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna go and get a drink.
Hello, motherfuckers. Hello. Hello. Everybody AFK? But
I'm back. Hello.
hi.
Oh, statements. Oh, he posted more stuff. I didn't even realize. That means I need to watch this. The CM Factory. Oh my.
Oh, this would be so crazy.
Oh wait.
What are we
I-
going through here?
What'd you say?
What are we going through here? What are we looking at?
We're mapping out the alternate timeline that would be BL2 with the BL1 maps and World at War maps because Massive League just happened where they have almost perfect working versions of those maps in the game that just never came out.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
know.
I
This is
sent you that
insane.
shit.
It was. Yeah, actually, my jaw dropped to the floor. I couldn't believe it. I mean, just go on my share screen right now.
Well, Niraj, I saw what you sent me, and I saw what Shelby sent me some stuff, and it was basically just what you sent me too, where it was only
Right.
Derice. I didn't
No,
know
it's
that.
it's almost every apart from Quarter Dead and Shang, every map is here.
What?
Yeah,
Yes.
the timeline is so different. The timeline is so different now.
So Demons definitely has some idea. Actually, I want to map this out. I want to open up a text document and actually annotate this because I was thinking it just make it into a video. I actually want to make it into a video because I think we have so many good ideas. I think this is this is actually more expansive than what me and Tricky's fought. Me and Tricky's fought out like sort of the foundations, but in terms of I think I'm right on this. I think I don't know how you think because I know we've sort of been bouncing ideas back off each other. It's not like it's my view, but it's like basically what we've said is like my view of like the timeline of how it would happen.
What?
Well, how does this release affect everything subsequently? Like we're talking fucking what 20th August 2013. Like from that point on, zombies in the community is completely different. You know, we have like
Well,
every
the port is inferior, right? So the BL2 port is inferior on PC, right? And so
Right.
you realize how on BL1, right? There's a reason to migrate to PC on BL1 because there's no box lag or anything like that. And so when BO2 comes out, right, just because it's a new game, people are going to be playing it and getting world records. But not only that, on top of that, it's, hey, why don't we stay on this game because BO1 has box lag, and we can just play a very similar version of the game on BO2. And how does that sort of change now? Because you know how BO1, because there's a reason for people to migrate to BO1 to PC on BO1. That means that the BO1 players are the PC players are sort of dictating, you know, what's right and what's wrong in terms of the rules of the game. You know, we have custom camos, FOV, and everything like that. But because BO2, there's a reason to stick on console. There's going to be more of probably a conservatism that develops in terms of FOV, in terms of is nightly, because nightly exists in this time in this current timeline. Nightly 2014 it exists. There's a way to play offline because on Steam I don't think you can. And so and plus the 159 bullshit. You have this timeline where there might not be a healthy PC community that develops. It might develop a little bit later, and it actually might create sort of a split where people that play on PC might play on BO1, but because the more competitive game is BO2 console, people want to play on BO2 console. And that's actually happened because the BO2 port was so bad. 5 and 5, actually, he was a PC player originally that moved onto console to play BO2. There is a case study to show that people that are serious about the game will move to console to be able to interact with that. And so we have BO1 as this sort of backwater like World at War is. Probably not as much of a backwater because World at War is quite different. And because it's quite different, there's less of a reason for people to actually want to go for world records on that game. But because BO1 is quite similar to BO2, there's actually a reason for BO2 players that sort of like, let's say there's a conquest that happens. And because in the early years, there's more of that's actually more of a feasible thing for people to actually conquer the whole game, right? Or at least a lot of players having a world record, they might go back on BO1 because BO1, remember, it's not like World at War. BO1 actually has that legacy and also the skill transferal. You might see people go back to BO1 and actually try and conquer that, and that means there's these less skilled BO1 players that, you know, view them as like sort of like the native population almost, that have to sort of compete against these BO2, you know, ferocious invaders. You know, these guys are like the Romans or whatever invading population you want to think of. They're coming in, and there's now this sort of new dynamic that develops of BO2 gangsters, because those are the real players, those are the ones that are the most competitive drive. They're the ones that are, it's not the BO1 gangsters anymore, it's the BO2 gangsters trying to compete with the BO1 players. And especially when I think it sort of comes a little bit later, because I think PC's inevitability in terms of just the way when people get older.
Every game's community, yeah, and like it's just, this is inevitable, yeah.
This is sort of like an almost inevitability. I put an asterisk there because there are still so many communities that will stick on console, but there's and the inertia of the game moving on to PC because of the conservatism. But a lot of games have allowed emulator play, but there's still this sort of like, okay, but you need to play on console to get the record because that's the real way to do it. But there will be a move. It will happen later, but just because it's an inevitability of just other video games also just being better on PC, and video gamers don't just play one game, they play multiple games. You will have people that move onto PC, and therefore there's actually an incentive to now play. There's way more of an incentive to play BO1 because they also have a PC along with a console to play BO2. They'll play BO1 on PC, and now there's this like massive sort of clash of the titans. And I'll use this case study. It's called Tekken, right? So Pakistan is this region that nobody knew existed, and it has the best players. just imagine DLC. It just has the best players. No one knew about this. It was South Korea that were the best. And then once this region got found out, everyone just got destroyed. It was the best thing that ever happened to the game. Pakistani players, people were so, it was just such an exciting time to be a part of the game. Any other game would have prayed for that to happen to them, because you just having fucking like invaders and Titan just coming in and fucking you up, and then you getting better at the game. That's what would have happened to BO1. It would actually be this actual like Clash of the Titans. It's like finally these BO1 players getting exposed, and the BO1 players are like these sort of bum PC players where a lot of the BO1 gangsters that you see now, the people that sort of identified a lot with BO1 would have been the BO2 gangsters coming into BO1 and invading. Like, no, we're actually BO2 players. We're coming in, we're invading, and we have this massive clash of the titans. People getting exposed, something that you don't really see with BO3 players. Like BO3 players and BO1 players are very distinctly different. BO3 players have come to get world records on BO1, but it's not really seen as the same thing. You know, it's still very separate. It would be that on a larger scale, tenfold. That would be such a sick timeline.
So what are you expecting this to look like? Are we expecting that this will come out on console first? Because it seemed like Wonder was talking about console a lot.
Yeah, this would come out on console first. Like all the DLCs came
Yeah,
out
all
on
the DLCs
Xbox
came out.
360,
Mm-hmm.
like a month ahead of time. And then people
Well-
didn't really have comp PCs that would, like back in the day, I mean in like 2014, 2012, 2013, like this isn't
Yeah, that one was playing
Well,
on PC
no one's
and
playing
running
PC.
again.
like
Well, no, I
ZWE
mean-
Joker.
N-
Like
Well, no, I mean
Oxy.
I mean, this isn't a new DLC that's getting released by Activision or Treyarch. These are probably old assets, right?
No, we're
Yeah.
talking about the alternative timeline.
where they
of
actually released it
this
on BO2.
was actually released on BO2.
This is like
Oh.
theoretical history. This is hypothetical history.
Yeah, this is
like,
not a real history.
This is history with a change. But like given what we know
I
about how
thought you guys
zombies
were
played out.
I thought you guys were like maniacally like freaking out about the possibility that this could possibly be released.
No,
No,
no.
we're mourning the tragedy of it not being released by imagining the other timeline.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So like, but there, and I think if you were to make a video, you'd want to go in terms of like how each mode would be different. Like, high rounds,
you
first rooms,
would
but then
have-
also co-ops.
Yeah, high rounds, co-ops, and then you'd have to game out the first room for me. Like, you would
Yeah, I'd
have
have to talk to some other people about this, like
Yeah,
Black
true,
and
yeah.
stuff, and like
Mm.
Wad and people like that. And like, but yeah, I think the identities would be different of people. But yeah, I think co-ops to me is the most like fundamental difference because BO2 has so many possibilities for making co-ops doable,
Mhm.
and like you'd have to, it would just make the BO1 co-op people seem even more psychotic. I think, like,
Oh, that
you would-
probably wouldn't even exist.
it would barely exist. It would be,
Yeah.
and then like if anything, it would be like these really good BO2 co-op players that would go back and like revitalize the BO1 like dead and
Right,
lost
yeah.
co-op thing because it's so vicious. Co-ops in BO1 are so vicious. There's just no reason why you would do it if you had.
But
the
I
option.
think it would be the most psychotic out of the BO2 gangsters that would come in on BO1, where it's like we're so good at our game that we've conquered
Yeah,
so many
which would
world
be awesome.
records. Mm.
Like
And
I don't
then-
think this is a timeline we're looking at where the skill is worse or the players are worse at all.
Oh,
actually, I
the
think.
skill is definitely it might be even higher just because
I think it would be.
yeah, this timeline BO2 gangster invasion and I'm the native. Wow. Because man, I'm throwing
You're doing your battle cry.
tomahawks. Yeah, I'm doing
you're
I'm doing
scalping.
yeah, fucking hell, yeah, scalping and everything. Wow. BO2 gangsters.
They're
being
coming
a thing.
back to BO2 with custom camo packs to be like, yeah, we took out a bunch of them.
Yeah.
That's the version of scalping.
Oh my word. BO, yeah, it's like, hey guys, you know, look what we got back. You know,
They're fucking cringe ass fucking camos.
Oh my
But no, I think there's still
word.
a basis, right? Because World at War custom games, like there's still a basis by which you would go over to do. But like the content is so different. Like towards the end of first rooms, people were doing like World at War, like Taco Bell first room, like shit.
Oh
Like,
yeah, that's
or, like,
true.
industrial based. Like it was tragic. And yeah, and I think the fact is like BO3 is just, and every game since has just
Nonsense.
been a fucking death nail for these communities. And so there would just be a stronger and deeper base of players because of the BO2 map packs. And that would allow the game to go on for longer, to be more interesting co-ops, all sorts of stuff.
Yeah. Oh, this timeline.
Excuse you, Naraj.
Yeah, excuse you.
dude.
Mandarin,
You.
Mandarin burp.
Mandarin buck. Wait, so you don't have any ideas, Demons, on how this timeline could have been different? Any ideas?
Revelations in BO2 rather
I
than.
agree with everything
Oh,
that
fuck
was
off.
said. Yeah, I don't think I really have anything to add, to be honest.
Or you would be brimming with ideas, just not the all day. The Reese co-op. I think co-op, because the thing is, right, because there is no strat tester, right, and trade strat is very easily developed in a strat tester. You'd have a co-op,
someone
which is
outside
obviously
it,
going to
yeah.
be
Very sure.
gonna
Yeah.
be easier. And so co-op might actually be the sort of ground zero for these new crazy strats that are a lot easier to do.
Yeah.
And also because
I
and
think
this is go on.
I was gonna say that I think that co-ops. I think that we would like, and this is just maybe an obvious point, but I think that we'd see a really interesting kind of, um, kind of like slow development of a trade strat on like a BO2 Derice, because like I said, like the very friendly co-op environment that BO2 creates would be like, oh yeah, we're just gonna like throw an EMP really quick and just
Yes.
trade out.
We're just bots.
Mm.
It would start at like on co-op it would be, oh hold on, just hold the zombies in the spawn room while I go trade this out really quick. And it's like slow as fuck and really bad, but it's safe and it's fun. It's probably a little bit faster than trap strat.
Yeah.
But then but then some real some real gung ho badass comes onto the scene with his bandolier and his nice 44 Magnum. He's the new sheriff in town, and he's like, fuck you guys. I'm gonna do what they do on co-op in solo. It's gonna be the craziest shit ever. And then they just smash their MP.
People are like, there's no way that works. That's not viable.
Mm.
Yeah, yeah. And like
You have to have
the
two
like
people. It's such a hard strat. You have to have two people to use it, and then they're like, no.
Yeah. Because a lot of
and
strats were co-op originated on console. That's actually what we lost.
As everybody's making fun of him, and he's like, he has his hand like right above his pistol, does a draw, and he just, and then he just smashes it.
Well, like, look at how Dat strat was a co-op strat at first. I really think
Yeah.
that's key. Like, that strat was a co-op strat at first with like
That's a
5v5
good case
efficiency
study.
store. Like, there's a lot of stuff like that where you're like, yeah, a lot of these hard strats get developed as co-op strats, but then it's like, well, wait a minute.
Hold on.
Yeah, but I think that's the nature of console. That's the thing.
Yeah. You're not a
Because
strat tester. Yeah.
yeah, co-op is the sort of ground zero strat tester. That time, yeah, the skill would be higher. 100% would be higher in terms of, in the early days specifically would be higher.
Definitely.
100%.
I mean, I've shown you the movement from back in the day. I mean, people had insane technical movement back in the day. It was just like a game knowledge and like a problem of like the strategies. And like, so yeah, like the potential was there. It's just that a lot of stuff stayed really shitty. Like high round strats stayed really shitty while a lot of these really good players were active, I think. And there's a window for player activity. You know, most people
yeah.
have to get jobs and shit eventually. So it's like, you know.
Yeah, a lot of players missed out on the most competitive era of zombies.
Because
most
someone, and I was
exciting.
telling this to Fleur earlier, Demons, but we got to be looking at people's LinkedIn history to figure out who the fuck sentenced all these players to death. Maybe, I don't know, maybe find out where their kids live. I don't know, just some ideas that are not there. But there needs to be vengeance. There needs to be vengeance. I think that it has to happen. So we'll see.
They ruined so many childhoods with
So many
this is
childhoods.
95% complete. This is 97% optimized maps. And just
we should dabble in like not death threats, but like just what's like the like we could border on them. I think
Yeah,
without like it being a problem. Like we could
report
border
them
on like some death threats.
or like report them to like the IRS for fraud or whatever. Get them audited a couple times. Like,
Yeah, get them audited. Like yeah, or like sign them up for like the Church of Scientology and just get them like spammed for life.
yeah, try to convince their wife that
I
they
did that
found evidence of
recently.
them cheating. Oh, let's go. Let's go.
I did that to somebody recently.
How'd it go?
I don't know. They came into. I was texting this girl for a while that I met on Tinder, and she said this guy came up to me and gave me a Jehovah's Witness card, and it says to call him. So I was like, send me a picture of that. So it had his number, his email, and his first name, and his address and number on it. I think I said number. So I just signed him up for a whole bunch of shit.
Sign up for the Jehovah's Witness guy for the Scientology visit is so funny.
Yeah. I spent like an hour just like signing him up for random like stores I know, like PacSun, like American Eagle, a lot of lingerie services too. Like like so that way if it's a shared email, because I have his wife's name on it too, so I was like, okay, this might be a
Yeah.
shared email, so maybe I could spark some like problems in their relationship if I just get them spammed with like lingerie emails.
Oh, that's so funny.
I actually went like an interesting rabbit hole of like high quality lingerie because I was like because I ran out of a list. Like I ran out of a list of fucking of like lingerie websites. So I found like the lingerie subreddit and they have like a mega thread for it.
Oh my god.
So went down like a really interesting really interesting rabbit hole of like pretty much designer lingerie.
That's so
So
fucking
he's gonna
stupid.
he's
Designer lingerie? What the fuck are people? Dude,
so
consumerism is the death of thought for sure, for sure.
so
Designer
so
lingerie. Oh, you know I'm wearing fucking Gucci panties right now, right? You can't see them, but I got the.
well no well
People
no
need to
I mean
kill
like
them.
the real definition of designer where it's like one person and like where it's just their name, you know,
Oh,
like
like a
just like
craft
design.
person. Yeah,
Yeah, that's I mean
actually,
like
like
the
a
real
okay,
version
yeah.
of designer, yeah.
I see what you're saying.
So yeah, he got spammed for like an hour. He probably got like 9 text messages.
There needs to be justice against these BO2 devs. So the maybe I don't know who makes the call of what content to release and not release.
Yeah,
Now's the
who
time to know because
does?
this is who makes
Yeah,
this call because someone made this call and someone ruined a lot of childhoods, myself included.
yeah.
It's personal for me all of a sudden, but we'll see.
I wonder who made the decision to truncate BL2.
Yeah, their name should be known. I think like
But
whether
on PC, who made that? Why is it so bad on PC?
yeah that could be one where it's just someone was incompetent. Like that could be one more like this is malice to not really like this is malpractice to not release this in BO2 is malpractice like straight up.
I just
Like
I can't even begin to think why that would happen.
yeah,
I
why
really
would you throw this in the trash? Like this is a major DLC.
this is near completion, and
Yeah.
you have an extended dev cycle for the next game, and you're
Right,
already
so it can't even be
remaking.
justified in a Kino thing, like the 1 year release cycle. Yeah.
Right,
Really good point.
and not only that, when you release that game, you're already remaking Doris in as the giant, so you're not even really using the same assets. You know, you're at least heavily modifying
Right.
them or creating new ones from scratch. And so, yeah, it's so nonsense. Actually, and Resurrection was the most sold DLC up until that point.
Yep.
So they left a lot of
Exactly.
money on the table, and so
For what?
I don't know.
A lot of money.
It
A lot
actually
of
doesn't make any
lies.
sense. Yeah.
I feel like a
Well,
Palestinian right now. I'm watching my homeland being taken from me. Like fucking
That's what the BL1 players would have felt like.
yeah. They would have felt like Palestinians.
Natives.
They would have been like, this is fucking what's happening to my native land? I'm like looking at an alternate timeline.
and they would have been like, "Oh, I can't go to the hospital.
The
Oh, my child's dead."
That would have been me. I would like that's me feeling that,
No,
that's me right now.
you would have been the BL2 player. That's the thing.
I would have been happy. No, I would have been really happy.
You would have been the
In that other
colonizer.
timeline. Dude, my life would have been so much better in that other timeline. I wouldn't have the problems with my dick. Like all this sort of stuff would be way better.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
and
wouldn't,
the wife.
I wouldn't be such a glasses wearing faggot.
Yeah, I wouldn't have the glasses. Like there's so many things that would have changed if the BO2.
Dude,
My cat probably wouldn't have died. Like, man, a lot of
like,
Your
things to
cat
blame on
died?
the dev.
your
Nice.
medical condition
Not
wouldn't have
recently.
happened.
Yeah, exactly. Everything would have been better
It
in
was
this
so much
timeline. And
better,
it's the
so much
singular fault of this BO2 dev that we need to figure
Well,
out.
it's not a developer.
Well, or
Developers aren't pulling
executive
the
or
trigger.
content like fucking engineer. I don't know what they're called. Like the fucking
Content
management
engineer.
like development cycle producer executive. I don't know.
development, life cycle of development advisor,
Consultant.
like some
maybe the life cycle wasn't understood though. In terms of the dev cycles, maybe Sledgehammer coming in was a later decision, and so these were potential maps that could have been used for the next game. And instead, the extended
Like they
dev
got scared.
time, they no,
like they
what
would
I'm
need more content to justify the longer release. Like they're like, oh, we need to make sure we have something in the
no,
tank
no,
in
no,
case.
no. What I'm
Okay.
saying is the dev cycle of Sledgehammer games coming in 2014 wasn't known. And so what happens in 2014 instead is a Treyarch game. That's what they could have been
so
thinking.
they needed to save it for the next game, right?
Right,
But
exactly,
they didn't
yeah.
know. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. That's more plausible to me. I like that. That makes a
That-
lot of
I
sense.
think
Side if true. Sledgehammer might have actually fucked up a lot of things too, because imagine without the extended time period, BO3 would have not looked the way it did. BO3 may have been closer to what BO2 was in terms of
And
movement.
they had more time to fuck it up in terms of everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying.
So doubly fucked timeline with the extra drought that
Dude, the
happened with
Mayans. I was sitting there watching the countdown, and I was like, all these idiots are saying that the Nibiru red planet's gonna come. Turns out I didn't realize that everything I cared about was gonna be destroyed in the life cycle. So that's so sad. Zombies was getting fucked. Everything was fucked.
yeah,
Politics after 2012, just everything gets so much worse. 2012 on.
better. Everything is better for BO1
Brexit,
players.
yeah. Brexit was huge. We liked that. Everyone liked that.
yeah, that was a huge win. I think. Yeah.
I think everyone looks back on that universally as a win.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the fact that not politically there's just no will for anything. I say political in terms of the people, the parliamentary parties just have no desire to re-bring that up, relitigate. Something that is so obvious. That's the biggest no-brainer.
Yeah,
maybe
they've
we
somehow
should-
self-immolated and created like a toxic discussion around bringing that up. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, that's nonsense.
But
It's
yeah,
not-
so no, things have gotten bad in a lot of ways.
Yeah, because of
But
BO2,
so BO2
zombie maps.
and Mark II in all of these maps, right?
Mm. So,
We're seeing-
camping, like you have mule kick because mule kick.
Yeah.
We've seen mule kicks on all the map. You have. Would you?
Trade strat with the Mark II.
Like
Oh
getting
my
around
God.
faster with the Mark II as well, like the fucking
What I'm
like
thinking.
being able to boost.
No,
boost
I'm not
faster.
I'm not thinking about that. I'm thinking more along the lines of camping in terms of would you just get rid of the ray gun and just have the Mark II? Like obviously that seems like the obvious case. And in terms of how far now can you camp with the Mark II because it's just a stronger gun in general.
Mark
Does
II
this
WAF
create a
versus Alex.
more? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Do you create a more? Well, actually, that would be the obvious case. You can't have a ray gun and ray gun Mark II. At least I don't think so. You would have a would the game be less RNG?
Yeah, because those early like 70 rounds would be bypassed for sure. Like you wouldn't have to deal with those like annoying like Betties like shit, and you'd probably keep the Mark II unpapped, I'd assume, and like you know, because like that's an entire extra Mark II to force drops if you don't get the drops, and like but also BO2 drops are really easy to force too. Like there isn't the same like it's just a little bit like it. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but it seems a little bit less RNG for forcing drops. So. Especially the beginning of the round, so that's huge.
You think so? Okay, I don't know. I don't know the maths behind it. I'd want some data on
I'd
that.
love to know
for sure.
that. I'd love to know that. That's something I'm not sure of either.
They're the same. It's just that most of the maps that you play on Black Ops 2 are, well, I guess not most. I don't know. I think you're wrong. I think that the base percentage and the point based drop system is the exact same on Black
Okay,
Ops
so yeah,
2.
it wouldn't be different then. But like the Mark II can kill so much farther, like in terms of these rounds, like you can seriously take out so many hordes, and like yeah, you're getting through the like RNG rounds on Durice of trading way faster,
way quicker,
trading out less. And yeah, that would be awesome.
And because the health raises exponentially, it's still going to be close around to around the same time where you're dropping the dropping camping and going to trading or just purely
like
camping.
78 every time for sure, 100%. Like
I don't know how strong the Mark II is, but that's every time 78, or is that just
dude, you can camp to like 74 a lot on Durice. Like if you're getting lucky on drops, like it's and like a Mark II, an entire Mark II on top of the Sallies, like that's crazy.
Right, okay.
Like versus the regular ray gun, like that's crazy.
Yeah, the regular ray gun is
shit
bad
on this compared to this. Like this is nuts. Like the Mark II on, and then like for actually camping in the early rounds, you're camping so much faster. Like you're never fucking even forcing drops for so long. Like the moment the WAP is out, you're just and it might even be faster just to Mark II almost the entire time for the like in Tommy. Like think about that. Like that would be. There's so many things to think about. Just like you're basically a turret in the barrels. Just like cycling between the windows, just sniping them with the Mark II. Like that's so sick. Like
that is so
Like trying to keep them not come out of the window, like using the Mark
Yeah,
II as fast as you can without them coming out of the window. Like all
yeah.
this tech is developing on
And the quick
BO2.
switching too, and
Oh,
you're
the
just
quick
quick
switching,
switching.
like,
Yeah,
pop, 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 like it's so sick. Like
yeah. And it's like the accuracy too, where it's like you get the what because there's the free spawns at the. I'm pretty sure it's free, is it 3 or 2 spawns in the double barrel alleyway? Is it
it's 3, yeah,
spawn?
it's at least 3 because there's the invisible one, then there's the one behind the fence, and then there's one to the left when
Right.
you're looking out.
So you want to tap the waft down. You want to have accuracy, so it's like you quick switch and you accurately aim so that you shoot the zombie in the window before they come out, and then you just shoot the other two. And it might even be the case that you don't want them to come out the windows early on because you don't want to fuck up the drop cycle, get an early
Exactly,
match or something
exactly.
like that. Man, the skill
Oh, this skill
that
is so
is
fucking sick, dude. But also, like, imagine, like, yeah, like, oh my god, there's so many levels to this. That's so fucking sick. Ah,
yeah, less RNG, possibly more skill. Like, it's looking more skill to me, and
yeah,
and also it actually just would be like because without instas you actually just do have less RNG to worry
yeah,
about that,
100%, 100%.
and
And the
we
four or
lost that.
five dogs are not going to be that big because, like, you're not
You're not
skipping over a
skipping,
trap
yeah,
round, which is
yeah.
like in the early 70s, 80s, 90s, which is a little bit like you. I mean, you still would, but it'd be less, you know. And again, like you could get a Mark II, and like on 80, you could be like, let's see if we get a max. Like
Also
you
spawns are
know,
faster, so it's going
spawns
to
are
be harder to
faster, so
keep
the
them in,
trap would
yeah.
be, yeah.
Yeah, that's
I want to
that's very
strangle
tough.
the track drive, dude. This is I'm praying to Jesus Lizard right now that this gets converted to plutonium. I want to play it so badly.
Oh yeah, this needs to definitely become a thing because I definitely want
Oh
to
my
game
god.
this out or anything like that, and see what exactly this looks like on a high round, especially obviously camping, but high round you
Oh my
have
god, the
a
high round. And
high
yeah, back to what
round.
we were talking about demons, like the using the Mark II to get around the map. Like think
Mm.
about how like you could get so you could
This would be a
do
Shino Numa thing for sure.
oh
100%
Shino would
on
be so
Shino
sick for
Numa.
this too.
Oh my
Yeah. Oh
word.
my god. The
Getting
fucking
into the
triple
spawn
trap on
zones are rough.
Shino with the fucking with the Mark II, like just flying back there. And then
Hmm.
you might not even have to do the trap to go up, like you to do the zip line thing. You could just like
Hmm.
pull the zip line and then kill some and then just fucking use the Mark II to fly back. Like, you know,
Yeah.
like that would be fucking fire. Like there's so many things like this.
Yeah, Shino Numa is definitely early
I
rounds again transformed
oh
100%, but also
transformed.
yes, transformed. And
For real. No,
the
they're
high
evolving.
rounds.
Dude, all of this shit's evolving. Like it's so sick. Like,
Hmm.
oh,
The
so pissed.
and also if you think about the spawn canceling, would that work the same way? Because you know how Moon, you have the spawn canceling thing that works.
Yeah.
Maybe that's just maybe in this timeline because on BO2 it just might not work like that. You might not be able to cancel spawns as easily.
BO2 might be the meta.
Oh my god, dude.
BO2 Moon Tunnel,
Tunnel,
yeah,
whatever the tunnel the
11
fuck, tunnel,
Tunnel whatever, yeah.
that
I like Tunnel whatever. I
tunnel,
like that
whatever the
strat.
fuck shit would be so retarded fast. It'd be
Yeah,
ridiculous.
God.
the BO3
They
to
come, they,
spawns.
well, yeah, but I think it'd be even faster because they don't like spread apart like they do on Black Ops 3.
Hmm. I don't know how it works
Dude,
on
think
BO3. I
about the
don't
So fast.
care about
contrast
that.
between how shitty, like we would get to play the BO1 maps on which I know they're World at War, but yeah, we're they're BO1 maps, right? We're gonna play the BO1 maps on BO2 and have a direct comparison to just how shitty Buried and Die Rise and all these other maps are
Hmm.
by comparison. Not that they are bad maps, right? Ultimately,
They
they're
are
just
awful maps.
not ultimately bad. They're just mediocre, and it's like it
They're
was
not
all
mediocre. They're
concentrated.
a waste of time.
Die Rise is not a mediocre. It's not like Beyond. It is
It
a
is.
pretty
It is.
solid map. It is like a
If
pretty
it was
solid
on
map.
BO1, it
Ultimately,
would be actually. I think you'd only need to make a few changes to make that map good. But
yeah.
I don't like the high round meta of that map. I think it could have been it. If it was a trade strat,
Oh, it'd be so fire if it was a trade strat. No, I
yeah.
agree, but I'm saying like in terms of a map design, it's creative, the verticality rather than
Oh
the
yeah,
kind
for
of
sure. Yeah,
going
100%.
laterally. Like there's a lot of good ideas there, right? It's just not the execution's not fully there. But yeah, like we'd get to see the juxtaposition between the new maps, which really aren't that good, and the older maps, which are really still holding up, right?
Mm,
So that totally shifts the direction in terms of like how the community responds to that. That
yeah.
might really change the direction of
It's not
how
going to be an
Treyarch decides to
Origins,
develop
yeah.
the future
Think
maps,
about
right?
that.
Like they can't, right?
An Origins era that got created by that just being
Like
the
a
last map
drought.
that comes out,
Yeah,
and plus a drought of good maps on that game in general.
yeah. To compare it to,
Imagine,
exactly.
yeah, we got the real zombie maps, the
The comparison
real
would be
game.
insane. People would there'd be a major outcry of just how much better this is. And like there'd be a dominance in playing that maps where people are like, damn, well maybe we shouldn't like developing in any other direction than gameplay focused type like
Yeah,
maps would be looked out upon as insane because of how the player response was in BO2. And that's before like Jason Blundell really took over. Again, he had potential. Look at fucking Mob. Look at I mean Origin's not that bad ultimately in terms of like if that's his worst map, like I'm fine with Origins being his worst map in a different timeline, you know?
yeah,
So
that's a
Mob
mediocre
had
map.
potential for sure.
Mm.
You know, Mob is solid. Mob's a solid map,
Yeah, it's a
100%.
solid map. Yeah,
Yeah. So like this is like if there was a different direction that was gone in for map development and gameplay focus, like that's
yeah. There would be no Easter egg excuse.
no, there
100%
wouldn't be.
no, because yeah, you wouldn't have content landscape is going to be dominated by real maps made by
Right,
real
which would
people.
maintain their relevancy and show that they're timeless.
Yeah, and then that's the direction you're developing instead of this,
Which we only found out was the case for sure in BO3, right when it's already too late. So
yeah.
this is like that. Learning that earlier is huge. Like it's when things are discovered that are so important. Like yeah.
So yeah, this is just BL3. And this is obviously we can't even take the timeline to BL3 in terms of how
No, because
the game is gonna. Yeah,
it's
but
unrecognizable.
it could have been, at least a mediocre game
Yeah,
because what it is now is not mediocre. It is, and maybe it's still plagued by nonsense errors because maybe that's not even zombies wise, but you could make the argument of the way the maps just went into a more complicated element in terms of like this, the austere Doris and Narc or whatever. Maybe
yes,
because those are more austere maps, you just don't have those errors that show up on these new maps because of like you're using like a shield that shoots, gobble gums and nonsense. You just have nice, just austerity, and austerity in real life sucks, but when you have it
yes,
in
yes, right. No, but in this context, absolutely,
100%, yeah.
less is more 100% in this stuff. 100% with zombies. We've seen that. We know that. Like that's yeah. And honestly, I'm kind of fine with the DSR being in the knocked like cabinet.
Cabinet.
That's fucking sick, dude. That gun, the card in the cabinet was always. I was like, why is this such a
Yeah,
waste
that's
of a
so
fucking thing? And like
dumb.
the DSR would be so sick for that. The DSR only challenge up there in knocked would be a fucking because like with first rooms, I'm thinking it's not just a question of the development of first rooms on its own. A lot of people did these like easier challenges to get themselves kind of up to speed. Like people would do these like camping up top with the packed Olympia on Ascension, like 4 people up top on in the spawn room with like PhD and stuff, and it'd be like a 4-player challenge, and you're doing it with your friends, and you're running out of sallies, and you're reviving this one guy who keeps downing every time he shoots the sallies, and there's like all these challenges that were really fun before you got to the top level competition where you're kind of building yourself up as a player with your friends. And yeah, stuff like the DSR challenge on Noct would be fucking sick. That would be so sick. Like 4 people with DSRs camping up top and like with your first room friends. Like there's just all these little things like that that would have been awesome that we missed out on.
Yeah, the direction was irrevocably damaged with Origins being the final map, and that
Big
being
time.
the sort of that's the final word. The final word in the argument is Origins. And
Dude, I got so depressed when everyone was like, does this are you guys sad that like the zombie storyline wasn't real, that it was like a child's like game? I'm like, I don't give a shit. The map is like airing constantly and like it's like broken for a lot of people. Like I was like really annoyed at the time with Origins because
it's a
it was so
game where you're
busted.
doing max ammo hunts. You're
Yeah,
hunting for
exactly.
max. Why would I want
And I
that
saw the
in my
strat
video game?
on the jug camping where they basically do a mini horde up and then shoot at the ground and like just wait for the. And I was like, this looks kind of boring. Like I don't know. Like
I don't know. I don't know why
but luckily I
Origins
was
is
like
dumb.
I struggled with the Panzer at first when I was a kid. So I was like,
Mm.
okay, this is a little bit challenging. So it kind of distracted me from the, I'm like, there's a little bit of a challenge here. Like, but yeah, once you got the Boomhilda, the ice staff built, it was just literally easy mode. It felt like easy mode. Like, and people would ask me if I was mad about the storyline being like Maxis and Samantha were like children playing with toys. I didn't care, and that should have been a sign for me back in the day that people were looking at the wrong thing.
Yeah, because that was such a staple
cares?
of the map where Samantha is actually complaining when you play a high round game because you're not doing the Easter egg, and
Yeah, that was
that
so
shouldn't be
annoying.
in my game. Yeah, no, that's not annoying. That is a clear sign of derangement from the developers
I
that
know.
they
No,
actually
he fucked
want
it up,
you to
yeah.
do not like if you want to play a high round, you actually have to do the Easter egg, and that's that's unacceptable in my
Dreaming.
eyes. Don't put me in your little. It's called an Easter egg hunt. You know, you're
Yeah.
hunting for small side things. The main thing is the video game. And when if they left it, if the final statement was our side of the community getting the final word is no, this is
yeah.
the real game. This is what we left you
That's
with, and
huge.
this is the legacy we care about instead of
Yeah.
Samantha Max's. Man, we've built soldiers, you know, we've built people. We don't have Ruffle Waffles waffling about nonsense, becoming a monk and then coming back and then saying maybe this game okay,
Yeah.
this map well, you know, it's just a camel grinding map. Camel grinding that philosophically that is the most nonsense. The game
He should
is
have been shot on
you
the spot. He should
oh
have been shot on the
firing
spot.
squad, multiple people
Yeah,
too.
up
It's
against
like
the
multiple
wall,
so
dude.
you
What the
don't
fuck is
with
that?
fucking muskets. Man, we're going old. We're going old school. Just you
We're
half
trying to take
the
out his torso with a cannonball. Is what we're doing.
grape shop. Yeah, just fuck
Yeah.
bang. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm back, by the way.
Because just think about this, right? This fucking guy, right, when he's talking about, yeah, this is a camel grinding map. Philosophically, you know he's deranged because you don't say that. It's you think of
Is he really?
if you think of each individual map, right? Like this is how I view each map. Is that this map is an arena for me to explore, what's possible in this map to get to the highest round possible, which is what the game is. This is what the game started as. I'm playing the game as the way the game is intended. The game is intended. You complete a round and that's it. You're not meant to do an Easter egg with the way the gameplay is done. You can say, oh, they've made the game more focused around Easter eggs, but that's actually
People can make mistakes.
antithetical to how the game exists, which is you're kiting a crawler to and because you want to stay on a lower round while doing the Easter eggs. That's a puzzle game. You're not playing The Witness.
It's also a shitty puzzle
It's a shitty puzzle. It's like I have this fucking
with
zombie
a
that's
shitty
like
story.
and a shitty story. Yeah, you just have this crawler crawling around, go while you're
Like,
trying to
okay,
do an Easter egg.
Let's
Fuck
take like round 5 gameplay mechanics where you're killing zombies around an area to fill up a meter, and then combine it with like college level cryptography puzzles that are only solvable by math nerds. And that's what and then in all in service of a story that makes no sense, is retconned constantly, and has no larger purpose. Okay? That's what we're talking about with Easter eggs. It's the worst fucking set of things we possibly could have gotten on every level combined.
Yeah, utter nonsense. Make your own standalone game or
And
Easter
like
eggs.
now there's a mode called survival
Or
zombies,
just
like round day
make it
zombies, right?
the afterthought, right? Like in BL1, like Easter eggs are the afterthought.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean,
They're
they're
added
pretty
in.
They
cool in
stood to
BL1.
their
Like
name.
they're not.
And they should be an afterthought as far as
Yeah,
I'm
they
concerned.
did stand in their name. It's like a hidden thing. But whenever it became the main focus, it's not even an Easter egg
That's
anymore.
not an Easter egg. Yeah, don't call it an Easter egg. Don't put it in the game. And yeah, you wouldn't. The lost memory of so the focus, because the focus was on nonsense in Origins, because the last taste in your mouth is now just masculine, fucking austere, like you're like fucking Roman and Varrocked, where you're just running around with like no ice staff. No, nothing. Like you're a fucking warrior playing this map. No guy trying to guide you on how to, build these crazy like you're building magical weapons. You're building magical weapons where you can stand still on a spot and it just creates a fucking ice storm. That is
also,
nonsense.
2 of them don't work. Like the fire, the lightning staff, like it's not even like you have a diverse gameplay usage. It's like all of them at their best would make you stand in a spot, but also some of them don't work. They just air your game.
Nonsense.
Like it was so bad. It was so bad. Like
I mean,
staff
the
airs your
lightning
game.
staff is garbage. The lightning staff sucks. And
yeah.
the wind staff, I mean, it's kind of just a thunder gun, but
That's even
it doesn't
better.
really have that much ammo. And
yeah, utter nonsense. Yeah,
there's nowhere to trade it. I don't know. It's yeah.
You get left the taste in your mouth is so glorious when you have this timeline. BO3 is just a better game because people are talking about the austerity of these old maps, the magnum opus. Like you're always coming back to these old maps because they're just so.
Yep.
I mean, there's a reason why when BO2 came out, you have town and everything, and then people just gravitate to town because no one wants to do nonsense transit, and that's why they. And just think about transit was scrapped. They truncated a lot of the elements. It's not like they completely got rid of them, but it was never like transit ever again. They never dared do anything as stupid as that because what they had, right, coinciding with transit release is that these truncated maps are just way I just want to go and play the game and then be able to, do the progression path really quickly, and then I'm ready to play the game. I'm ready to go and kill these zombies while I'm fully set up, right? I don't want this progression to be, stretched out. And then not only that is that you also have this, like nonsense. You have to go to like, okay, I looked up a YouTube video because no one's actually figuring out all these Easter eggs themselves. They're nonsense and they don't make any sense. They look
Yeah,
up
that's
what the
true.
Easter
Yeah,
egg
no one
is,
actually does
right? And yeah, that's why I know Easter eggs are fraudulent, because if you're looking them up, and if people are going, if day one you've got these people that got the game pre-released, actually that's probably a thing that they're doing
That's
too,
the bribe.
right?
That's the bribery.
That's the
That's literally
bribe,
what I was
yeah.
saying with the bribery is that they get the fucking monopolization over the early views. That's the trade-off for being these fucking promotional shills. And then they're coming out here making the like, why did zombies fail retrospective? And they're in their fucking mansion with their Bitcoin. Like it's so depressing.
But it's a mechanic from the actual developers of the game or whoever the fuck is doing that to get people to understand what's actually going on with the game.
Exactly.
Yeah, because no one's actually figuring out this themselves. Nonsense, absolute nonsense direction that we went into, and honestly, this was the single worst decision for zombies. Yeah, this is the alternate timeline. It would have been glorious. It would have been glorious. Maybe at least it wouldn't have been as bad as we have it now, with Origins being the last taste in people's mouths, right? Because think about this, right? Because Jimmy Z, he got rebuffed. Fuck off. We're just gonna have Jason Blundell make these maps, because think about it, Jason Blundell made he directed Mob of the Dead and Origins, and we got left with the taste of Origins. And just saying, Jimmy Z just went insane. Like his brain just destructed for sure. Don't come back.
The French people run stuff, dude.
We would have Jimmy Z's glorious. At least they're associated with Jimmy Z. I don't even know if he made the World of War maps. It might have also just been Jason Blundell as well. I actually have no idea. I don't think anyone has any idea. But at least with BO1, right? These maps are associated with Jimmy Z, and so that's what's left in our stomach. That's the last taste we get. It's that no, this guy's not a bum, because no one's playing Origins, because Origins is a very long way to, if you want to actually get emancipated in that game, you need to, get, ice staffs and do all this complicated shit. Oh no, you just spawn in with Varrock and you just get a double barrel shotgun off the wall, and we got a sick camping strat. People remember the camping strats in the game, right? You talk to the people that play back. Yeah, like I remember like fucking camping on a catwalk, fucking lasering it down. That's people be playing these austere maps. It's very easy to progress, but the skill level is really fucking high.
Right, you hit this wall where you're like, dude, I don't know if it's possible. Like, who could possibly? And like, then that's the. And then you look up these zombie players and you see them getting double year round. You're like, what the fuck, dude? These guys are gods. Like, you want to become that? Like, you're like, this guy is fucking sick. Like, I couldn't hit. You hit this wall of skill, the skill wall immediately, right?
Yeah, this is
No one gets that feeling looking at Easter eggs. No one's like, I want to spend 16 hours trying to figure that out myself. Like,
no, you're just watching a YouTube video just so you can actually get emancipated. The fact that emancipation is locked behind Easter eggs is nonsense. Yeah, I completely I remember my friends too. We signed out after, like, we were like vaguely interested. Like, I was definitely the least interested, but they were vaguely interested in the storyline, but they didn't really understand like what was going on about it. It was sort of like they liked the gameplay, and so it's like, okay, well, I'm sort of like connected. Yeah, there's something else going on, and it's like, interesting just because I played the game, right? It's sort of like a brand name attached, like a Supreme t-shirt, right? It's like you only like it has Supreme on it. You have no idea if it's like designed well in it or anything like that. And so that's how they treated zombies. Man, you leave with these austere maps. Jimmy Z sort of gets refibs. It's like, wait, you made these maps. Like, you actually directed these maps. You actually have some, talent about you. Maybe we shouldn't kick you out. And Origins is not getting talked about as much. Maybe they're talking about the story, but people they will see with statistically, I do believe 100%
Yeah, and
people
this
would
is
be
another
playing the
really
real
important
maps.
point. Like inside the fucking development team, there's definitely competing philosophies in terms of how the game should go. 100%, right? There's an accidental level that they made this game, but like a lot of it's accidental, why it's good or not. But there are clearly people in the game that understand it. They understand it well enough to make these games. So, like from my perspective, I'm thinking that would give the people inside the game development evidence that they could point to, being like, look how much the people like the games and like the maps that we developed previously. Let's go back to that style. Like it gives the internal actors this public justification for what they think is like the right way to go for the game. And maybe that overrides some of the more commercial considerations of like, making the I don't even know what the considerations would be, but like that it overrides other arguments, I think, to have this public justification. Like, so internally, there's more power for those people. You guys know what I mean? Like internally, people who want to take the game in a more high rounds direction, which probably do exist, they get more power and public justification.
For sure, yeah. We don't have some Julius Caesar assassination of Jimmy Z. We don't live in that timeline, man. We have a timeline where he actually, he does what Sulla did. He puts the death lists where it's like, okay, we're gonna seize your property because we actually give Jimmy Z the clout. We give him the old maps, and people see like, oh, this guy was good back in the day, actually.
Yeah.
Oh shit! It's like sort of like you look at your grandma, right, and it's like you've never seen her as this, vixen or whatever, and then you just look at like old photos of her, and it's like, oh fuck, definitely would have done her. Like fucking hell,
Yeah,
if I met you in a club, yeah, so
great example.
That's what it would have been. It's like, wait, this guy's not a bum. He's not making Transit, this map that has fog all over that no one gives a fuck about, and people are playing truncated versions of the map.
Dude, the zombies nostalgia is so powerful. Think about how
100%.
potent it would have been right after BO1, and you have that experience, and then it comes back right then. Like it's even more powerful, right? It's even more strong of a social force, right?
Yeah. And we're definitely winning in that timeline. We're
100%.
At least
winning
we have
better than we are
power.
now, which is complete loss, which is a complete and utter failure and destruction. Been raped, been genocided.
100%. Yeah, no, we actually don't even exist anymore. Like,
no.
round-based zombies.
No.
Round-based zombies. Think about that. They changed it to round-based zombies. What the fuck is happening in this timeline? We have at least it would have been potentially delayed, because like Jimmy Z's still a bum.
Yeah.
But there was signs like
but
with
maybe
Die
he
Rise,
wasn't so far gone he couldn't reconsider, right?
Oh
maybe
yeah,
that would be
100%.
a wake-up call for him too, right? So we don't know.
100%, yeah.
Like I don't want to say everything would have worked out perfectly, but like we don't know what that future is or what that different that timeline is. We really don't know.
Oh no, 100%. Because the thing is, right, like because we got left with Buried, right, and that's such a bomb map. In terms of philosophically, it's sort of he wanted to try a lot of the buildables and everything like that. But the thing is, right, you can make buildables good because BO4 actually made them economy based where you actually have to buy them. You can make buildables good, and still Buried is a bomb map. Obviously, Jug.
Is huge though. You're right.
Yeah. I remember gaming that out with stealth, thinking, like, what happens if because like Mob of the Dead, you don't do economy. Imagine if it was actually economy based, like you actually had to buy the shield, right? Yeah. You have Buried is a bomb map, but yeah, it might be a wake up call. But yeah, Transit was already a wake up call, and maybe you got lost in the source and was like, okay, let's be experimental again. And it's not bad to be experimental. The thing is, he was experimental twice and he fucked up. But the second experiment, as far as I'm concerned, was way better than the first. Transit was a catastrophe, horrendous map, awful, terrible.
I still don't even really blame it fully on him. But...
No, I blame it 100%.
Actually, I gotta say, we have I'll speak for myself. I have no sense of the actual roles each individual actor played in coming. I'm using them as variables that represent the
Oh,
overall
yeah.
process, right? I have
Sure.
no idea. These are not people. I'm not, when I say Jimmy Zelensky, when I say Jason Blundell, I do not mean them
These are
specifically
faction.
because
These are
we have
factions
no
that
idea.
exist.
Right? They're factions that produce like, and he's the figurehead that represents that
Mm,
faction, right? Like we don't know the
100%.
individual people. We have no idea. That's why I'm making the joke about the
100%.
LinkedIn, right? Because the joke with the LinkedIn thing is I'm probably targeting some random person that was like taking emails, right? Like I have no, like just because you worked that period of time, I have no idea what you did, right? So
Right. Yeah.
yeah, but I agree.
You,
Like that's 100% right. The second was much better than the first, 100%.
yeah.
The third was
So
better. Yeah.
and Dairai still he had a wake up call, and Dairai's, and the thing is Dairai's on a philosophical level not a failure at all. Like I consider
No. Very interesting.
Because think about Darius is bum on World at War. The fact it is only the game mechanics that make that map, you know, the best map that they've ever created. It's only mechanical. Because World at War, if you can compare World at War Darius to, you know, all BO1 map, is a bum map. 100% is a bum map. It's actually still kind of interesting, but it is a bum map as far as I'm concerned. And you have this what do you call it? You just have he got really unfortunate with Dairais, because Dairais conceptually is such a good map. It's such a good map. It only needs a little bit, because the trading would be so dynamic on that map. It really is. You know, just finding consistent ways to, you know, how'd you get to the noodle bar? Because I remember that people were like, oh, we don't have to get to noodle bar. There's like the variations of the lifts going up, and so you need to find a consistent way. And I found a consistent way to get, because I remember people were telling me it was like Insane Operative. That's usually the guy I strat make with, is that, oh, you know, it's you know, it's like, oh, and it's usually me telling him bullshit. It's him playing the game, and I'm like, oh, you can definitely trade, because it's like one of those things. I call it the yeah. It's like you can definitely trade mid round, right? Like, because it's just it's one of those things where it's like, well, in my head, it's like, I don't even know if that's true. I just want it to be true. It's like, no, you should definitely be able to, yeah. And he's in a game, right? And I'm sort of like wasting his time, where it's like, oh yeah, you know, in this, you know, you like, oh yeah, you need to like play fast or anything like that. It's like one of those like delusional things where it's like, you know, you're like the guy that's restarting for round 1 times and he's got a PB of 78, like Julian or something, like one of the most delusional players. Like that's the way I actually, you know, treated the game. It's like, oh yeah, you need to like do all this crazy things. So we didn't even have like an actual strat, and so I'm like telling him on the fly, it's like, oh no, you need to do this, and he's like, no, you can't go down the slide. I clearly don't know what I'm talking about, because like the slide is like the death trap, and you got Oxygen in this chat going like, oh yeah, man, the slide just like it's a bullshit. It can just randomly kill you. I don't even know what I'm talking about, and I'm just telling him to do all this thing. But yeah, I figured out a consistent way to actually hold up the zombies and get to the noodle ball. And that just came from, you know, the actual this is like a term I stole from the Melee community. They call it 20xx, where it's like theoretical time in the future. Like imagine how you could play, and you have to try and, you know, adhere to this theoretical gameplay instead of being. What'd you say?
The philosophy of the map was such that you could have this great potential. Like,
100%.
You're looking at this map, and there's so many ways in which this map has insane potential. So that's why we know it has that potential. But it's just practically the execution of it, the way it was meant to be played ultimately.
Well, it's not even the
like,
execution.
in a corner, people only really wanting 100, right? Like, there's also these other elements of like the expectation of players. Like, a lot of people were like, can I get 100 with this liquefier? That's enough for me. Like, a lot of players did not need or want to go beyond that. And so, like, they were grinding for fucking like the ranks, like the shotguns and shit. So like,
yeah, that was cringe.
The way people played the map was also part of the problem, I think, in terms of what the map was. But yeah, if you look at like how much development has happened on the map, like in terms of strafing across, like getting
the
to the
movement,
box, like the movement, like where you ran up the side by the
Mark
Tulis over. Like Mark Tulis, yeah, that was fucking sick. Like there's all that you can see. There's a philosophy there. There's elements there. But yeah, like he just definitely lost his mind.
No. Think about it.
Imagine grinding for 100 instead of grinding for camos.
No. Wait. Think about this. No. Think about this, right? Because in this timeline, we get these maps. Jimmy Z doesn't get assassinated like Caesar, and then you have a BO3 that's actually coherent.
Yeah.
Think about that, right? Dairai's remake, because Jimmy Z is now more in fashion, and so we actually want to see his maps, right? Because he's got that rep. we might because BO3's mechanics might be similar to BO2 because no dragons, octopuses, and all that don't come in because no one actually cares about that. It's the austerity of BO1 World at War that people want to have, and especially with the gameplay mechanics. And so you get Diorite sported to BO3, and it might be the same thing with Doris, where on BO3 they actually it just might with the where the mechanics work on BO3, it actually just might work out perfectly. Where it's like you've got the recipe for a perfect map, you just need the right sort of game mechanics that need to be tweaked a little bit. Where and it could be the case where
you've had that failure to to learn from, right? You would have
no, I don't know. No, it's not the failure to learn from. It's one of those things where it's like, you look at the Winter's Howl on BO4 and in comparison to BO1, it's them changing the Winter's Howl to be more in line with the other wonder weapons. And it could be like, the Sliquifier, they could also have that same philosophy where it's like, oh, okay, why the fuck does it stop working at 100? We have this line of code. Or maybe they don't even translate it properly where they, they port the weapon, but, they don't even translate that part because the devs are not even, that competent, or they don't even know why it's there, or any number of reasons. So we just have an actual Sliquifier that works. And then the only problem would be, the shaft, right? Like the one window shaft, and they kind of fixed it already, so you can do that. And the actual other shaft strat is actually hard if you want to play it the fastest way possible. And so you might just have the perfect map, just like that.
I love hard shafts.
Yeah.
And then
we got
and the last thing, the spring trap or whatever, it just causes errors, and so you can't even use it, so you have to use the Sliquifier. And that just what makes it like the perfect map. It's like you break this other bomb strat that people do, and you make it so you can only use Sliquifier. Those would be like the stars aligning, and I could see that just happening. Like errors, like, oh yeah, that's like a perfectly normal thing that happens because of buildables. So like, yeah, you could definitely see that happening. Oh, and then them fixing the Sliquifier, well, we already have precedent for them doing that the same thing on BO4, and them changing the wonder weapons, like the Thunder Gun shooting further on BO3 and causing drops. Like that's probably something that they weren't even thinking about. Yeah, right. They probably don't even know that. Oh wait, the T-Gun didn't even cause drop. They probably aren't even thinking about it like that. So yeah, a lot of these, when they translate these maps to these different games, they actually change them to the point where it's not big for the casuals, right? The casuals are not seeing any difference. But for us, we don't look at BO1 World at War and BO1 World at War, by the way, BO1 Doris and World at War Doris in the same way. Like these are fuck the bum World at War OG version. Like we're playing the fucking sick version on BO1 and possibly on BO2 as well, like co-op, in this timeline that exists. Damn, what we missed was even greater than what I even initially expected. We missed a lot. Man,
what were like the quick talking points you guys were talking about whenever I was gone?
I don't even know when you left, so we were talking about in terms of the competitive communities developing differently, and then obviously the PC just being a later edition, and then BO1 may never end up as the game that it's seen today, where it just completely triumphs over BO2, where it might be the opposite case where BO2 completely triumphs.
I was here for that part. What was after? You guys were talking about like the YouTube community or something when I got back?
Well, so because Origins was the last map that was left over, a lot of the content was based off of Origins. And if you had these, real actual maps from that could have been released, then those would be the maps that are last left in players' mouths. So you would have this a combination of a nostalgia factor. It's like, oh, these old maps are back, so these are the maps that people are playing, but also they're truncated experiences from what Origins is, and so it's very easy to quickly jump in, and so you'd have a statistical basis to see these maps. This is what the game is, and this is what people are gravitating towards, right? And so you'd have a combination of factors where you don't have the assassination of Jimmy Z that you did in our timeline, where he's just seen as a complete bum. He in the DLC cycle he had 2 maps, and Blundell had 2 maps, and Jimmy Z just got slaughtered in that competition. It's not even close. His maps were bum. Even though I think conceptually, he was really making some high art. Well, yeah, it would change it, because first of all, you just win just on a historical element, is that you get the last say. His maps are going to be the last say, and then his maps are sort of the his voice for the direction that he's taking the game in, because you have to notice that Jason Blundell is taking the game in a completely different direction than Jason Blundell takes the game in a different direction than Jimmy Z, because Jimmy Z, you can see his maps that philosophically different from the way Jason Blundell makes the maps. And so if we have Jimmy Z at the wheel, because his maps are the ones that the remakes of his maps are the ones that are getting left over, and then his vision, which those maps represent, are the ones that are being played the most. That means and statistically they're gonna be the most played because they're the last leftover maps, and plus
and the intensity of the nostalgia, the
intensity of the nostalgia, yeah,
for zombies games, where you're getting this direct comparison between, wow, BO1 got me into zombies, and I'm looking at these maps in comparison, and man, the BO1 maps are still doing great,
Right.
and
Okay.
that's huge. That's a huge moment in terms of like establishing a baseline of what people expect out of zombies, right? You're going into the next development cycle with clear evidence that people expect and want this type of map with this type of gameplay focus, and instead we got these the baseline established
octopuses
at
and
Easter egg,
nonsense.
I'm a
Easter egg
fan
and
of the tentacles.
like that kind of like storyline nonsense. That like keep in mind, like the origins, like they're younger selves, and then like the next one, like on Doris, they're the younger selves go back in time to assassinate all other timeline versions of their
Yeah,
older
what the
selves. Like
fuck was that?
immediately, we're this insane world where the story makes no sense. The characters are superhero gods with time traveling abilities, right? Like we're at such a high level of nonsense already. You can throw all that out. All that can be in that moment can still be discarded, and you can focus in on the gameplay elements. And the case is so strong if we get this remake of the old maps on BO2. The case is so strong that that's what people want, and that's where the game should go. And that's major for going into the next development cycle.
Yeah. So the BO3 that you see may never been as bad as it is now, because BO3, quite frankly, is one of the worst products I've ever seen if you're comparing it to BO1. Of course, you know, the sort of timeline, if you imagine the game's on a timeline tier list, right, where we move the maps on how good the maps are, games on how good they are, with the recent developments that sort of skewed the line, where BO3 is a lot higher up. But you know, if we only have
relative, though. It's all relative.
Yeah, right, exactly. But if you have World at War, BO1, BO2, BO3 and World at War are just, you know, they're off. And World at War, you know, it has the excuse of like, we, you know, I walked so you could run.
Exactly.
And so, right, exactly. That's like the plan that somehow is playable, right? You know, it's like, oh yeah, beta testing, early access. Okay, we get it. BO1 is, you know, way far ahead of everything that even exists at the top of the hierarchy. And
Also-
BO3 would have been way closer to what BO1 was, because the BO1 maps would have come back, and then those would have been successful because riding off of nostalgia. Plus, you see with Transit, right? People are playing town. Why would people playing town? Because it's a truncated experience that people are actually able to actually experience
and engage with fully.
Exactly, 100%. Yeah. So that would exactly happen with, you know,
and also all the
they
innovations
were actually
after were like just elongating the original steps, like
100%. Yeah.
Like the golden spork. The golden spork is one of the biggest pieces of nonsense of all time. Like if you don't know how to do it already, you're not doing it, right? You can't discover the golden spork in the fucking game.
True,
You're
yeah.
not zapping random fucking sporks in Afterlife to figure out what
Not
that is.
taking down the poster, yeah.
No way you're doing that with the fucking.
Unless you're playing the game in a way that's not meant to be played.
In a psychotic, psychotic way, where you're going to every individual cell and shooting things and throwing nades. Like no one's doing this, right? So then it's like, okay, and the ones who are like glitchers, like they're fringe people, right? Like if you don't have the Easter egg stuff. Anyway, but yeah, like that. But then if you even were to figure it out, you'd figure it out at a level where it's not even usable anymore. Like it's a one knife up until like 20 something, right? 28 or something.
I think
32, yeah, something like that. Like, but not even like, it's not this like, oh, I need this for high rounds to get out of corners. Like you can't use this at a certain point. So it's such a bit of nonsense. Like you can throw that all out away. It's there. You can see the ghosts of it. Like the lines start to emerge of the nonsense, but like it's not so dominant in the game that it can't be reversed. You know what I mean? And this is like a course correction moment that you could see, totally see it happening. And again, they're making the future development choices based on the past performance. Like that's how they're making these choices. And yeah, and then baseline is so like, that's why BO3 is considered good now, is because the baseline is so skewed, right?
Mm.
But you could reestablish the baseline as more gameplay
That's the
focused
real game.
earlier on in the game life cycle, in the total series life cycle,
But
right?
just porting the real game to a game
Yeah.
that's like almost mechanically the same. Like,
Which
oh,
is
okay.
which everyone
Whoa.
it's the most direct comparison ever. Everyone would see it. It would be so obvious.
Yeah, exactly. But it's already happened because what were the survival maps? They were meant to be
Exactly.
sort of a bastardization of what the real game was, where it's like, oh, you can just get pap, fairly easily. You can buy speed cola fairly easily, and it's like very camp based. Yeah, okay. Well, we're gonna actually put what those maps were meant to represent into the actual game, and the same thing's gonna happen. Is that, oh wait, Origins kind of gets boring because Easter egg, there is no raising potential of doing the Easter egg, and plus that's time consuming. People just don't have the time to do all these steps or even find out how to do these steps, because I didn't even give a fuck as a kid. You gravitate to the real maps where there's a bunch of real maps. It's not just Origins. Origins sort of stands on its own as an island, aloof from the real maps, where, oh, okay, well, I played one real map, okay, I'm gonna go to the other real map, and the statistics are going to show that our vision of the game wins.
And we'll be able to see the statistics. Like, it's not like they can hide this. We see players online. We see the numbers of
100%,
players
yeah.
online on
But
maps.
they're gonna see it too, right? Because there's these two competing factions, right? And we know why Jimmy Z got assassinated. It's because of Jason Blundell just performing better. Everyone in the community is talking about.
Exactly. Everyone would see it. But I'm saying not just the developers. The developers couldn't like have this other awareness but still ignore it. Like, everyone would see when they're looking at public matches how many people are playing the different maps.
Right.
You would see it.
Yeah.
Like, those aren't perfect statistics. We know they're weird, but like they're not usually representative. But there's like
but that
like,
I'm thinking about the internal statistics on
no, definitely. But also
who
the
wins
public
that
too, 'cause there'd be
argument.
this pressure. Like, we would like everyone would have this thought, these are better maps, but then you'd also see that other people are having the same thought. So your expectation of them not going in this direction, you'd be more angry about it. You'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Like, so there's even corrective barriers if this doesn't happen. Even if they misread it and go the wrong way, there's still this like outside community awareness of what people wanted and what was popular. And like that would like make it harder to ignore this, I think.
We
What
completely
spawned this
lost.
conversation?
So
wait, have you not seen this?
I have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
BO2.
Oh my
so
God.
wait, so BO2 has almost complete versions of BO1 maps.
Oh,
As
really?
yeah,
Yeah. You look at this. This is
I
what
didn't
the
know that.
developers made. It's like near
No, this just
97% complete.
this just got leaked.
Yeah.
So
This
we
is-
would've
this
had
is
all
new.
the good
This is-
BO1 maps on BO2.
Yesterday. Yeah.
So that's what we're
Look
saying.
at
Like,
this.
there'd be this major contrast between the way the game was going and the way the
This
game
is not a
was.
mod. This is not a mod. Are you watching
This
this
is like
though?
on the Xbox.
This looks like BO3.
What? This is like
Looks
BO1.
like BO3.
No, I don't agree with you on that one. This looks like BO1.
It looks like a BO1 custom map. Or not a BO1 custom map. BO3 custom map.
That's funny.
Yeah,
No, this
don't
is
agree
real.
with
It's
that.
100% real.
I mean.
No, I know. It's crazy. Like, this is 100% real. There's so
Yeah.
much of it.
Cypher up too.
And they're like, these are like, fuck. Like, the WAF is like, it shoots a rocket launcher kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like, there's like
And
a
you can
jet
see
gun
this
on
room's a
this,
little
but it's
bit
like
scuffed.
weird.
Yeah.
It's like
just
there's a lot of scuff stuff. Like, look at the way the Python looks. Like, look at the way the bullets hit. Like, this is BO2. It's crazy.
yeah.
Like, the
This
size of the
this all existed.
Oh, hang
This
on.
map has
Go-
the jet gun too, Verruct.
Yeah, they
For some
don't
reason.
die properly. If you're wondering. EMPs
let me
too, so you can do
let
monkey
me
trade outs.
see, Oh, what the fuck? That's weird.
And it has unlimited ammo because obviously there's no crafting table. Good.
Dude, camping on
Wait.
this map would be so weird with this. Like,
oh my
Look at
god,
this.
in the speak holo, like with the back
Yeah.
door closed, that'd be so crazy.
it'd be crazy.
Yeah, it's super glitched. The zombies just stay there.
Yeah, but so
keep
this was,
checking
they
them.
made the choice not to release the like BO like the good BO1 maps on BO2, and so we lost this major amount of content for like pre BO3. Like, there would have been so much like awareness and remembrance of just how good these maps are and how good of an experience they are, and people would
You
have
know-
this direct comparison to the old type of zombies earlier on.
Wait,
that's
Stealth,
huge
were
for
you here when we were
forcing-
gaming out the alternative timeline where BO2 is actually the dominant game?
I don't know.
How long were you here for?
I've been here maybe 10 minutes.
Oh,
and I
you
was on
definitely
stream
not.
maybe
So
5 minutes.
So what I'm saying is that with BO2 being so you know how the PC port is whack, that
Mhm.
creates a so you know on our timeline we sort of had this island of BO2 players that were
I was on
they
the
were fairly
island.
conservative.
Yeah,
They were
I
fairly
know.
conservative in terms of the way the game was being played. You know, no FOV and you know all that nonsense, right?
Yeah. Yeah,
So
again, I was on the island, I remember.
right, exactly, right. So what happens is that that isn't an island, that's a whole nation because this is the new game. This 2013 August. These maps come out. This now becomes the standard of what people are playing because now you know people are just playing it because it's new. But then people stay on it because what's the point of going back to BO1, which is the older game, and also has box lag because you're playing on console. So you have all these deficiencies of the old game that inhibit it, just push you away onto the new game. Of course, you're going to play
And
the
like
new game without box lag.
it's like a Mickey Mouse thing. It's like, oh, dude, every other round in high rounds is like round one. That's fucking lame and gay. Like,
Oh
people
wait,
would
wait,
think
wait,
of
hold
that
on.
as
We
like,
haven't got to that point yet.
yeah.
So you basically have console players. On people are playing BO2, and there is not a PC player base that comes in and goes plays these maps because guess what? You would need to play on first of all modded version of the game to be able to get far enough because traps the health don't work, so we don't even know if the traps are going to work, but let's just say they don't work, or at least all the maps don't work perfectly, so 159 sort of becomes the limit. But also you can't even get to 159 because you disconnect. Well, PC is sort of you don't have this talent that is developed on PC because there needs to be more work to actually get, just like in our timeline on BO2, where BO2 PC didn't start becoming a thing until way later, until a lot of these things, but also socially, a social mechanic needed to develop to where people accepted modding the game. And where did that come from? BO1. But guess what? BO1 isn't built out because BO2 is the main game.
Right.
But everyone is on console, and BO2 console is going to be better because you don't have any of that frame lag. And so you now have this legacy that's built up on BO2, where BO2 has all the latest high rounds, where BO1 is sort of left in the dust. All the high rounds are now all the competitive high rounds that you want to compete against, all the strats that are built for the game are, you know, they're most compatible with BO2. People are now just playing BO2, and so
exactly.
you're
And
going to
also for
have
that
a
reasons, like you have a console, right? Like, well, just go to that other map on that same game. It's like if I'm playing Grief, which I was, and someone's playing First Rooms, I'll just play the BO2 version of that First Room because otherwise I'd have to get a whole new game and the DLC because you couldn't just pirate it, right? So there's a barrier to that. So it's like you're guaranteeing that BO2 like kind of explodes within itself as the like area where everyone plays and competes with each other and plays co-ops.
Yeah. Instead of BO1, because now BO1 is going to be sort of, and people are going to be, so I don't know if you know, but 5 and 5 switched to console to play BO2 because BO2 on console was just a better game, whereas on PC it's just unplayable. And that's where because the tools just didn't exist back in the day to make this game actually good on PC, then everyone's playing on console, and then you have that conservatism that develops where, oh no, you can't play on this modded version of the game, and guess what, that's going to be the prevailing view that stays, rather than this BO1 liberal view where, oh, you can do whatever you want, because it is a bunch of PC players on BO1. No, BO2 is a bunch of console players, so people switch onto consoles to actually be able to compete, and BO1 sort of becomes this island of liberalism, but also more on competitive world records, similar to how
serious. More like a reimagined remix retard is viewed now.
Right, exactly, right.
Play those. I hate people who play
Same. I hate demons.
Yeah, no,
I think
So-
there's only like one retard
think
who
of
ever
one.
played that shit anyways.
So
Dude, he was
so you have a more conservative game, but also you have things developing at different times where you might have a higher skill level early on because the way co-ops work is that you can disconnect, and so co-ops are just more accessible to everyone, other than psychopaths. So you have more people playing on
It's not
co-op
just
and
psychopaths who hate
co-ops,
themselves and sleep and drug
right?
users and stuff. Yeah.
And co-ops allow for greater greater mistakes, and therefore you can try harder strats, and you see that with that strat being a co-op strat, but also 5 and 5 also did a lot of just co-op strats in general. Where I remember watching his Darius video back in the day, where it's like, oh yeah, we're doing a bunch of co-op co-op Darius strats, and that's
tactics.
Yep.
and so yeah, fastest tactics, and so you're going to have early on better players, but in the midterm probably not, because now you don't have this PC strat tester is just next level even in comparison to co-ops, and so you're not gonna be able to get a lot of this, build a lot of muscle memory on strat tester. So you're probably gonna actually have worse strats in the long run. But this is where the longer the timeline goes on, the more question marks there are, and this is where it gets really interesting, is that we might have but before you speak, this is the last part of the timeline, is that we might have a BO2 gangster. So the BO1 gangster archetype, which is this warrior, right? And these are the sort of these are the sort of like testosterone filled competitors that want to just destroy everything in their sight, right? Young men that want to compete with everything, and they are competing where they think the highest echelon of skill is, where the highest respect resides. But that's going to be on BO2, so you're going to have BO2 gangsters. But the thing is, because BO1 is so similar, and more people, sort of the natural curve of everything is that when people get older, right, computer is this thing where you can use it for multiple things, work, but also you're going to have your games accessible forever, and so people are slowly just going to end, and plus other games too being more on PC, right? You're just going to have a general migration to PC, and that means
basis with World at War for like modding, like custom maps and stuff, and BO3 probably still has the same custom map community situation. So there's all these already. It's not just BO1 on PC, so it's
right. So you have people moving on, and now there's more of an incentive to play BO1 because it's not this frame lag bullshit, right? You probably still have, BO2 gangsters are gonna have like, oh, you're playing, and this is where Niraj's thing of, oh, you're playing, after on 63, you're playing round 1 and just killing zombies in one shot. That's bullshit. That's gay. But also that might. That might drive the BO2 gangsters competitiveness because the skill transfer is going to be very similar, because the mechanics are very close to each other. That means you're gonna see people and because BO2 is not going to be developed on PC, right? Because when you have a PC, some people, you might not even have access to the console anymore. You're gonna have people that move on to BO1, maybe come back to the game, but on BO1 competing for world records, and you have this sort of you have Clash of Titans, you have these, native BO1 players after, and they're sort of the bums, right, of the community, and they sort of have to, you're seeing like a bunch of different players, in this timeline, we don't really get to see it, and we've barely seen it, where, how BO3 is a different game, and we don't really get to see who are the better players, because they don't get to compete on the same playing field. Well, because BO2 is so similar to BO1, right? That means you actually do get to have that. You get to have these two players competing against each other, and BO2 players
more advanced strategies too, because like the
and so you're gonna have you're actually going to have this epic storyline come to fruition that's been sort of developing, and now we're seeing the fruit of it, of these BO1 players and BO2 players going at each other, and the BO2 players are because they're not native and it's not exactly the same game, it might, and because they're playing on PC, right? And think about PC, mouse and keyboard probably allows you to more easily get the movement that you want, so I would expect mouse and keyboard just being better. You might see more advanced movement. Not to say that BO2 gangsters won't have advanced movement, because guess what? That's the most competitive game, and on controller you can still move well, and so. You're gonna have this sort of clash where it's like, these native BO1 players, they're more used to the strats, they're more used to PC, the way it looks, the way the input device, whereas obviously you can still use controllers on PC, but again, do you remember BO1? There are disadvantages to using controllers on BO1 in terms of insta rounds. Think about instant rounds, but also, you know, clicking F, right, is instant, whereas holding X takes time, right? And so there are actually advantages to be playing on mouse and keyboard for zombies, right? And so you're gonna have this clash of just two different input devices, console versus PC on the same game with very similar mechanics, where they have to slightly adjust who's gonna be better. And BO2 players are probably gonna be more seasoned because that was just a more competitive game. There were more, you know, faces that you had to compete against, more minds at the game, and so you have this sick storyline that could have been that we just didn't get, but
And
more
another
conservative in
thing-
general. But yeah, go on.
Another thing about BO2 is it's like way less RNG focused than BO1 because there's no like insta kill rounds. You have to worry about like missed instances or anything.
Right, but also Mark II, like think about Mark II on Doris, where forcing drops is going to be way easier on BO2 because ray gun is so much stronger. But not only that, is that because the health rises exponentially, that means it's not like you're going to get more rounds, that many more rounds camping. Consistently you are, but it's not going to be that many, you know, it's maybe going to be like, you know, 5, you know, at most. So that means you have a less RNG based game because you're just able to kill more on earlier rounds with the Mark II because it just does so much damage. Not only that, but also because the spawn rates are faster, maybe you're using the Mark II to actually also kill alongside the WAF and holding the zombies back. And, you know, I forgot what the term was, where like maybe like looter is, where it's like, you know, don't it was basically a concept to describe not making the zombies come in the map, like holding them off as long as possible, having whole rounds where they don't even step foot in the map. That would actually be a thing consistently on BO2 because you have the Mark II ray gun, and you'd want to do that because you don't want to force drops early into your ammo, because you early max ammo, you're fucked, right? And so there is this massive, and so you're quick switching between WAF and Mark II, trying to keep them also in the boundaries of outside of the boundaries of the map. You have this skill and less RNG that's present in the BO2 versions of the game. Something that sadly does not exist. We have the shitty Mark I ray gun in BO1. The game
What
that
would you
we
do,
play.
like late game then, or like post camping for dogs? Would you still keep the base ray gun?
I
Or
think
would you
dogs are
just use
less.
the
I
non-sonic
think dogs get harder. I think you're having to deal with dogs with whatever the fuck you have, kind of thing. I don't think you keep a specific, because you wouldn't want to keep the ray gun.
Well,
Like, why would
wouldn't
you
it?
do
Well, you wouldn't want to
if
keep
it
the
worked
ray
like
gun
in
for RNG
BO1
purposes.
That's I
Right,
was gonna bring
is-
up like in BO1, like the ray gun's like super common, right? So I wonder if
Yeah, but
that's
also
how it would work
you
in
would always
BO2.
want as many opportunities to get the Mark II as possible, especially in the earlier game. So like, you would right. So you would basically be like trade. So dogs would be harder in the early game, I think. 'Cause you
Right.
would be,
But also
like,
you have DT as well, and I don't know how that
yeah,
would
exactly.
work.
So that can kill faster too. So it kind of
Wait, you would? Wait,
Well,
Yeah,
yeah,
which is
because
a lot
DT
first.
shoots double
well, yeah. So you
the
kill
bullets,
faster
right?
with whatever
So-
gun you have.
So
you would get rid
maybe,
of, speed call.
yeah, maybe that could actually be an actual consideration that you make in your
Yeah.
game.
Because why would you really need speed?
Yeah, DT is really useful. You've actually made DT like an actual consideration for the game.
There's so many things like this. There's so many things like this. This is the point. There's so many directions you can go, potential futures, lost futures. Like, man, that's really what it comes down to. I definitely want to hear if Stealth has.
Yeah, this is also a high round player too.
Only thing I have is a problem with your theory is that like eventually Xbox 360s are not going to work anymore, so you're going to have that migration over to
Definitely have to have migration. 100% have it.
you know, regardless.
But the migration is going to happen later, just because
It's going
that's
to happen slightly later, yeah.
no, it's going to happen later, and it's going to happen, and that extra time where now the game is still sort of looking more like a speed run, and it's sort of developing as its identity as what sort of competitive game it is, rather than you know back in the day where you have like Frenzy doing full horde instas. It's gonna be more of a speed run game, right? And so when you have this, you're gonna have the attitudes sort of cement themselves, where early on, in terms of what strats people are doing, it's going to look a lot different. But now that the philosophy of the game is cemented itself, well, guess what? You're going to have when you know, let's say this happens 2 years later where people move over, right? Because, and you just think about it right, that we already have a case for this where the island of console players moved to PC later, that the BO2 console players moved later than the actual BO1 players, right? And it's obvious why. BO2 is just a better game on console, right? And that was the sort of, you know, developer intended way to play it if you're not using, you know, redacted or anything like that. And so you're going to have more conservative attitudes about the game than we currently do have on BO1. FOV might be, even when people switch over to PC, right? People are like, oh yeah, we still can't use FOV. You might get attitudes like that persist. No FOV, no custom camos, no nothing. And also a memification of BO1 having insta-kill rounds. And honestly, I do kind of agree. I do think a lot of insta-kill rounds are just bum. I made this comment before too. I think
that's why also like this view of how much longer BO2 is. BO2 games are longer, right?
Yeah.
This is gonna mean that there's an interest in saving time more in BO1 because people are coming in being like, oh shit, this is like a faster, more constrained game. Right? So I think there's not gonna be this kind of like, oh well, let's do full horde instas because it's like safer. It's like, well, that safety isn't going to be the big thing because they're coming in with a mindset of like, this is like restricted time that I have to play, right? And so they're like, I think, yeah, I don't think we're going to be as stuck in this really like dark ages of high rounds where it's just like to a lot of communities, high rounds look so fucking boring. It still does sometimes, but looks so boring as a gameplay thing. So I think there's going to be less of a tolerance for that too if BO2 is the kind of main game. And these, you know, strats develop on there and people migrate over there back to BO1. I think there's gonna be an acceleration in BO1. But yeah, I don't think the BO2 strat tester gets made for a while. Probably the same amount of time though, because I think there's still gonna be people who tinker and make like Zolfurnace and stuff, like these mod menus on PC. Like I still think these are gonna get made. Even if less people are on PC, I think.
I mean, Zolfurnace and even
BO2
zombies.
It would already be unplayable on PC, right?
BO2, the strat tester and all that comes out at the same time as it did in our timeline, I think. Because a lot of when that became actually maybe a little bit later, but the thing is, right, like there we did have that war, right? When the war's going to look different because the sides are going to be completely stacked in the opposite directions, right? But we still had that war of, okay, BO1 players are now starting to eye up BO2. And now people are making strat testers and, you know, easy ways to, you know, get the bank and everything like that. So there was this sort of crossover of BO1 players trying out BO2 and see.
I think it happens the same way, except reversed.
Yeah, reversed, right? But also because the games are just more familiar, because you're going to have the same maps. This happens even more because there's still, you know, BO1 players that are just like, no. And also just not BO2 is just not taking it seriously because the maps are bomb. But you're actually going to have the same maps, and so a lot of the skill is just going to transfer, you know, directly one for one. And so you are just going to have, the whole crossover happen tenfold. But yeah, this whole strat tester thing probably would happen around the same time because it happened way later for BO2, and we know why it happened way later for BO2.
Mechanics to pause games in co-op in BO1 would be accepted. I think people would be down with it because 100%. They would see it as relative to the base, which is BO1. Like two, like you got to think about how
BO2 is going to be the base.
Is a baseline that gets set through the historical process these communities go through, and so the baseline that gets set is like BO2 is the one, and like that's why like we're not going to have FOV as much because the baseline is BO2
on console.
And we got like PC is going to be a faithful recreation of the intended version, which is
console BO2.
And so it's going to be the same kind of process on BO1, where it's like, are we insane? Are we going to fucking make ourselves stay up like that? Like that's stupid. Let's try to get a way of pausing in co-op, and
just like how on BO2
it would be like it's legit just like in BO2, which is the base like standard we all abide by, right? Like it's gonna be
and
the ideal vision of zombies.
But think about it like this: that's the basis of modding BO2 for 159. Well, it's because BO1 PC
on
is the
PC,
base,
exactly,
right? And
exactly,
so it is
exactly.
relevant to it is to our standards to mod the game to make it work like BL1 PC. So
Exactly.
yeah, that I'm big, and that's why I'm saying the Stealth, you were sort of downplaying like, yeah, it's gonna stay on for a little bit longer. No, I think
Stop, you retard.
any
No.
extra years that the game is BO2 on console, that's when the game is built. Early on the game builds its identity, it can shift and change, but once you add a few extra years on, now the game's going to solidly cement its competitive identity, and it's going to be the way BO2 console is, just like how emulators of
Which would mean that like 159, with that breaking on PC, would we still have modded that then?
I think so, because it
I
would be
think so.
considered
Yeah.
going back to console. Like, it's like
Yeah.
PC fuck. It's like I think there's still going to be this sense of like the devs suck. I don't think that ever wouldn't be the case. Like, just looking at how broken a lot of
But the
zombies
foundation is different, but the result is going to be the same. The foundation is you want the game to be like BO2 console because that's the foundation. So you're going to mod it.
Pluses and minuses, right? It gives PC this, but it also takes away the FOV, right? It's like this kind of it's like the ultimate rule that smooths over all these problems. I think is how it would be thought of.
Whereas we in our timeline we did the 159 because BL1 PC is the standard, and because BL1 PC is the standard, everyone's playing on PC, and so if you want to play BL2, like you're also playing on PC, right? And you want to compete against the console players, and so it's like, okay, we need to mod the game, but it's coming from the fact that we came from BL1. That's why we're changing it. But for them, they're changing it because they came from BO2 and now maybe don't have access to their consoles and they want to still play the game. And so, yeah, a completely different calculation is going into why the same thing is changing. Yeah.
And again, I think, but yeah, like the Lamster people, like the console supremacist people, like they will have a lot more power and a lot more kind of say. And I think their arguments will be bought a lot easier because
they're going to have
time
the
people spend
power.
on console will be greater. Like, I think they're going to have, maybe Daniska is what I'm thinking of, but
yeah, and Fixer, Fixer had a whole. They all had like crazy opinions on BO1, right? But they would never be able to. They would never be able to sort of convince the people because all the streamers, all the powers on BL1. That's where all the viewers are going to. But it would be the reverse, and so you would actually see BL1 as the bomb game with insta kill rounds and sitting in fire. Well, actually, no, they wouldn't be saying the thing about sitting in fire traps because that's also going to be on BL2. So you wouldn't shit talk your BL2. But you would be shit talking about insta kill rounds. Dope. This is this timeline, but I'm thinking more of the BL3, the fact that we had a lost BL3 that could have come out of these maps coming out and really showing the austere zombies is just better. It got proven with Town, and there needed to be another realignment into the Origins being, and think about it, because BL3 came out later than intended. I think that was the first game that was delayed further because Sledgehammer Games came in and took BL3's original slot, and so you have extra time with Origins being the dominant map because that's the last map that got released, and we don't have this strong sense of nostalgia that came with the Resurrection map pack. We get the Resurrection 2 map pack. What's the last taste in people's mouths? Well, it's the real game, and so there's more demand of the real game.
Our community's dick.
Our dick.
I think Shadows would have been like a really cool map if it was more like the BO1 and BO2 as well, because I'm pretty sure Shadows was a concept like when BO2 was still finishing, right? So I think that would have still been a map.
Was it? Where was this coming from?
Pretty sure.
I'm pretty sure.
I'm just going off memory. I remember hearing about it.
I don't believe you in a sense.
Like
skeletons and octopuses.
But the foundation of it being like a 1920s like detective thing, like the cinematic. But which, by the way, why is Buried in Africa?
Yeah, I know, that's what I was saying, right?
I've always wondered about this. Like, why is Buried in Africa? Like, what?
But it's also a Western.
Probably lore-wise, probably got like teleported or something.
Yeah, well, no, don't. This is what people do with Dark Souls, where they go, "It's the lore. They made the lore." They made the lore. Yeah, they didn't. Yeah, why did they make the lore that way? Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I'm just saying that's probably what it is. I'm not.
Yeah, I
agree with
know.
you about that.
Yeah, and they could have changed the law to whatever the fuck they wanted to. They've already done that
Yeah,
multiple
married is a
times.
weird.
Yeah, that didn't make any sense.
That always makes sense. It being in China, like that makes sense. Like a lot of things do look like like a shopping mall, like a
I don't care if
futuristic
it make.
looking.
I don't care if it makes sense. That's a cool map.
It is
I
cool.
don't. If Buried was a cool map, I would never question it. Like, oh, it's in Africa.
No,
cool.
that's the least of my complaints about it, but it's just
Yeah.
still always been weird to me.
Yeah, same. Why is it in
Is
Africa, but
Africa
also
just
a
primitive?
Western?
It's like they're still going
No,
through their
if you put it in
country
Africa,
era.
why the fuck have you? Also, I don't like how it's like, oh, Africa is like, it's just like one place, like one of the most like
No,
ethnically
it is one place.
diverse, massive, land pieces, and it's just like, oh yeah, that's Africa. Like,
Yeah, that's
yeah.
Africa.
And also, you don't get any of the cultural heritage of Africa. You're just like, oh, okay, let's base it off like American architecture. I'm assuming. It's
And
like,
there's a
what the
mentally disabled man who lives in a cage who's white.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, what? Where the niggas at? Seriously?
Yeah, exactly. Maybe it would be too bad to have a black person in a cage. Maybe that was considered problematic imagery.
Oh well, Russman can be in the cage, so
Yeah, Russman. Yeah, they have Russman. They're worried about offending people.
All right, guys, up top, high fives.
Love Russman.
high fives all around.
We missed out though, big time.
No, it's not that we missed out. The game that we put a lot of our time into was severely diminished,
That's the
and
Bowie knife. They didn't put the sickle in.
and because it was severely diminished, the successes of the real game are not the real game, and I like the real game, not this nonsense that exists in the modern day. So, we have a lot of our skills built up in this game, and now there are no new games to put them to use to because they've completely lost the plot. They went insane.
Facts.
That sucks, yeah. It's sort of like you building your skills in, a particular society, and then, the technology increases to the point where the
Being a
society
computer
looks different.
science major.
And then it's like, oh, okay, that kind of sucks. I'm kind of, it sucks. Oh, finally we got sound back. I can't believe, what is this, man? I might never get over this. I might be dreaming about this tonight because this is quite frankly inexcusable. I don't know about you.
I wonder
This
if
is,
there's some kind of reason like they couldn't do it, like something to do with the
Well,
game.
they
I doubt
could
it,
do it.
but like,
We were seeing
I
that they
wonder.
could.
Yeah, but you see in like some of the maps, like the zombies aren't dying properly. I don't know. I can't really
Yeah,
think
and they
of a
could fix
reason
that.
for. Right.
they
Yeah,
also-
I can't think of a
it's not.
reason, but I'm just wondering like, what if that's why they didn't do it?
The reason I came up with
Some of
a
these
possible
broken maps
reason is
already.
that they had no they didn't know that Sledgehammer was gonna come in and make where BL3 should have been. It was actually Advanced Warfare. They didn't know that, so maybe they were saving these
Yeah.
maps for the next game, sort of like the and apparently, actually, I don't know. That's just a narrative
I
that
was here. I
I've
was
heard.
here for that. When you're talking about
Right.
that, but
Yeah, that is the most plausible thing.
Yeah, that's the most possible, I think, too. Like that they thought, oh, we should save this in case the next game needs more content, and then they didn't realize they were on a different release cycle. That got finalized after that choice was made, and so here we are. But they were saving this in case the next game didn't have enough content.
And they never did anything with this. Man, I'm just looking at this. I'm just looking at this, and I'm just immersing myself into this. This is a thing. This actually exists.
Can't believe Juggy was playing fucking DS zombies, dude. Like so much bullshit wouldn't have had to have happened if we could
Yeah.
have. Maybe we still get to that point, but it's later and more
Yeah,
people
it's
stay.
most
and
definitely
the game
later.
was more
Yeah.
competitive, more interesting, and a lot of these retard YouTubers didn't get their crypto money from selling out our game.
Oh yeah. Oh, that sucks. They basically became the captains of a ship, and they've just rammed it
right in the iceberg.
Yeah, and we're just left there. But I'm not even thinking
Pretending to
about
be women to get on
Titanic.
the ships.
I'm thinking about Mast and Sail. That's what I'm thinking of.
Hmm.
Like you're dead at that point.
I'm thinking about cross-dressing to try to be a woman to get off the boat.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah.
If I had to, listen, I don't want to cross-dress. If I had to though, because I'm on the boat,
Mm.
yeah,
I'm
like
definitely tapping
I'm
into
shoving
my
the woman
feminine
out of the
self.
way,
Mm.
and
Oh,
I'm like getting
100%.
on
Yeah.
in a dress, 100%.
Like,
Yeah,
yeah.
I ain't dying.
This is a tragedy. Oh, the box has yellow question mark. Oh wait, I guess BL2 does that. Because on BL1, the BL1 maps specifically don't have the yellow question marks. They only have the white ones. But on the World at War maps, they have the yellow question marks. Then no BL. Yeah, I guess
And like
BL.
also like this is less. There's like just less Easter egg related stuff in these maps. So like
Yeah.
any narratives that get talked about and developed, like it's just harder to do that when the main maps people are engaging with don't have that to be developed. Like these maps were made pre Easter egg, so they craze, so they don't like possess
Yeah.
the elements that you could focus on to like make the Easter eggs more part of the game.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder how much Origins would still be getting played. Like, I
Oh,
really
definitely
do.
less. 100% less, because you have the attention spread out for a whole bunch of maps, but not
Which are comparably better.
Mhm.
right.
Yeah, definitely. But
I,
like, I still wonder like how. I
Probably
still
some
wonder
people.
how many YouTubers would be like making content the same way they did with it. Like, I don't know. I'm just thinking about that because
no camo.
there might be there might be like a split in the community with that. To be honest, where people want that.
Yeah,
Like,
probably
there's
there's some amount of that for sure.
Yeah, and we would win statistically because in house Jimmy Z's vision. Because first of all, it's like who controls who gets the uh who gets what vision that we get of zombies. Like we're not controlling it. It's whoever the devs.
And the
I was gonna
evidence they
say
have in front of them.
right, yeah, right. And so if they see like well, clearly Jimmy Z's vision is just destroying
Like he
whatever the
had some
fuck
duds,
Origins
but
is.
the larger picture of the type of things he makes is
His
much
body
more
of
popular.
work is
Much more
pretty good,
popular.
right?
Yeah.
And so yeah, we just win that conversation.
Even if there is, I love you guys double
Beat
tapping his
Cola,
speed.
yeah.
Like,
Oh yeah, and his
definitely there was
jug,
work to be done.
the jug is bonfire cell, by the way.
yeah. That's what I was quite. I was like, what the fuck is the bonfire cell there for? And you find out it was Jug.
So good.
Like,
I love it.
Mm. And yeah.
These are really small issues in the big picture of things.
Oh yeah,
These
I,
are
I
like,
would play this raw right now,
yeah, I would go in raw on this for sure.
100%. It's like, oh yeah, bonfire cell.
I would play Varrock if the jet gun worked. I'd try it
100%,
out.
dude.
I would do that.
It
Oh,
looks
no.
like Kino just works.
Yeah.
It's just a working map. Like all they would need to do is just change the way the icons come up.
Oh, you know what? This doesn't really matter that much, but the knocked players wouldn't be sitting there with the fucking Thompson as much.
Thank
Easy to
God.
knock
Yeah,
you.
no, yeah, good.
Thank God, right? Wouldn't that be
Mm.
fucking sick if they didn't do the Thompson? Fuck the Thompson, dude. The MP5 strat, MP5K strat on Ascension, no power. Fuck that, dude. This is the better of the
Oh
timeline,
yeah, actually,
100%.
there's not even like
You mean
BO2's
you
box
don't
numbers
like
are ridiculously
Thompson
high,
for
so
30
it
hours?
wouldn't. Yeah, it
I
wouldn't matter.
don't like Thompson, dude. We lost the devastation.
I love Thompson for 30 hours. What do you mean?
Yeah, and that would never take off with this
I'm
BO2
devastated.
timeline. Is that wait, that's actually bullshit. We can just play the same. That we can just play the real game. Just sort of like how we see World at War. It's just like this is just like a nonsense version of the game. Is that because the maps are going to be so comparable? Yeah, I think there would be people that play BO1 that also played the real BO2, but really it's just like yeah, if I want to compete, I'm going to actually play the game that's actually fun and requires skill instead of running around with a Thompson. That's nonsense.
Thompson
What would
for
the
30
would it
hours.
just be trades on Kino if the fire trap doesn't work?
It does work
Like if you can't sit in the corner, how do we know?
because it's a
We'll
port
follow
of the map directly, unless like your character is bigger and the pathing works differently. You might be right on that, but isn't the pathing also considered as part of the map itself?
I'm just saying, like in theory, like if it doesn't work, 'cause I really don't know. Like what would the strat be? Would it just be trading?
Surely. I mean,
Well, actually, what about back then though? Because like they
You
probably
could
wouldn't have done that back then.
you could do the dressing room and leave the door closed
Ooh.
to stage.
Yeah.
And that strat would be a lot easier because the zombies
you can
clump
still do fire trap.
inside of each other.
Ooh, yes. So they get to it quicker.
So, well, they get to it quicker because there's no spawn delay, but there's also like the horde up in that room would be easier too.
That would be so sick. Yeah, you could run past.
And
them.
you, so,
Oh.
so you
Trading
could,
would be also dope with that.
you could shoot, or you could trade T-gun and run that trap when you do have T-gun.
That's so sick. That would be so, dude. I want to play
Either that, or you could do Suicide Room, and kind of do the same thing.
5 would be so sick.
Oh yeah,
And
5
you
would
wouldn't
be
have to
pretty
worry.
interesting.
I mean, if you did that, like Novas wouldn't be a problem, right? You could just pap T
Right.
obviously. So.
Yeah.
Would the what you call it
Oh.
on 5? Do you get the windows? The zombie stuck behind the windows on BO2?
I think
That
that
would be
exists
okay.
in BO2, right?
I've seen it on Depot. I
What?
feel like the zombies.
Yeah, I remember Galactic. We talked
Okay,
about
well,
that
if
with
that's the
Galactic.
thing, then okay.
But I've only seen it on Depot. I can't think of any other. Maybe on Mob and Camping, maybe they get stuck in the window sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah.
Stealth.
I think it does happen.
Maybe, but it's rare.
Got it. Oh, the B23R being there, brutal. That's gonna be interesting
Yeah,
for the.
that's what Tricky's was saying.
Yeah,
But I'm
for,
thinking, but I was thinking no, because with DT in this on this game, because it shoots double the bullets.
bullet penetration
be-
is double as well.
True, right? We were
There you
wondering
go.
about that. Yes,
That's
you
what
were
I
right
was
about that.
saying. Yeah,
you
I'm,
do
That's what you were saying.
You get 6.
you know where I got this from too?
6.
This is like early high round knowledge I knew about from You're Adopted. He goes through like the mechanics. Him and Oxygen. I used to watch him and Oxygen a lot. I thought they were the most
same.
articulate zombie players because they would know a lot about the game mechanically. I remember when the whole what do you call it, the crawlers, like crawlerless, what restricted content, that's it, right? Adopted already played without restricted content outside
yeah.
of Shang because and that's why I started playing without restricted when I was not really like serious about the game, but I was like, oh, you know, high rounds could be cool, right? So I would dabble in it. And I would also play restricted content like him because it just made so much sense to me that having imagine being in the 60s. I don't even think I got that far back then, but imagine being in the 60s and then going switching to run traps and then having a crawler just sitting there and then just waiting for the crawler to walk into the trap. And also having the zombies always being bunched together because they're not crawlers. And so you're, you know, in theory, getting more splash damage with the ray gun. That's just made so much sense to me. But yeah, he actually knew a lot about the game on a mechanical level, even though he is actually a console bitch. And yeah, the penetration where it's like you can only do 3. That's actually how I became, you know, how I optimized, you know, making points. Is like I specifically took this into account because I would just run through the ammo so quickly. It's like, okay, I need to use this. If you ever watch me play, I don't really shoot at just one zombie at a time. I always try and shoot at least 3 zombies. And yeah, it's actually true. But I was I'm pretty sure he said something like it's not like that on BO2. I'm pretty sure he also said, I don't know, but you know the stun where you the faster your fire rate is, you stun the zombies. I don't even think that is a thing on BO2 as well. I'm pretty sure he said something about that too. Yeah, he was saying something about that too. And this was all into relation with point making and the whole penetration thing. So yeah, it was,
penetration on BO2 is crazy.
Yeah, the thing with the MPL as well, I don't know how fast the B23R is when you run with it, but MPL is a speed weapon, right? So
right, yeah, it's not.
Yeah, that's true.
B23R is not fast.
Yeah, B23R is not.
Yeah, it's standard.
Weapon.
So yeah, you don't even have a speed.
Are there speed weapons on BO2?
Ballistic
yeah,
knife, right?
Yeah, ballistic
and
knife.
what's that gun called?
The
F something?
CZ75.
No, it's like the
F?
Chicom or something.
Oh, the Chicom.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
Chicom is a
that's
sprint
right.
weapon.
Yeah.
Wait, so is
Yeah,
MP5 a speed weapon in BO2? Because on BO1 it is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, it is. Yeah, no, you're right
I
about
think
that. Yeah, it
the
is.
MP5 is like 105% speed. I don't know
Is
if it's, like, as
105 a
fast.
real thing?
I've heard that from
before.
I heard that from someone.
Yeah.
I think it was Demons. I'm pretty sure it's Demons.
I've heard the 105 thing before. Not sure if I believe
and
the 105.
Phoenix as well. Actually, Phoenix said that. So
It would be worth it for sure.
Right. But yeah, no, yeah, MP5 on BO2 is definitely a speed weapon. Yeah, I can't believe I forgot that. Yeah. Because I would always buy it every time.
On Grief, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the Chicom, yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. That one's cool.
I don't know why I thought it started with an F.
Yeah,
I
I
thought it
was
was
like F.
D75. It blanked out.
As he said, yeah.
Okay.
I wonder if he has any more content here. BO3 pre-alpha show. No one gives a fuck. Oh, apparently they do. Look. Oh, but this is newer, and this is 3 years ago.
This guy just came back out of nowhere. What the fuck?
Yeah, he said that in the comment section. But just wow, the content that we lost. Imagine ooh, hold on. Mark II camping on Kino der Toren.
Ooh,
Mark
that's so sick.
II camping on Kino der Toren. What? And imagine if we don't get bouncing back. Actually, I feel like we would get bouncing bays back on Darius. But I was gonna say Claymores. Well, yeah, we would get bouncing bays back because look how they did the ports. It's very
right, dude.
Claymores have a limited number in BO2.
Yeah, but they're way crazier on BO2. Like
they are, yeah, they're.
Wait, are
like
they?
on no power? Oh yeah, for like you can take out an entire like if they're all crawlers, it's like a one play or something, right? It's like
Wait, and you do more damage when you hold them with flopping. So on like Call of the Dead, if that map didn't have any like traps or anything, and the wonder weapons or shit, like that would actually be way better with that.
Missed opportunity. Complete missed opportunity. Just horrendous what this is done. Yeah, just one decision. This is you know those videos. Actually, I was watching one of those videos today. It was this is like historian guy. I found the I think he might be a PhD or something, but him and his bum friend. These guys sound like complete bums. His one bum friend is obsessed with the Battle of Shiloh from the Civil War. He always brings it up. And this video, he's doing the what ifs in history, and he gets his friend. And he's like, "Okay, we're gonna do the Battle of Shiloh now." That's just like a what if in history. And this is my. I'm gonna write this all. I'm gonna compile this tomorrow in terms of. If you have any ideas, just message me. I wanna compile these opinions, so I have it all written out and is in like where this potentially could have gone, and actually get this I mean you guys can talk to people. Ask other people and to game it out. Yeah,
if we had it written down, then we could ask other people and see if they had like specific issues because like we all have different vantage points from the community as we saw this play out. So the more we can see other people's vantage points of how this could have played out, the better, right?
Yeah. So I'm gonna write something up tomorrow in terms of the way I think it could have gone while incorporating your ideas into it. I'm gonna make it more like I'm not gonna fucking write an essay about it, but it's like bullet points in terms of like why I think it, and also different sections on what sort of like the different like I'm looking at BO1, the way BO1's gonna look, the way BO2 is gonna look, the way console and Xbox are gonna look. I'm gonna sort of like categorize these different things into like what seems logical for to make it more readable,
and for categories it could be like would be different, could be different, would be the same but through different processes, and then the same.
Dude, that's
in terms of
really
the degree
funny.
of difference.
I don't know if you remember the original time we were talking about this, Flair, but like a few months ago. But I was like, yeah, I'm gonna write a novel about this, like alternate history from Zombie perspective.
I love that. Wait, what's his perspective?
His perspective is going to be different because he's a console player.
Yeah.
Right? And because BO2, right? If you think about it, BO2 is going to be the dominant game, and so he's going to be like his sort of it's going to be way more of a playground for him. Instead of him competing with these monster mouse and keyboard players, he's going to be with the other console players doing his thing. We might actually see a Zombie Live that's a little bit more accomplished, possibly.
Did y'all see that Tails beat Zamba's PB?
Wait, what did he get?
Oh yeah. I
Tails
saw
got
that.
237.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Let's
Let's go,
go.
Tails.
It's hilarious.
That's awesome.
Zamba 10,000 hours. Still has a 233.
I love this. So much.
I put my hat. I can't say anything, man. Like, you know,
Let's go,
I
Tails.
can't say anything. I got my hands up.
Let's go, Tails. I think that's what I'm saying. Let's go, Tails.
Let's go, Tails.
That's so
Yeah.
good.
I can't say anything at this juncture. That's all I'm saying. No, seriously,
I love that.
I'm not gonna show on Zomba like, yeah, okay, you chose to play the game wrong, but that.
Not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna say
Yeah,
it's his
that-
fault for being like so stupid in how he played the game.
That's the whole point.
Yeah,
That's why we're laughing.
because he's like this remaining sort of like conservative. I shouldn't say remaining, but he's like very conservative in terms of the way. Like no, I won't switch to mouse and keyboard. You know, it's like he would have
So-
thrived in this alternate community.
okay
We
to
would have
be
seen an emancipated Zombie instead of the dredge, you know, gremlin walker that we.
Reg is so awesome. Yeah, he is, dude. That's a really good way of saying it. That's an intense way to say it, I will say. It's like what you call like a guy who's been in a dungeon for a while, I feel like.
Mm.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah.
He's Levi, whatever the guy's called from Buried.
I always called
Leroy.
him Lenny. I don't know what he's really called.
Lenny,
we
yeah,
called him
yeah, yeah.
I called him Lenny just because I'm a
Mice and Men, yeah.
But,
Yeah.
yeah, in school. But
Mice and Men. Oh,
Did you watch the newer version of the movie, or did you watch the old one?
well, I don't know
Old.
what the old one is. I
Well, I
saw
don't
like the
even-
2000s, like the
Yeah,
1980s.
that's yeah.
Is that
That's
the newer
good
one?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
okay.
Well,
I'll probably watch the new one.
I'd
then.
seen a bunch of MLG compilations of Lenny being shot, but like 360 no scope stuff. And so when I saw it in class, like me and my friend started laughing, which was not good.
Wait, what was even
I
the
bet
point
your
of
teacher
bad.
loved you.
of
My
Mice and
teacher
Men?
hated that. Also, the girls that were crying hated that. Well, so at the end, he has to kill his brother.
I know.
Because he's right.
Wait, is that his brother? I thought that was just like
No,
his...
I don't
or
think
his-
they're brothers.
or whatever,
I
his,
think
like-
it's just like a guy.
Like
He feels
affectionate
morally
way.
obligated.
Yeah.
To
Mm.
take care of him.
Yeah, they're connected.
He
Like,
ju- I-
yeah, right.
I
like,
think
you know,
they're like. I think they are related, but
but it's like more
it's
like
not
a spiritual
brothers. It's
connection.
like
he takes care of him. He's like
spiritual, yeah. That's how I
I
see
think
it.
they're like maybe cousins or something like that.
It doesn't matter. That's not the way I saw it. But what was the whole message of the story? Because I know what happens at the end, but I don't see how that connects with.
No, I don't know the messages. I don't know the messages. There's never too late to.
That's actually sort of that's like an indictment of the sort of literacy, not literacy. What is comprehension? Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
The comprehension is that we were reading this book, and it's not even an indictment of the comprehension, but comprehension in a very specific setting. And I've seen just the school setting for me. Later on, as I got in school, it's like I did well early on, and I just got worse later on the more I tapped out of it, because then my comprehension just went way lower. But my comprehension was still very good on shit that I cared about, in terms of I'm able to articulate myself well, I'm able to comprehend things well, just not specific things. And I see that a lot where you don't know you and Stealth I don't know about Trickies, but you both don't know, but I clearly know that you're both articulate people that know how to comprehend a body of work. And that just makes me think, yeah, maybe there's a failure here in terms of the way we teach English.
Yeah, there might be a little bit of it. Yeah.
Not a little, but this is drastic.
I agree with you. Yeah.
There's a severe deficit of.
Well, there are some
comprehension.
teachers amongst us who maybe I could put on the spot to defend the education system. Like, what's up with that? Like, what the fuck do you guys, Stealth? What's up with this? Like, why do you guys fail so badly as educators?
Where the fuck do you want me to begin?
I'm gonna
I
go
know.
get you.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's so bad. It's so bad on so many levels. Like, it's so far from, yeah. Anything? Have there been things that you didn't realize until recently? Actually, I'm kind of curious about that, because we've talked about it before, but I'm wondering if there's like even like new twists you've encountered of like.
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't even know where to begin.
Gotcha.
Just the philosophy of education, I think, or the philosophy that's in practice, I think, is a lot of what's flawed. So just the core, the foundation of it is flawed. Like,
really bad.
I mean, like we gotta decide, is it like, are we educating people to, go get jobs, or are we educating people to learn how to learn? And it doesn't seem like, at least here in the US, that we can't decide between the two. Like, we try to do both and fail miserably at both.
At both. Yeah, at both. That's so
Yeah,
crazy to
I
think about.
mean,
It's at both when we're failing. Like, people can't really get jobs either. It's like actually pretty bad. Like, so much on the job training is required leaving school.
yeah,
Like, it's
absolutely.
yeah, it's failing both goals, which is so crazy.
Regardless of if you go to college and get a degree in something,
Yeah,
most of you know what you need to do the job, you're gonna learn at the job.
that's so crazy to think about.
So, I mean, you learn, like, I guess, the principles of what, like, engineering or whatever, if you're gonna in college, if
Some
you're
of the
gonna go
lingo.
be an engineer, but um, then you're gonna go to the job once you get hired and learn what you actually need to do for that specific job. So, and a lot of times, once people get out of school, they don't care anymore about learning after that. Like, why would I hated that shit, so why would I go back and, you know, try to, like, learn more math for the sake of learning math? Why would I do that? I hated
Yeah.
that, right? Like, not that
How does
I
it help me
not that
right
I
now?
hated that, but
No, you're a nerd. You're a fucking nerd, so.
honestly, by the end of it, like, I don't really care about, especially those upper level math classes. It's like, why are we doing this?
That's a good question.
Um, yeah, no, I don't see the application.
But yeah, it definitely fails on
Anyways, I mean,
every level. A person could design an education system. And it is crazy because like I don't even think people are being trained to do it's like to navigate the world, which has a lot of like words on it. Like there's a lot of words in the world and you just need to know how to navigate that system of options. Like that's the only purpose that we're being educated for is like how to pick out products kind of thing. And like how like when
yeah.
there's an emergency, how to understand what the emergency message is. Like I think we're achieving that base level. And then I think beyond that it gets questionable. Genuinely. I think it's like even like how to take medication. People are struggling like what dosages are and stuff. Like when they're having to cut up pills from their doctor, like just basic
Mhm.
stuff. Or like I remember at the first job I applied to, there was a test you had to take about can you like give change? Like if they give you a certain amount of money, can you do the math to like what would I give them back? Like, do you understand what each chunk represents, how they would need to be combined to make the number? And
That's
this was needed
difficult.
to be given because no, everyone genuinely, like a lot of people were struggling with this to the point where like they had
Wait,
to have a test.
when you linked me you linked me two studies and one was the credit cards. I actually didn't know what the fuck
Oh yeah.
that said. I actually
Okay,
just
so
clicked off.
basically, when there's an overdraw, like when there's an overdraw or something, or there's a, like a overactivation of a person's credit balance, you can ask for like a
Wait, can you tell me how
temporary
credit cards
extra
work? I use a
amount.
debit card. I don't use credit cards.
Okay, so basically, there's an interest rate. Well, it depends, but like there's different contracts, but for the most part, there's an agreement by which at the end of the month, you will pay off the balance on your card that you've accrued through spending.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't, there's an interest that is tacked on to the next when you want to fully pay it off. And
Okay.
there's different ways it can be added on. There's different percentages that this can take. There's different time frames that credit cards are. There's some credit cards that have way larger balances than others.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, the big idea here is that people are using their credit cards on gambling sites. And so there's a fee associated with going over a certain limit. And
Mm-hmm.
then those fees are being activated, and people don't realize they're being activated because of how the gambling company is charging your card. And so they found that in two different states, one being Missouri and one being Kansas, they both support the Chiefs, but the Kansas one legalized gambling and the other one didn't. And so they can do a natural experiment. Missouri didn't legalize it, in Kansas, or wait, what is it? Mississippi? Maybe no, I forget. Anyway, there's 2 teams, different states, like same team. They support the Chiefs, and they found that on like the Chiefs side on Kansas, where there's sports betting is legal, that people were getting their cards overdrafted way more. They were activating these fees, which indicates an over like taking of an allowed balance way more in the side that activated sports gambling. And so sports betting being legal is like making people max their cards out or go over a certain balance limit far greater rates. And people don't know this
Why do
happens.
why do people use credit cards
Because people
then?
don't realize this is how they're going to be billed. Like it's not made clear. Like the sites will say some states or some card holders will do this, but they say it in fine print. And so people don't know this is what's happening.
Okay. Well,
So,
People also use credit cards because, like, you're gonna want to purchase a home someday,
definitely,
or purchase a
Mhm.
car, or
yeah,
something
in
like
general.
that, and so they want to build up their credit score,
okay.
and so they think, oh well, more utilization is a good thing. You need to
Yes.
use your credit card and pay it off,
Yes.
and then they they overuse it and can't pay it off. So and they
Interesting.
end up fucking up their credit score anyway.
And the
The
gambling though
idea
is
of
crazy
credit
though.
cards sound
then-
evil. What the fuck?
They are,
Yeah,
dude. They're
they
social
are.
credit scores. And like what's crazy is that if you're poor, it costs more money to borrow money. It's so insane. It
Mhm.
costs more money to borrow money because your credit worthiness is lower because you're poor. So our system literally penalizes you in terms of how much money you can borrow if you don't have money, which is so insane. It's so
This is-
crazy that you would like not use your social society's like financial system to give those people a little bit of a help. Like those are the people that should need the really cheap access to money. And let's say you take a loss on that. Okay, well, it's socially funded. You're like funding this like ability to give people money when they need it. But no, it's the opposite. It's like if you're trying to get money and you desperately need it for medical procedure, you are punished as a poor person, which is it's just so insane. So insane. But yeah, credit cards actually evil, very evil. But yeah, like no, it's just it's a little indicator. It's like when people are like busting on their cards or they're like activating fees, like this is a sign that people are losing a lot of money gambling,
Oh,
right?
This is
Like-
my game. Maybe
Hang on.
it's like maybe it's not even. I don't know how ubiquitous credit cards are in the UK in terms of determining how housing or anything like that. But just you explaining that coming from sort of this, as I said, outside, like I'm the tribesman sort of looking at your society, right? Like I'm that gamer looking at your society, you know, maybe spend too much time on game and not on real life. And so I'm coming at this from a philosophy I've built outside of this. This seems crazy to me. That seems crazy evil. The way that your
Crazy.
society is set up, that if you want to emancipate yourself by, you know, buying a house, and sort of lift yourself up. Well, it's not even lifting yourself up if you just want to live that sort of lifestyle where a lot of Americans
Homed.
just see
A
that
lifestyle of being homed and housed, not
Homed,
being
yeah.
homeless. Like what the
I
fuck?
know,
Like
right?
everyone wants this. Like
I know, and you have to. This is not even a commodity. This is like a standard to live your life, to be in a brick and
to not
mortar
be
house,
homeless.
right? And the fact that that is just cut off, that is cut off from you if you're not using credit cards and gaining this social credit score, and the fact that people can look at China and look at this, you know, I don't even know if the social credit score is real or how, you know, how pervasive it is and how it diffuses across different sectors of society. But the fact that that exists, yeah, that seems very evil to me. That's not even like the evil government too. That's not even like the evil government.
No,
That's
these are
like
companies. These are companies.
I know. Yeah, this is
No, and
insane.
there's something literally the social credit scores come in here in the sense that like people have had their mortgages denied because background check companies tell them that like this is a risk. Like it goes beyond financial at this point because there's so many data points collected about you as a person that is a social element in terms of like, do you have a reputation in like watch list companies of like being untrustworthy or sketchy? That could get you denied. 100%.
Yeah, this is nonsense.
So nonsense.
All right. I'm gonna share my screen.
Let's
All right, go on.
I'm just gonna share what I sent you, Niraj. I
Okay, let's
just
see.
sent it
Let's
to you
go.
because
I want to see this. Yeah.
Oh, well, I
I
have to
just
click
shared
off. I
it,
don't watch this application.
Okay, let's go.
You're not gonna watch it, Fleur?
Of course, gonna watch.
Okay.
Go over how much debt I have so you can feel better about your finances. Only today I'm going to show you exactly what the balance is on every single one of my credit
This is
cards.
an insane take already. It's like,
Okay.
let me show you how much I owe in credit card debt
To
because
make you feel better.
you need to feel better about
So
yourself.
you
To
what it
make
was
you feel
exactly
better.
a month ago. Let's
It's-
go. 1 month ago, my Bank of America card was at $5,174.50, and today it's at $4,947.80.
Let's
1 month
go.
ago, the Southwest card was at $11,513.67, and today it's at $11,268.37.
Let's go.
1 month ago, our Amazon Prime Visa was at $10,792.
Look at how much it's racking up. It's so much.
Oh my
man.
God.
1 month ago, my Capital One.
Wait,
was
so
at
what is that? Can you explain that to me? What is
$6,404.10,
this?
and today it's at
So what is that
So
current balance?
this is how much money she owes to the credit
Oh,
card
okay.
companies.
Why is it called
Because
current
she
balance?
spent
Why is that
and
not
spent and
debt?
spent balance. I don't know.
The fuck? That's like drinking when people say, "Oh yeah, I drink." No, don't smuggle yourself. I drink too, like to sustain myself. Like, no, you drink alcohol, you drink poison in your body. That's fucking up your body. Like that's the same current balance. You see that? You see the way that
Oh, yeah,
language
it
is
is
confusing as fuck. What the
I was
fuck?
Yeah.
confused
No, it's
about
so
that too,
Orwellian.
to
It's
be
so
honest. I
Orwellian.
was gonna ask about that, but before Flair did.
It's so sterile. It's so like Orwellian and sterile. It's like, oh, this is your current balance. Oh, the money that you're owing. Like it's so
What?
crazy.
That's
So
insane.
she hasn't paid it off.
Yeah.
And so she's accruing interest on all of these as well.
Yes.
For
And she's paying
owing
like
money.
off
And
nothing.
the interest is like 30%.
Jesus.
That's the average credit card interest rate. So she's paying 30%. It's
That
not
racks up every month?
It doesn't. No, 30% doesn't rack up every month. She wouldn't be able to pay this off.
What?
It's like amortized over the course of a year. Don't ask me what.
Why?
Yeah, it's like twice a year or whatever. It's like I'm like
Um,
the balance is like due or whatever, and then if it's not, there's a percentage added on or something.
Wait, why does she have like a whole Pokemon deck of different
Credit cards. I know
cards?
this is the thing.
Dude, it's insane. I don't know how she keeps getting approved. She runs up the balance on all of these, and
Wait.
they just approve
What?
her for more cards. It's like,
Oh,
how do you keep getting approved?
I understand. No, I understand. That's
And
the
she's paying these off in the dumbest fucking way possible too. I mean, if
I
you've
know.
got
Oh my God.
credit card debt, you pay off the
Yes.
smallest one first or the highest interest one first,
Yes.
depending on your situation, and that it frees up money to then pay off the other ones faster. Paying them
Yes.
all off at the same time that
In
doesn't
little
make any
increments.
sense.
In little
Yeah, I mean,
increments. Each,
she's
like,
paying off like
minus 100.
$200 each, $200 each, $200 each, and it doesn't, like, she's got to keep doing that. Whereas if she pays off the lowest one first, then that 200 or that minimum monthly payment that she would have to make could go towards the next one instead.
This makes sense though. You may not think this makes sense, but that was what's that guy's name?
Dave Ramsey.
No, who's that?
Who you're thinking of? No.
No, the guy that's always every school shooter. Sam Hyde.
Sam
Sam Hyde. Yeah, that's the Sam Hyde strats. He
Yeah,
knows.
it is.
Yeah.
No, he was
Wait.
right when those credit card monologue he had when he's like, people say he's like, oh, they're gonna come after me. He's like, no, what you tell him is you can only pay $3 a month because of your medication. He had a whole strat for how to string them along until they like stop being a company anymore. So he's like, this is gonna destroy your credit score, but you gotta do it.
Also, I'm thinking
6,300.
when it comes to identity, right? Can you just make a whole new identity? Well, actually, if you're like solo, obviously, if you're a family, it's like way different. But can you just make a whole different identity?
Yes.
You know, like illegal migrant. It's like, oh yeah, I'm this illegal migrant, and then because you already have, you know, possibly you might know other people that already have enough money, or you know, you get married to someone to get, you know, a green card as your new identity or something, or just some way to basically become a citizen again. Can you just do that? Seems like a good hack.
Yes, but think corporations and basically like claiming to have assets as a result of loans from other people who you also own, and then using that whole setup to get loans from actual banks. Like it's like on a corporate level, it's so easy to create identities on paper, and so
Mm.
this is like that financial fraud. Like that's a lot of what that is.
Mm-hmm. Good.
Okay.
$56.11. 1 month ago, our spirit card was at
Can you speed this
Spirit
up?
card?
And couldn't those people just like leave the country? Like, how the fuck would they find them?
Oh yeah.
1 month ago, my credit union
They don't.
card was at $937.46, and today it's at
Speed it up.
$867.46. 1 month ago, our American Express was at
She's got so many, man.
$3,703.48.
She's
and
got like
today
a
it's
full
at
deck of cards. You could play poker with these.
$3,688.48. 1 month ago, our Capital One card was at $970
Press G.
even, and today it is completely paid off. This is actually a credit that will be applied
I
towards
set
the
mine to
interest
different
that they're going to
values.
bill us for here in just a couple days. It just hasn't been billed yet, so we're counting this one as 0. And 1 month ago, our Chase card balance was at 0.
Wow, good for
and today
her.
it's still at 0. So that brings our total.
So I mean, I guess she is paying these off, but some of those are so high, racked up so high that, and she
yeah.
owes so much that the minimum monthly payments are $200 or whatever.
Yeah, so she can't even add any money.
I mean,
to it.
and think about
Yeah.
how many she had, right? I mean, she's draining thousands of dollars every month
just to
to
keep her
pay
debt
off
high.
these well, not to keep her debt high, but to try to pay it off.
Yeah, but she's
draining
failing.
so
So
much.
she's like treading water in like the middle of the ocean. You know what I mean?
Credit
It's
cards
like
need to be banned. What the
credit card
fuck
debt
is
down
this?
to
Usury does.
$43,706.
Down to $43,000.
I'm about
That's
to
really
kill
good for her.
She
myself.
still
What is-
owes $43,000 to these credit card companies.
You can tell she's making a lot of progress though by this
And
point.
a lot of the money, and this is like she's going to continue to make payments or whatnot, but money is being stolen from her in interest
Yes.
every month. I mean, hundreds of dollars stolen in interest every month.
Because they trapped you with consumerism. She got
Mhm.
trapped with consumerism.
Is
Or I
that
don't know,
what
or
happened?
medical
Wait,
debt,
what
or
the fuck
medical debt.
happened
I mean,
with
who knows?
her?
Who knows?
Living
It could be
probably
medical debt,
living.
I
it could
don't
be
know.
something else.
How she racked this up? Maybe she.
And 94
I'm seeing
cents,
the
which means
fashion
in the
next to
last
her.
4 weeks we have paid off $1,905.38.
Nearly $2,000.
Speed this up. She speaks like a snail.
In the past month, I'm gonna count that as a win. If you didn't see my last video, then you may not have heard, but I was laid off from my traditional job yesterday. Unfortunately, I used that to
Oh,
pay all my
and
bills,
yeah,
and all
I
the money that I
forgot
made from
about
TikTok, I
this.
was able to
She
then apply
got
towards
fired.
debt. Unfortunately, now I don't really know what the future holds. As of right now, we are gonna get through the holidays. As always, thank you guys so much for your support. I love you so much.
Oh,
Anyways,
What is
that's so
happening?
detached and terrifying that she's like, I bet she's watched videos of people showing how bad their debt is to make herself feel better. And so she's like, oh, I can do this for people. Like that's so like that's it's disturbing.
it's bad. I've watched this show called Financial Audit on
I've heard of
YouTube
it. Is
by
it a podcast?
Caleb Hammer. He always yells at people for
Yeah.
having like a bunch of credit card debt because they go in like the fucking gas station and buy buy a vape every day or buy chips and an energy drink every day, and they rack up $10,000 worth of credit card debt doing that.
What the fuck? Wait, how does
so
this
disturbing.
happen? What? Something's happening. What is
they're-
happening?
They're addicted to food and fast food. I mean, that's where a lot of their debt comes from.
What the
It's
fuck
not
is...
even like it's not even stuff that they have anymore. It's stuff that they ate.
Oh my
It's not
god.
always. It's not even clothes or something you like. You get something out of it and for a long time. It's something that you eat and then shit out a day later.
Oh, you know what I was thinking of? I've been thinking about this better part of a week. You know how like France was considered, like the cultural like number one, for a long time in Europe, right? And also many pedophiles come from France, right? Well, I put 2 and 2 together and I'm thinking, well, actually, it sort of happened the other way around where I came to this conclusion. But do you look at beauty standards, especially women's beauty standards, and then raise your eyebrow? It's like, why are women why have we got women shaving themselves and then making their face look as young as possible? Like shaving their pubic hair and then making their face look as young as possible. Isn't that a little bit... You seen the connection I'm making?
Yeah, I don't know where that started.
That's probably some like French court, like some infamous like nonce was just there. And then, you know, it's like, oh, you know, France is high culture, you know, we need to have our women look like this, you know. And then I say that facetiously because a lot of our standards, right, it's like we don't really know where a lot of our ideas come from. It's sort of like cultural. It's like, oh, we're sort of adhering to our society, we're trapped in this box, people just don't cut off their shackles because they're not, you know, emancipated with, you know, philosophy and thought, right? And so it could have been the case that actually some pedophile made our standards for how women dress, or just how you know, even men dress, the fact that it's just so ridiculous and dumb and stupid. Like the origins could actually just be that stupid. And now we have to adhere by these ridiculous standards. And because what makes it worse, right, is that because the standards are so... We just age, right? Like mathematically, that's just what happens, right? You can't maintain a look of looking perpetually young. And so you're creating a society where younger women are valued more. Actually, weirdly young women, right? Especially in a lot of TV shows, you know, that sometimes they're like 16, right? You know, that when they get into like the, you know, Hollywood industry, right? Like weirdly young. But then we have like these older women, right? That are sort of, you know, they're either like super caked in makeup, got crazy plastic surgery, right? Or they're just not really a thing anymore. It's like, oh wow, you know, like what the fuck, she's aged like shit. You know what I mean? That's sort of the combos that happen. And man, that's really sad, because this is like this is like 100 years old thing, where women today now have to sort of deal with the beauty standards that are put on them by basically really old social standards that could have been like one, because you know, let's say a king dictated society, or like a certain group of people dictated society. These types of people would just put this sort of standard onto us. That would be really fucked up if that was true. That's actually insane. And it's really done damage to our society in terms of women's mental health, and how they're sort of trying to have these like perfect skin. You know, there's like societies that value, you know, like, oh yeah, you have like gray hair, and we see that in men too. It's like, oh, you're fucking white, you know, like you look at a salt and peppered man, right? A salt and peppered man is, oh, that's fucking hot, bruv. Who's that guy from Peaky Blinders? That older guy? That guy aged like, you know, yeah, I think he was in Oppenheimer as well, right? Cillian Murphy, yes. You actually look at him when he's old. It's like, oh, what? He looks better when he's older. You know, he looks sick. You know, fucking Okami, Grey Wolf, salt and peppered. But you'd never go for that for a woman. It's like, you know, you would go like, she aged well, but on characteristics that makes her look younger. Whereas he clearly has markers of looking older, and actually also makes him look attractive. And that's the thing. We have this beauty standards are actually holding back women from being from, you know, having good mental health and from opportunities, because it's like, oh, we don't want to look at some old woman, right? You know, because we don't. And think about, like, I started looking at this week. I was like, my grandma, you know, she does her hair. I remember, oh, there's this one woman that looked really good. It was like my boss's mom or whatever. And she had, I was like, fuck, because her skin was just so perfect. She was like 65, man. I was like, fuck, how's your skin? Man, your skin's better than mine, man. But I was like, because I just don't know what women are meant to look like naturally. I was like, oh, like, even your hair's black. I remember going to her, like, even your hair's black, and she's like, oh yeah. It's like, oh, are you fucking stupid? Like, yeah, I dye it, of course. I completely forgot that. It's like, oh yeah, like, Yeah, they would gray, like, because like men bold and like women don't really bold, right? I thought it'd be like, oh yeah, like the actual reality of what women look like, which especially with like the internet now, right, with like filters and all that shit, we're now moving further and further away from what women look like, and so now you've got this sort of like face mask version of like women basically have the face mask version of themselves, filtered version of themselves versus like the real version of themselves, and the more that disconnects, right, the more sort of like what is it called where you have like mental body issues,
like,
I don't know,
dysphoria.
That's it. Yeah, you have dysphoria, body dysphoria. That's fucking good.
Whatever,
yeah, that's really bad.
Snapchat filters played a big role in this, like people looking at themselves with a Snapchat or Instagram filter where they look like slightly different features, like more tan, different cheekbones, different nose shapes. Like this is big in terms of plastic surgeons. Like people come in asking to look like literal Snapchat filters. It's crazy.
Nah, just the irreparable damage that's doing into our society on it. This is on crack now with the internet, and I just thought it was funny because this is sort of a narrative I'm using. This is a narrative I'm using to sort of I'm not trying to look like, oh, think about the women. I just thought it was really funny thinking about it from the pedophilic angle because it makes it look really bad. It's like, yeah, women are actually trying to make themselves look as young as possible with, having perfect faces, having no gray in their hair, and shaving every pubic hair on their body. It's, you see what I'm getting at? Yeah. So that's my angle to attack current beauty standards that just do not work for the people that exist in society. We need to value the grayness, at least in women. The fact women dyeing their hair, nonsense. Are you two gone? Oh,
I'm still here. I guess they're
okay.
But we've talked about this a bunch over the past few years, so I don't really have anything new to say. I just pretty much agree with you fully on that. Well, in terms of like, I never heard you talk about like the pedo aspects of it. I guess,
I know.
I don't know.
I only noticed that recently.
To be honest, 'cause it's a little bit crazy, but.
But you notice the connection. It's actually.
Is it like? I don't know how like on board I am with that part because. I don't know if that's what it is or if it's like the cleanness. I don't really know.
Yeah, I just don't. I just don't see a reason for women to want to shave their pubic hair in pursuit, and I'm pretty sure it's like more dangerous for you to shave your pubic hair in terms of especially and think about in terms of like this is going back hundreds of years at this point. Actually, I don't know, I'm guessing it's going back hundreds of years, at least like Victorian era. And that's when you have higher chance of catching STDs, STIs without mass proclamation of vaccines, and so you have you're gonna have a higher chance of contracting STDs and or just having bacteria living down there. So it's actually not as clean, but obviously they're not gonna know that because germ theory wasn't even really a thing back then. So maybe from their perspective, it's like, oh yeah, it's more clean. Yeah, what are you saying?
Called curses and witches, I think.
Oh, curses and witches, yeah. It could be cleanest, but it's like you're viewing it from our perspective of like, oh yeah, looking clean is something that is good, but in men, it's like it's not having the I think too many markers that just don't even map onto cleanliness in general, like dyeing your hair not gray. That's nothing to do with cleanliness. That's to do with use.
It shows like luxury.
I thought it was like a marker of youth. Like all these sort of fit into the category of youth. Okay, I have a face without wrinkles. Youth. I have no pubic hair on me. Youth.
Yeah.
I have hair that's not gray. Youth. These are all youth markers, and I'm thinking back in the day there had to be someone that set the standards or like somewhat just like, you know, the fashion at the time in some French court, you know, Louis the
Yeah.
Son Emperor or whatever, 14th. And, you know, it was somebody that just had his taste, especially back in the day too, you know, it's more of a thing to, you know, go for younger, right? They could have just had their taste at, you know, younger, and so women tried to sort of, you know, go for that look in the court because that's, you know, what, you know, the head man liked back in the day. And that could have and then like some English king comes and it's like, oh, that's what they're doing back then, you know, we need to bring that back, you know, over to our court so we seem like sophisticated and all that. It could have totally been the case that could the way we got our current beauty standards was just from like one little small thing that was being practiced in, you know, only one European court that was just influential enough to just spread everywhere, and that's what we have now.
So definitely check out the Wikipedia article I sent. It's on the thing called Prima Nocta, and it was this right of the lords in not just Europe, but in a lot of places to be able to bang anyone they wanted,
Yeah,
and especially women who were on their marriage night.
Yeah,
So,
I
like,
know what you're talking about. It's not really
okay,
real
but
as
look
far
at
as
how
I
it's
know.
in every fucking place. Like, like it's everywhere. Everywhere did this.
I
Like,
don't.
I think this might be a human power thing. I'll be real.
I
think
don't
this might
think.
be
I
like
don't
a
think it was
male
real.
human power thing. I don't think this is consigned to one era, and I don't think this is consigned to some, you know, specific backwater medieval era. I think this is pretty common, and I think the rich tend to do this kind of shit, and those with power tend to do this kind of shit, like, because they can.
I don't know how real this is though. I've heard massive critiques of the what do you call it, legal right to bang a married woman or newly married woman. So I don't know, but the rich do. It's not. It's definitely very in line for very rich people to
Powerful
do.
people to do this kind of stuff, like
Yeah.
to use their wealth and power to do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, it's a load of
I think people with less power and women get used this way, unfortunately. It's terrible.
It sucks that well, it sucks for women, so I'm a man. I don't need to really worry about that. But it sucks for women. I think bolding is definitely a man thing, where bolding is just disrespected. And I think we need more figures like Walter White, where he just, when he shaves his head, it's like a sheer power move because his hair is falling out after he starts chemo, and then it's a big thing for him. When his son Flynn, Walter Jr., he goes, oh, badass dad, you know, it's something that, and it's meant to be, you know, it's
That's
like,
not how
oh, he looks sick. What?
He doesn't sound like badass dad. Like, how does he sound? Like, how does Walt Jr. sound?
Yeah, cerebral palsy.
It's different. It's not just badass dad. Like, there's more, like, character to how he does it, I think.
Character, I like that.
I'm rewatching Breaking Bad right now.
Right.
Let's go. Yeah, when he takes his hair off.
Yeah.
Bought the Blu-rays. So.
Yeah, when he takes his hair off, it's a big moment, and it's meant to be a, yes, this is.
It's a solidification of like where his character is going.
Heisenberg.
Well, yeah. It's more, for me, I view it as him gaining. Like I'm in control. He's fighting for that control. It's like, no, my hair's falling out. No, I'm doing it myself. I'm gaining that control. And that I think that's what a symbol is, because his hair is not fully out yet, and so when he shaves it, that's him gaining control, and then he's rewarded socially by his son going, hey, badass dad. And then after he shaved his head, he has the badass scene in the first season where he has, this is not actually meth, and then blows up the whole compound and gets compensation for Jesse Pinkman getting beaten up by this villainous Tuco that's unhinged. He outplays this drug lord. So him going bold coincides with so much good things happening for Walt in terms of making him look just sexy and very masculine. And that that's cool, and I think we need more figures that don't have fake hair, head implants. I don't even know what the fuck they are. Less of that, lesser fake hairlines. Yeah, people are bold, and we need to accept that. No bold jokes, fuck bold jokes. That's cringe. No beanies. Fuck Tim.
Offensive is what it is.
Timple
for
needs
other
to be
people.
shot with a DSR 50 from the cabinet on Toronto.
Oh, so it's such a better world.
Yeah, because him holding a beat, you're bold, and people just need to own that. And the fact that there are, well, lower mental health, that they're seen as less attractive, and that celebrities, because they have access to hair plugs, that's the name of it. They're sort of moving the mental image of how people are meant to look like to this nonsense reality that doesn't actually exist. And it's actually funny because what's his name? Branston, whatever the fuck, the Walter White actor, Bryan Cranston, I think.
Bryan Cranston, yeah.
He actually has hair in real life.
Really?
And so he's actually role playing as somebody without hair. So
that's fucked up. We can't even get our real people to.
Well, we can't even get real bald people. But yeah, I think boldness needs to be seen as
even the best. But I guess maybe that goes to show you that even the best bald actor is really a guy with hair. Like maybe bald people are.
Yeah, but he's
like play their own people.
Yeah, but he's actually a guy with real hair. That's the thing, though, and he's playing like usually it's somebody putting on fake hair. That's what I'm saying. It's a baldy trying to smuggle himself into the hairies, but actually a hairy wants to be bold, and actually he's badass as being bold.
Right, he does bald better than the balds. Like he's a better bald.
Yeah, and the balds are just frauds and fakes.
They suck. They just suck in general. Yeah.
Yeah, we need also, do you see on Moon, because the way transit mechanics work, you need a turbine next to the park to have that park, and so Jug doesn't actually work on Moon. Yeah, because power's not.
There's gonna be some fixes to get.
Or maybe they just keep it like that. Like they would have kept it like that, because as I say, the mechanics, the way that they transfer is that they don't super transfer 1-to-1. There's like a sort of like having a kid, right? It's like they're not a clone of you. They're mutated, and so that's how I view World at War for BO1. Some mutation there, and the mutations are going to be as big because we're already coming off. These are like brother and sister fucking basically, to get the child of BO2, and so the mutations are going to be more closer to home. Let's just say that. I can't believe this, man. This is a thing that exists, and he's actually running around the BO1 map in BO2. BO2, what do you think looks better, the BO2 HUD or the BO1 HUD? That's a conversation that needs to be had.
I like the BO2 better.
The tally marks look better in BO1, the font looks better in BO1, but aside from that, I do prefer the blood.
Yeah, the blood's good. I actually like the nades. I like the placement of the perk. I like the perk like kind of aesthetic too. I think that counts as HUD.
Ew, I hate that.
That's kind of sad.
I like the perks better in BO2. They're not as shiny.
Some French pedo, bro. That fucked it up for women, man. Yeah, he liked them on the younger side. Fuck me, man.
Of what?
Yeah, that's what I'm
what
saying.
side? A side of the age of consent? Like, what's the
yeah?
side of what?
There's an age of consent back then. I did in little boys back then.
The first blood of when she had her first blood or something.
First blood, yeah, you get married now. Fuck
It's marriage time.
No, it's consummate time actually. We're already married. Since you were 9.
Right.
Madness.
We're not gonna wait around all day for you to
serious,
like,
yeah.
I wonder if you'd be able to kill the Astro on this map somehow.
What do you mean?
BO1, you can't really kill the Astro.
Doesn't the
Why
health
would you be able to do it on this?
That's what I'm saying. I'm wondering if there would be a way.
maybe?
Yeah, but what?
Yeah, I wonder.
I don't know. I'm just saying,
Maybe.
like, I wonder if there would be some. Maybe they fixed the health or something. Maybe like that was kind of stupid.
Oh, maybe the fucking QED things like actually do that. Like that would be
That
fucking sick.
that was another thing I was gonna say is like, yeah, the QEDs, because there's a way to kill them with the QEDs, but it's like rare. I think I don't really know how that works.
It's something
But
like that. Yeah. I wonder if that was an intentional thing they fucked up and like they could add that in.
mhm.
That'd be cool.
Yeah,
Or
actually,
maybe it's
QEDs
just
have
gonna
some
be
shit.
fairly faithful, like it is now.
Ooh.
That's what I'm thinking.
or yeah,
I think the changes are just gonna be from mutations that happen unintentionally. I think they're just going with a very faithful remake, just like with Resurrections, and the changes came from the actual game engine being different and the philosophy of the game, the foundation of the game being different, making the actual maps play differently. Oh, actually, they did do the 24 zombies around, and they made it normal.
they changed some things. Like they added the T-gun to knock. They added the Howler of Erupt.
Yeah,
I mean, there were some
true.
things they changed, and I'm thinking like maybe they thought that was stupid and they fucked up with the health bar on the guy, so they're like, all right, let's add a way to actually kill him later on.
I don't know if there's a precedent for that,
Maybe
because
they
I know
cap
there's
his
a
health.
precedent for adding weapons. They even did that with BO4 and all that nonsense, but I don't know if they've ever done a change, like, health-wise. But it's totally in the cards. They could totally do that.
Like this is
Yeah.
nonsense. This
This is not. Yeah, I was gonna say this is just a load of bull.
We're looking
Like,
at some early nonsense right here.
No, seriously, this is something that's in the game, and that's the direction that they wanted to take the game. It's like I'm never gonna see that as something that is good. That's just that's actually the manifestation of nonsense and evilness. It is.
Charlie, or whoever, whatever it is, the
Charlie down south.
Charlie
Intel.
says, yeah, Charles Intel, yeah.
Oh, you mean Samantha says?
No, Simon says, yeah.
Okay, but it's called Samantha says in the game.
Samantha
I'm pretty
says,
sure.
yes, exactly. Like that, like we're importing the Samantha says, like that's crazy.
That's insane. That's an Easter egg step, by the way.
That's a big Easter egg step. That's not
Very thought provoking, and you're doing that while another guy is kiting a crawler, because this is not the intention of the game.
Or you did the lonely walker way and die while doing it to one zombie.
Yeah. It just sounds like a really fun time, just kiting a crawler at the same time as you're trying to do, and that's the direction I took the game. And instead of all of you, man, trying to survive the endless horde of the undead, trying to get a higher and higher round. What?
And there's a weird like fealty to like why not have the challenges be kind of interesting, like dolphin diving and killing a zombie, or like just some I don't know, just some stuff that's like cartoony. Like why does it have to be like this hyper realistic but not realistic at all? Oh, dude, what are your thoughts on
some of the
overweight
move
rapper
steps are
Dave
cool.
Bloods?
I actually like this. Samantha says the second round it's actually hard. You have to do it twice. And the second one it's actually pretty difficult.
Why do I care what
it's like
Mr. Dalek JD has to say about this?
Oh no.
Wait,
Yeah.
what is he gonna say? Fucking cunt. The thing is, right, like this is why I'm better than this, you know. And I actually see myself as a superior human, because the things that we thought about no, seriously, the things that we thought about, you know, what the timeline could have been or anything like that, like we put a lot of thought into it. Let's see if this instigates any sort of thought. And also he has a incentive not to actually game it out, because it ends up with him being he's the harbinger of the doom of zombies.
Being the bug that he is.
Mm.
I mean, dude, we were theorizing for this for like hours before he was even a thing. Like,
yeah,
that's true. Yeah.
Black Ops 2 Zombies DLC 5 exists and has leaked in a fully playable developer build containing a fascinating pre-alpha of Origins with brand new cut areas, real genuine footage of every Zombies map from Zombies Chronicles remastered in Black Ops 2 Zombies, and was going to be an official DLC 5 that was planned to release but never happened. And today I'm going to be reacting to this gameplay for the very first time, courtesy of an incredible showcase uploaded by Jugger-V2, who has very kindly given me permission to react to his showcase and has uploaded over an hour of raw gameplay on all of these maps, which I urge you to check out after this video, links below and in the pinned comment. This gameplay reveals all the original World at War and Black Ops 1 maps fully remastered in Black Ops 2, and is something that I genuinely thought we would never ever see. But to start off the showcase, this is after over a decade of rumor and speculation,
Fuck, accident.
And it's something that I genuinely thought we links below and in the pinned comment. This gameplay reveals all the original World at War and Black Ops 1 maps fully remastered in Black.
So first of all, he's just wrong because we didn't see Shang, we didn't see Call of the Dead, so he's just wrong. And you'd be like, oh, it's just a little bit, there's a little bit, there's a little bit. No, this guy's a piece of shit. Can't that probably prophecy? Was it I don't know what the pro word is. But he diffuses nonsense information.
Propagates.
Propagates, yeah, there we go.
We would never ever see. But to start off the showcase, this is a pre-alpha version of Origins with completely cut areas of the map and a very different intro cutscene. This is our first look at the early version of the intro cinematic for Origins, dated back in May or June, so a few months before the map came out. Now, there's no audio in this cutscene, but clearly things are very different because look what we're about to see. We get Richtofen, Ultimus, and that's Maxis. That's the Ultimus version of Maxis. That's what he apparently looked like. The only photo of him ever, real life. And we have the Mound, Group 935, Big Size 64. And look at these character models, man. These weren't the original Group 935 models trying to look through the Mound to look and see what happened in Origins. This is entirely different. But you know how this cutscene goes. We've seen it a million times. This is an early look behind the curtain of what an early version of this cutscene looked like. And we know how this goes. And it's quite a long cutscene. It's about 3.5 minutes, 4 minutes. So I'm not going to watch the entire thing here because I'm intrigued on seeing the gameplay. I know you guys are too. But some really key things I want to point out that are very different and might give us a bit of a different sort of look at how Origins might have been is that in this version of the cutscene, we don't have Primus. So look right here, we have Ultimus Dempsey. All the actions, the movements are exactly the same from the final version with Primus. And you can tell this is just like an early CGI concept of what this cutscene was going to look like. And it mostly remained exactly the same, which is super impressive. But there's Ultimus Nikolai. He's got the sort of combat axe again. You can see he had like a deagle before. And there's the Olympia shotgun. It's just so bizarre to see. And we get a look at Takio there with the katana. But something really interesting to point out is when they all meet up, is that they all have deagles pretty much, apart from Nikolai the M27. And they're all pointing in the spawn room towards Ultimus.
They really love the M27.
Sal DeLuca from Mob of the Dead. What the heck is going on there? And just look at Richtofen, man. This is crazy because it literally is exactly what happens in the Origins cutscene. But it's just such a weird, different version of it with like the transit zombie models. Then we get a look at the robot.
Man, they're really loving
which
the
you can tell is
intro.
very different. Almost looks like something from like Big Hero 6, just completely different. But now we get the actual early Origins gameplay. Look at that loading screen. Wow, that is crazy. Oh, we got sound as well. The fact that this is co-op.
Of course, the Origin cons spend a disproportionate amount of time reacting to Origins.
That was, yeah, that was the thing that like we get the least fuck about. When I first saw this, I literally skipped over it when I was watching.
Oh yeah, same.
Like, I don't give a fuck about this.
Yeah, this is nonsense. Man, I saw the other guy and I was thinking, why is the zombie running so fast? Because this is the only one he did co-op.
This is so bizarre, man. Wow. Oh my god. Look at the difference. There was a pathway that led up to the mud trail. The door to the church looks very different to what was in the final version.
I wonder why.
They had a Shino Numa. What? There was a whole entire like house. So wait, this is blowing my mind right now. What the heck? So this is Gen 5 behind the church. So the church wasn't even there. It was a completely different building with an upstairs. This is crazy that they had all of this originally built out in Origins and they just completely got rid of it. Oh my god, this is weird as hell. So Juggernaut was there back in the church, so technically kind of a bit harder to get to. You have to get 1 or 2 more doors open, but my mind is
technically,
like,
mathematically.
So and then, can we go inside of here? Yes, we can.
I like how the mud.
I'm so curious what the final version of this would have looked like, fully like textured and everything. But this is insane. Now we reflect back on this. Already, I'm noticing there is a lot of what. So this is originally what behind the church is, but there's still more. Another record. There's a downstairs. Wait, what? Is this a tunnel to one of the staffs?
That kind of reminded me of parts of Grog Trophy.
Oh my gosh, I think the crazy place might actually work in this. Oh, they've left the village.
Grog
That is actually insane.
Trophy.
Like, looking at that, that is like easily 1/3 of the Origins map. In size, from the looks of it anyway. Oh, we got an Origins robot. Very early version. Okay, this is so early. You can see that nothing is textured inside of there. That is absurd. I'm still trying to wrap my head around the fact that that village is a thing. We need to see more. Okay, so more village. So there was another debris that opened into the church. So there were 2 generators back here.
I just love the die-rise couch.
Is this the Templar?
Or Newtown couch or whatever.
Oh, this,
Probably
yeah,
a
I've heard
bunch.
about this.
What is happening right now? There's flashing lights that.
I think we gotta say,
Look at this
old
pathway that's
Origins
taken.
looking
Wow,
worse.
It's crazy how different this is. Like, it's actually.
What'd you
wow,
say?
Okay, so the tank
I'm not
station
liking old
is,
Origins
as we
as
know it,
much.
and there is the church above.
I
Oh
actually
yeah,
like
this
it
is
more.
terrible.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
The path is taken. It
But I
goes
do
all
like
the way
the houses. I like the concept of the houses.
Part of it that
Okay.
isn't mud at all, and like we could walk on this and it's completely
I like
clean.
this part
It's
more.
there's
This is what I was
rumors
gonna
of,
talk about.
the
Like, I
early
like the
versions
idea
of
they had
like
for this.
so many years.
Okay.
Now we finally have it. So this is where the
It's
original
because the original map
was
looks
started
quite
from
homogeneous.
there, and then this mostly looks exactly the same. Oh my god, look
That's
at the mound and underground. It is a little bit different. Not too different, but the texture's very different. Wait, there wasn't the 4 premise statue. Or maybe there were, but the staff placements are different. Kind of a bit messy. And Craft the Fire staff, okay.
Do you see that? So did you see? So look how much time he spent on Origins. Can't, by the way. But look at the things that he's picking out, right? First of all, reaction, and this is the problem with reaction content, is that if you're gonna make a video on this, you can think of so many different things about the concept of BL2 DLC 5 being real, but the thing is that you just choose to react to it. This could be done in a live stream, and then you could have repurposed the content in an actual repurpose the content while also adding to the ideas, because it takes time to think about something, and this is the problem with reacting. Another problem with reacting is that you don't see something the first time and come to all the conclusions that you possibly come to. That takes multiple run throughs and thinking about it a little bit. And so he just reacted to it. A majority of Origins, by the way. It's really sad that he had the most amount of things to say, most number of things to say about Origins. No, that's
his the most so far is like almost a third of it is the cutscene he's reacted to.
Yeah, and it's all superficial nonsense, right? A lot of it is like, oh, this is like placed a little bit different. What?
Yeah, we're like a third of the way through the video too.
All right, let's continue. This is almost off.
Oh my god, they're that early. Wow, they're just like a floating blob on a pole. That is wild. Even okay, so this is the crazy place. So they're attempting to upgrade the ice staff, if that was even in here.
Looks like a really nice dildo.
The crazy place was just actually going to be 4 separate rooms for each upgrade.
Maybe a vibrator, like the bit at the end.
That is crazy. Yeah, look at that statue. That is so.
Or that weird mouse with the single red like wheel, like button in the middle, like the spinning thing.
As Zombies Chronicles rather than going in Black Ops 3, and there was literally one screenshot that was ever revealed showing Doris from a top-down view. But it turns out that every map that we saw in Chronicles was originally going to actually be a Black Ops 2 Zombie Chronicles instead. So we have Moon, there's Kino, there's Nax.
Do you see? Wait, so do you see what I called it versus what he called it? He called it Zombies Chronicles. I called it Resurrection 2.
Yeah.
He's from a completely different, you know, and to be honest, it is Resurrection 2 as far as I'm concerned. It's not Zombie Chronicles 0.5. It's Resurrection 2 because the philosophy that came into this is absolutely Resurrection 2 material. It just seems like they just ported the maps one for one, which is the Resurrection philosophy, not this Zombie Chronicles remake. Oh, we need to have a reimagining. We have to have a bunch of bullshit in the box. And no, it's faithful to the actual thing. It took you almost halfway through the video to get to the actual important stuff of why this is so exciting. You need to be grape shot, grape shot, even shotted, by the way. This guy's playing No Man's Land. Hold on. No, just getting joked.
So maybe we would have seen it a little bit like how Chronicles came out for Black Ops 3 during Infinite Warfare. Oh my god, this kind of.
Oh, what did he say? I was listening.
He's not even saying anything about the
game. Black Ops 2 did get some micro DLC that year, some like personalization packs with weapons and stuff. So maybe we would have seen it a little bit like how Chronicles came out for Black Ops 3 during Infinite Warfare. Oh my god, this kind of looks like it was a direct port from Black Ops 1, but clearly there's a bit of a difference in the color and the artistic sort of like implementation of this. Like,
do you know this is the artistic implementation, or just the game has a different lighting engine, and so it like that could just be the way the game looks. It's sort of like how Terminal looks different on Modern Warfare 3, but then the whole game also just looks washed out, and that's why Terminal looks washed out. It's not specifically the map. So
doesn't quite look like Black Ops 1, but it definitely doesn't look like what we got in BO3. Like BO3 looks way different, but this is actually insane. And it's like,
well, yeah, because the textures are different.
It's everything. Like properly Black Ops 2. It's not like this is fan-made. Treyarch were really going to have this in Black Ops 2. I want to skip forwards a little bit to show sort of like more parts. So we've got the hacker in it. Like this is like fully moved, like fully finished. Well, at least in a very playable, very good-looking version. I'm so shocked at this. Like, look, this is the fully like the full quotes. Mule Kick's not there, but the mystery box is there. And you got all the Black Ops 2 weapons, but you also saw the QEDs.
Wait, Mule Kick's not there?
Fully like the full quotes.
Well, I didn't notice that either, because Mule Kick's the one that was on the other maps.
And the wave gun in there.
That's interesting.
First map Mule Kick was
insane to see.
Yeah.
I feel like in the box again, it's gonna happen. There it is. There's the wave gun. Oh my god, this is wild. There's actually a bit of footage later on in this video where he tries to attempt the Easter egg. If that's fully functioning in this build, that is ridiculous. But here is a look.
Of course, he just gets turned on by the Easter egg.
The Easter egg.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see the excavator. See how that looked.
Yeah, true. This guy has just nothing to say. Is it Farouk?
The foul was the wall by here.
I've been saying Farouk the whole time.
Crazy, but graphically this looks really nice, like really good.
The foul's the wall by there.
Yeah.
Like Black Ops 2 Zombies was a near perfect Zombies game. So the launch maps, the first DLCs went amazing, but as it went on, my god, this game went from strength to strength, and this could have been like the perfect Zombies game. And it's crazy to think
the nades are there. It's like so crazy.
What'd you say?
The nades are there. It's so crazy.
Yeah.
It's just like the what ifs are insane. But you can see, out of the map, there's
I mean, you could play it now.
It might have been like a swastika or something that would have been replaced. Like you'll see in the Kino gameplay that we look at the moment. Clearly, Treyarch were not going to bring those back, and we saw that in BO3.
What do you mean?
Completely changed. But this is.
As in Lizard or whatever the guy you
if
said.
it happens, I will, dude. I will, 100%.
Yeah.
gonna 100% lock in and try to get Reckon on that.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
It'd be so
He's
fun.
gonna drop the
I,
he's got the STG on the wall there.
yeah,
He's
we
got
need
the point, and it would have been pretty much finished and perfect.
we need to
Okay,
contact
let's
5 and 5 from the grave.
And, yep,
See what he
okay,
can
Dig him up.
It's a little rough,
Yeah.
but again,
Get a
this is
message.
Dig him
literally
up,
finished
dude.
Shinonuma in Black Ops 2. Again, like what we got in Zombies Chronicles. This is so crazy. Look, M14 on the wall, probably the Olympia as well. It is crazy how much they were cooking with this game and what we didn't see. Like, the models as well. They are the original Black Ops 1 remastered models, like literally the exact same. Skip forwards a little bit, we can see that in one of the hearts, they hit in the mystery box, we've got the FAMAS. Wow, this is crazy. There's the ray gun. Wait, the Wonder Off.
He didn't even notice the thing about the moon box is
No.
almost BO2 weapons, while this is a lot of BO1 weapons, which makes me think this is more unfinished because it seems like they were going to go with. It seems for every game they have done the whole we're using the box from that game.
The contemporary games weapons, yeah.
Yeah.
Executing lightning effects were not quite there, but again, this is literally it, fully remastered. There's the monkeys as well, amazing. This is the one that I'm really intrigued to see, is Doris, because this is the one that leaked many years ago with just one screenshot of it from a version.
Well, it's the best map ever created in existence.
It definitely has a different style of lighting and mood to the BO1 version, just slightly, and obviously very different to the version that we got
Yeah,
from
the
the
mist
Giant,
is
but
cool.
literally is Doris. Like, yeah, this is Doris. This is crazy. Again, I never thought we would ever see
Crazy,
like
yeah.
the ballista on
It's
Doris. Like,
Doris.
just
Couldn't
yeah,
believe
that's
it.
the thing. Absolutely wild.
This looks like a custom. Where's the ballista on there? That was a classic custom map thing people did in 2014, which was just had the ballista everywhere. Yeah.
Very fascinating though, wow. And this is also really tricky as well to see Nacta and Toten in Black Ops 2.
He had nothing. He was really excited for the reason and never even said anything.
And that, man, this is really cool. Wow.
That is criminal to even thought of putting that as a wall buy, but everything works. Like, oh, the barrel just completely disappeared. They've got the mule kick perk as well, direct from Black Ops 1, so you can tell these were very much Black Ops 1 like ports. But what I'm fascinated to see is Kino, and here is Kino. And I think in this version there is no audio. You can see, look, they had textures that say delete me for all of the swastikas, so that's wild. But like, I think like seeing the
It's
remasters
so
before
funny.
kind of wild, but seeing these that we know were Zombies Chronicles that weren't remastered previously and then just slap bang in Black Ops 2, it is actually surreal to see these in the Black Ops 2 engine. Like, it looks very much like Black Ops 1 again, like they just completely ported it over, but it's fully functioning, fully like
It's so
working,
pretty.
and it doesn't look too different either. Like, I assume they were going to obviously change them up quite a bit, but I'm just so curious what their original plans were for this, the rollout, like I mentioned earlier. Skipping
The
forward to
lighting looks
Original plan
a bit.
the
was
Gun
fucking
in
fully
Black Ops 2,
made.
which, fast forward, wasn't in any
Like,
maps, like, is actually wild. You see that
this
the
was
Pack-a-Punch
their original plan.
indeed,
Yeah.
absolutely insane. The M27
I'm curious what the original plan is. We're looking at it.
Pack-a-Punch in both.
Yeah,
Around
this
it.
is
You
it.
don't make this much of it without it being an original plan.
Like, projector camera doesn't work. That is wild. We also have Ascension, and this looks so
Very
different.
weird way to
Is it
phrase
black and
that.
white? Does it go to black and white at the start? No, so I guess they hadn't really.
That's something he noticed before I did.
This also really shows that the Black Ops 3 versions
What
were
did you
Black and
say?
white thing.
straight ripped from these BO2 versions.
Black and white.
Created by
I did not know
Lucas.
that.
It's different. But it's just so alien to see this.
I know that is that.
Wait a minute, I was about to say, is that a buried
Yeah,
stable?
but you notices all the
Oh my
nonsense.
god, this is crazy. I'll skip forwards a little bit here. So we got on the Lunar Landers. I'll be so curious to see if this has any sort of changes from the original Ascension. If there was like that additional Lunar Lander that was rumored, another area that we never saw again. Or what's he doing? I think he's trying to buy the lander, but not at the same time, so he doesn't ride it. But yeah, wow. Fully.
He knows about that, I'm impressed.
It's just there, 1-to-1 in Black Ops 2. It's just so crazy, and I think there's also
Probably trying to steal some content.
Wow, yeah, this looks a little different from the Black Ops 1 version. Not too different. I think mainly it's the lighting, but this is just so bizarre to see. Like, let's say the glass was fully the same as it was, repairing the buildables, the barriers. This is just weird. And it also seems we wouldn't be playing as like Ultimus. We'd be playing as the actual president.
Man, jargon. What are you talking about?
The other characters that you'd expect to see.
Obviously, we wouldn't be playing as them. Wait, what?
Wait a minute, the Death Machine in 5. This looks all kinds of cursed.
What?
No, you'd be playing as the people that you'd be playing as originally.
Didn't put it in the BO3 version.
Castro's probably not in this version.
So it just kind of show how far ahead Treyarch have always been with stuff. It's crazy. This is all exactly the same. The B23 are on the wall. That's probably one of the best pistol wall buys in.
Why did they remove those hands?
I'm just wondering about like the wall buys too, because they in the first Resurrection they obviously kept the wall buys the same.
Yeah. But they've changed it on
It's
this.
just like weird. Yeah.
Which is interesting. They weren't actually all exactly the same on Virag. They're not the same.
Really?
Yeah,
Different
Springfield.
different.
I'm
Oh,
pretty sure it's the Springfield. Yeah.
Wait.
This is crazy. This is like a bit of zombie
I thought that was
history
in
we
there.
would never ever see. And this is apparently supposed to come out.
I swear
Yeah,
the
that's a new one.
Nevertheless, this has been incredible and just really.
Yo,
really
boys,
wall
gotta go.
buy
It's
is.
good hanging out.
Alright,
Alright.
see ya.
It was good talking to you too.
I swear the World at War, whatever the fuck is on the World at War. I thought it was the Kar 98K on the QR side.
Oh wait. No, the car's on the jug side. Springfield was on the QR side always.
So it does have the Springfield on QR?
I'm pretty sure BO1 does have the Springfield on that side. Pretty sure.
Check.
I was gonna say I might load it up and check. If not, what else would be there though?
Oh, no idea. Springfield.
80% sure it's there.
look up some QR side gameplay. QR
I'm
side.
loading up the game right now.
Ten years ago video.
Oh wait, the card it is the card. What the hell?
Yeah. Alright
Yeah.
about that.
Interesting. I don't ever play QR side, so never noticed that. I just kind of thought it was there.
No. No.
I guess they thought it was too big of a piece of shit, so they just got rid of it. But that's weird because it was also cheaper than the car. It's like 200 points, I think. World of
How
War
much the car?
250.
Really? I thought it was just 200.
Wait, I might be wrong actually. I thought it was 250 this whole time.
Nah, I'm pretty sure it's just
But the only
200.
person that uses the car 98 outside of like Darius is Corrupts.
Really?
World of War Darius. Yeah, this guy would buy the car 98 on Baruch in the first room.
Interesting. I really like the Bavarian World of War. It doesn't
I'm
have
talking
this.
about BL1. He would buy it on BL1, the car in the first, in like Baruch when he was doing speedruns.
Right, okay.
He's the only person I've seen do that. But I think he took inspiration from playing World of War Darius, because everyone buys that on Darius in the first room
Oh,
for some
interesting.
reason. I don't remember why, but it's like faster or something in World of War.
Oh, really? This is actually pretty cool. The one bad thing when you buy ammo, it doesn't reload your mag in BO2.
Oh, true.
There's
How
no
much? Well, I
instance,
mean,
so it's not really that big
yeah.
of a deal.
I
But
was
it's
gonna say
still
I don't know
really
how much
nice
that
for
would matter,
first
but
rooms. I see people do that where they just buy the war weapon
it's
instead
cool
of
for making
reloading.
points installing too, but you can't really do that in BO2 anyway.
Mm.
And making points as well. It's like
Yeah, BO1
capped at
mechanics
a
are just
million.
so much better. Just
Yeah.
everything about this game is just so much better. And that would have actually been a real debate in this alternate timeline.
Yeah.
I hate the M1 Garand.
Really. Is it the reloading?
No, I really like that about it. It's the BO1 does this a lot where they added some sort of like anti-cheat where
Oh, I know what you're talking about with the
yeah,
FAL. Oh my god, I
yeah,
can't stand that. It happens every time I get the FAL out of the box.
yeah.
Yeah, that sucks. I didn't know the Grand had that.
No, you can see. Well, it doesn't do a hard stop. Um, it just shoots irregularly. It doesn't shoot. Go on Modern War and shoot it, and then go on BO1 and shoot it, and it'll go boom, 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 boom. And then same with the M1 carbine, boom, 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 boom. It's like almost fully auto with the carbine. But on BO1, use the M1 carbine, and it's like boop 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 boop
Oh
boop
wow.
boop 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 boop. Same with the Gewehr. That's why I was saying the Modern War Gewehr feels so good. It just shoots. BO1 Gewehr, it's like slightly irregular. It doesn't feel correct.
Yeah, that sucks. I never really thought about it that much. Cause I never really played World at War.
Yeah, World at War, it actually registers every mouse click. Just
I just hated that with the FAL because that's the one it's the worst with for me because literally just doesn't work. Like it stops me from being able to switch weapons. You can't shoot for like sometimes it's like 10 seconds. Just stops you from shooting. It's
10
so weird.
seconds. What?
Yeah, I had that like the other day. playing
10
Doritos.
seconds.
Got it out of the box and just I might actually pull it up. See if I can find it because I just got the FAL and then I had to like run around the power room for like 5 seconds without being able to kill the zombies. I'll go too. Fuck it. But yeah. Oh yeah. You wanted to see like remix Ruct 2P?
I'm gonna go off. It's way too late.
Oh shit. It's like yeah, it's late as fuck. It's like 5 for you or something.
3.